Welcome to Boris FX Live, Virtual IBC 2020. Brought to you by AMD Ryzen Threadripper processors. Break free from the render bar. Realize your creative vision with the world's most powerful desktop processors. And brought to you by ProShop System Integrators, ensuring world-class products and service with lightning-fast delivery across Europe.
Of our virtual IBC 2020. We've had an amazing last couple of days, and we've got no change today. For our jam-packed schedule is just going to keep rolling on for the next 6 hours. We're going to be starting off with a fantastic guest speaker, Robert Rzinski. Rynitsky. I am going to get his name pronounced right. He's a fantastic motion animator and VFX artist. We're going to be getting to him in just a few minutes time, but I think it's going to be worthwhile just looking at our full rundown because we have got such a jam-packed show coming. So coming up next, we have Making Motion Graphics Sizzle with Sapphire, which is coming up with Robert Rynitsky. Then we're going to be heading into Vin Moriali's transitions with like a pro with Vegas, using transitions from both Sapphire and Continuum. We've got the lovely Mary Poplin coming back in to show how we do some motion tracking for editors with Continuum, and I am sure she's going to be using a bit of Mocha in there for doing that. We then have another guest presentation where we are looking at advanced beauty work in Flame and Nuke with Mocha Pro and Silhouette with Christoph Zappeltal. So someone who is very, very geographically close to me over here. We then are moving on to the next one, which is Ben's Secret Sauce with Sapphire Builder, where I will be taking over the reins completely and showing you how to cheat your way to success with Sapphire. And we're going to be rounding out Virtual IBC 2020 with John Dickinson, Boris FX own Director of Motion Graphics, showing you the top Boris FX plugins that you can't live without. And he's going to be live for that. We've had a couple of presentations from John over the last couple of days, but this is the first one where you're going to be able to do a live Q&A with him. So helping out with our virtual IBC 2020, we have a number of different sponsors. So, and it's thanks to these sponsors that we're being able to give away so many great prizes over the next day. In fact, over the course of virtual IBC 2020, we'll have given away over $40,000 worth of prizes, including a loaded Dell Precision 5750 laptop to one lucky winner. Plus, we have we've got a copy of Nuke to give away as well, courtesy of the Foundry. We've already given away Mistika Boutique, courtesy of SGO. We've given away Vegas Pro. We've given away HitFilm. We've given away software from iZotope, Accusonus, Adobe. Also, thank you to ActionVFX, AMD, Dell, Intel, Avid, Future Media Concepts, and School of Motion. And I have been doing some very rough on the back of an envelope calculations, and even though that slide says over $40,000 worth of prizes, I think we've given away over $50,000 worth of prizes. So to join in the fun, head on over to borisfxlive.com and enter the competition now. You can enter one more time. You could enter once a day throughout the course of Virtual IBC, but this is your last chance. If you haven't entered the competition now, well, you've only got a few hours to do it. 5 hours left. So get on in there, get your entries in. But without any further ado, I think we should head on in to our first presentation with Robert Rynitsky. But it's not going to be just him on there. We are also going to introduce our Boris FX team, who's going to be helping look after the chat and take some of your questions as well. I'm going to be joined by Mr. Ross Shane. Hello, Ross.
Ben, great to see you again.
Great to see you again. Day number 3. We're
Right.
still heading away. The Boris FX.
We're still here, and yeah, today I'm pretty excited about the presenters. I've seen Robert present at many IBCs in the past, so I kind of feel like I'm in Amsterdam this morning, and I'm especially looking forward to Christoph's presentation later in the afternoon. For those who have seen the Netflix series Dark, he recently composited a lot of the shots on that show, so he's going to be showing us some really cool stuff later this afternoon.
Yeah, Dark is one of those shows that Ross has not shut up about for the last many weeks. So
no spoilers, no spoilers. No. I won't mention what happens, but it's I highly endorse the show.
Also joining us is going to be the disembodied voice of Mr. Brian Fox, also from Boris FX. Are you here, Mr. Brian?
Gentlemen, how are we this morning?
Good.
We are very good. We're very good. So we've got a geographically spread out team here. I'm presenting from Denmark. Ross is over in New York. Brian is in Boston, and Robert is in Munich, I believe.
Yep, correct.
That sounds about right. Well, I'm gonna pass it over to Robert. Robert works as a designer based in Munich, Germany, and he's got a strong focus on motion graphics and animation, with a wide range of products from opening titles to showroom trailers, film projects. But I think it's probably best if Robert tells us a little bit more about himself. So, Robert, over to you.
Thank you so much. Just give me a heads up because I can't see or hear anything from my end if I'm carrying on well, sound-wise and everything.
Everything's
all
fine,
good?
Yeah.
Good. We're seeing your title screen right now, Robert, just to let you know.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to speak at Virtual IBC. As you already said, and as probably many are thinking, it would be much nicer to be there in person. But nevertheless, I think it's great that we are still using any available resources to at least share knowledge, inspiration, and information, as well as a giveaway virtually with everyone. So I would love to say, I love to see all your beautiful smiling faces, but I can't see them. But I'm pretty sure everyone is smiling in front of the screen just as I am. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Boris FX for inviting me again. And I'm thrilled to share some of my insights and some of my work that I've been doing the last few months, and not only just to share tips on which button to push, but also to share some of the deeper ideation process of why I did the things I did. So a little bit about myself. I do work as a motion designer. However, I studied design, and I don't want to put myself just into the motion design box. Do a lot of film work as well, a lot of traditional design work as well. So anything really that is creative, anything that really triggers this creative desire that needs to be output is fun to me. So of course, anything that moves makes my heart beat faster, but I don't want to be limited to that. I also speak a lot on events, as it was introduced already. So I like to share my knowledge. I've been very fortunate to be invited by top companies to speak on their behalf on many shows. I like to teach a lot. I like to give back because I was fortunate enough to have very good friends and mentors in my young career. So I'm using a range of products. Mostly it's After Effects, of course, with Cinema 4D as a 3D tool. And I'm always saying that I'm not the best in After Effects, I'm not the best in Cinema 4D, and I'm certainly not the best at using the Sapphire effects, but combining everything and developing I would say, a good sense of design and a good eye for composition and looks essentially helps me tremendously in achieving what I think is an okay picture. So I always say I always go until here or maybe here with a certain tool, but then adding other tools on top of that will actually create that final image. And I had to laugh in the intro when you said fake your way until it looks good, and that's exactly what I like to do as well. It doesn't have to be perfect or the right way, because there's really not a right way. It's just like a good way that that actually makes you happy as an artist, or makes the client happy, of course, because he pays your bills. Essentially, that's what matters. If it's like a physically correct reflection, or if it's just a fake thing, honestly, who cares if it looks good or looks right? So without boring you too much with my blah blah, images speak louder than words. I would like to ask Brian to play the reel. So it's going to be like hey Siri, play the reel. So it's going to be like, hey Brian, play the reel. So yeah, so Brian, please play the reel. So yeah, that about sums up the work of the last about, I would say, 2 to 3 years. So today I would like to talk a little bit about a project I finished a while ago, which is called Das Ende der Wahrheit. It was a feature film project. You might be wondering what that means, Das Ende der Wahrheit. It's German, obviously, and it stands for the end of the truth, if you would translate it word by word. The English title is actually Blame Game. It's an action thriller, a spy thriller about the German intelligence organization working with the American intelligence, which is causing drone strikes and all these things with spies overseas and so on. It's a pretty gritty movie. I wouldn't say it's kind of like Jason Bourne, James Bond, which is always like with a happy end and everything is unreal. It's pretty real and pretty grim. And when I was asked to work on that, I was very excited. It was produced by NHB for visual effects and Walker Worm Film for art and CDF. So these were the people involved, and I was thrilled, like this guy, to be able to work on feature film stuff, because as some of you know, it's difficult to get into that, and I haven't worked on too many feature stuff, to be honest. So it's always something I'm looking forward to be working in that field, especially when there's also the option of working on opening titles, for example, because opening titles to me are something that I want to do more, because it's kind of like, it's a little bit of movie making as well as design and typography, and you can combine multiple disciplines with it. You can do CG, you can do real like actually film stuff, combine it with typography and animation and design, and it's a cool field that I want to do more. So I was lucky enough to work on the titles, very simple titles, but I will talk about them. Adding CG planes to the environment, to the filmed plate, as well as CG drones and UI graphics. We won't have time to talk about the last two spots here, about the drone and the UI, but I will talk about the first two and how I use Sapphire to actually create the final look with those. So before we get to the actual content, I will play you the VFX reel of that movie. Some of the shots were created pretty much entirely by me. Other shots were created from the studio NHB. So it was a very, very small team working on that. Yeah, so that was that. I know it doesn't look like Marvel or anything like that, but then there wasn't 100 people or 1,000 people working on that. So everything that was drone and the planes and the UI was essentially just me. But I'm still proud for that project, and I'm pretty happy how it turned out. And let me show you how I used Sapphire for this. A little bit of background for Sapphire and my relationship with Sapphire. It's one of my absolute favorite plugin sets. I'm not saying this because I'm on the stream here. I'm saying this because it's true, because I've been using the Sapphire tools for about 15 years now. I did the math. I first started using the tools. Actually, it's longer. Hang on. It's more like 16 years, because I started them using first in my internship at a company called Seesucht in Hamburg, very good motion design studio. Then worked on my thesis short film, animated short film, where I first used them directly, and ever since used them and still use them to this day. Almost for every single frame, there is at least one effect from Sapphire. So let's talk about the opening titles. Of course, it features typography. Typography is important. As you can tell, for example, if you don't do typography well, if you don't have proper spacing and kerning between the letters, massage therapist could, come out differently, or 10 flickering lights could also maybe mislooked, as well as maybe faith as small as a mustard seed. I don't know. So always be aware of how you use type and why you use each type. So let me just use this das Ende der Wahrheit, which again means the end of the truth, with different fonts. For example, Arial looks boring. Everyone knows that. Alana is a nice font, but this looks more like Pirates of the Caribbean, so that wouldn't carry over to a spy thriller. Then again, the movie font, Trajan Pro, again, looks more like something rather epic, opposed to what it actually was. I don't know if you have to talk about this one, Comic Sans. Doesn't really work that well. And actually, this one is quite fun. Please keep the door closed. Thank you in Comic Sans, but please don't use Comic Sans. We are a Fortune 500 company, not a lemonade stand. Love this one. So friends, don't let friends use Comic Sans. This has to be said out loud. So I was thinking about which font to use for the actual title, and I was looking at the DIN font, and the DIN font, which stands for Deutsche Industrienorm, it's a German-based font for industrial stuff. And it's a font that you can see if you've ever been to Germany. It's all over the place. You are used to that font, even if you're not someone that is font typography fanatic, for example, or completely unaware. You will notice that on the signs for every city, on the street signs, Autobahn, and so on. But then again, look at it. If you would use the Comic Sans, it wouldn't work quite well. So again, this is an example for how it looks like on the Autobahn. And this is a font everyone is used to. It's an industrial font. And since this movie is also about the industry and about the German intelligence organization as well, I thought maybe carry over that theme of industry and technology. So I didn't want to use the DIN font because it was pretty obvious. And we found the type that is called Brutal type. So we licensed that font. It's very similar. It is very clear, the very, very clear appearance, very geometric. So that was used. And my initial idea was to use something that is like decoding a message. And I used this glitch effect. It's actually Sapphire digital damage. And I will show that in a moment. I don't know, maybe Brian can play that back from the off. Let me just pause that screen over there. Let me just see if, I don't know if Brian plays that back, but
Yep, I'm playing it.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So you can see it playing it back nice and smoothly, not captured from my end. But actually, let me just go ahead and, or maybe Brian can play the final, the actual title. I don't know if he has that. But just to see how the final looked like.
It's the kinetic one, right?
And then I will jump straight into After Effects to show you that. Don't worry if you don't see that, because it's actually about about this one here. It doesn't have to play back super smooth. So after I did some of the glitches and the first kind of drafts that I sent to the director, the feedback was, no, it's too crazy. We need to have something that is very subtle, like do a dissolve, like a fade in, a fade out. I'm like, well, you don't hire a motion designer to do a fade in, fade out. You know, everyone can do that in their editing tool. So I was a little bit hesitant to do that. So I came up with a more like a sophisticated dissolve. I will show you how that looks. But before I do that, I would like to show you like the initial thought process on how maybe that can be achieved. And let me just use this screen here. And you can see there's a little zoom and there's also a little texture. Let me show you how the texture was done. It's just you know, that background, and this is masked out. So if I turn that off, you will see that some scratches, and this is what is creating the texture for this one. So let's go back to this one. And like I said, my initial thought process was to do like a digital damage thing, like decoding something, something that is maybe coded, and then you get a password and you unlock it. So the way I'm applying the effects is using a little tool from Video Copilot, and you can find that tool here, and it's super good because basically you can just use like spotlight effects. So basically a shortcut, it's called VFX console, and you type S_digital damage, and what it does, well, actually it will play back right away without any keyframe, which is fantastic. So there's multiple reasons why I'm so strong about advocating the Sapphire plugins to colleagues, friends, and on the stream right now. It's multiple reasons. I will sum it down to three that are speaking to me directly. The first one is speed, and the second one is complexity, the level of how you can. I think maybe 3 or 4 what you call it, 4 stops before after the comma. So how precise you can set up and manipulate the effects. And the third one is ease of use. So those things are really, really important. So it actually will save you a lot of time. It doesn't mean that you cannot achieve like a digital damage effect with onboard tools in After Effects. You totally can. But it will take you, I don't know, 3, maybe 2, maybe 4 pre-coms, and a lot of time to achieve a similar effect. And if you look at digital damage, this is super flexible. Let me just shorten down the timeline here. You can actually play with different settings. So if there's something that you don't like, maybe it's a little bit too bright with the bright noise, or maybe too wild, you can just put it down and just to have the flow, just to see what flow does. If you disable all of them, nothing happens, and you can go back and see, okay, what does the freeze effect do? The freeze effect gives you just a little glitch that is hardly noticeable. Then shift, okay, shift is looking cool. It's actually shifting the whole font. Bright noise gives you this over bright areas with a little bit of an outline. Pixelate is quite cool. It gives you those pixel blocks. Black noise does a similar thing. Inverts the whole thing for a brief moment. So I think I'm quite happy with this. Maybe not without the bright noise. Okay, so let's go with that. And how would you do this? Well, digital damage, again, this is like thinking outside of the box, because digital damage, you would think, okay, you take a piece of footage, you add digital damage to it. But I like to use these type of tools also to create dissolves and wipes. The onboard wipes from Sapphire are pretty good too, but sometimes using digital damage as a wipe is also a cool effect. You know, just have a glitch like and go to the next frame. So the way I would keyframe that is maybe bump up the intensity to maybe 1.5 to have it really strong, set a keyframe, and then go a couple of frames forward and then set that to 0. So when I play that back, you will see that we have a glitch, then it disappears, and then it can fade out or glitch again. And maybe you can also play with adding just another glitch, maybe right here. So after it has come on, Maybe we do a quick glitch here again. And then we toggle it off again. So we have something in between. So it glitches on, then again, a little mini glitch, and then it's off. And you can always play with the seed. If you don't like that, where you seed it right now, you can change the seed to have something that looks like this or like this. I don't know, let's say maybe that is better. And again, this changing the seed will also change the overall seed. So you can also, of course, keyframe the seed values. So you have very precise control. As I told you, you cannot just change the intensity from the first digit, but you can have up to 3 digits to change that. And this allows, like, I don't know if there are too many tools that allow you to change values on a 3-digit base or 4-digit base, like the Sapphire tools do. And of course, you have all the options of using mask and Mocha integration to further enhance that effect. So let's get rid of that one, and let me introduce you to another effect that I tried, that I showed to the director, which was, again, going into that more subtle fade-in effect. Again, this is not like just a fade-in as you would keyframe, but it's one of the wipes and one of the transitions from Sapphire, and it's called wipe clouds. Again, you probably could do that with creating a pre-comp with clouds that are moving, but actually using that is so much faster because all you have to do is just 2 keyframes, and this will give you this cloud-like effect. And for many plugins, you also have the option of having on-screen controls with them, so it's pretty good. So you can change the frequency, for example. You can see how this will change the appearance of the actual effect, so how it fades on. And it renders really fast. That's another plus on having a 2K comp here. Do I have a 2K comp? Yeah, it's a 2K comp. So that's an effect I use quite a lot. If it has to be like a really quick transition from one effect to another. So the director wasn't happy with this one as well. So I tried another one, and also tried with a bold font. And this one is BCC textured wipe. I've not been using Boris Continuum for that long, so I'm pretty new to that, but I played around and I found this effect. Again, probably not directly meant to be used like this, but I was just tweaking around with all the different sliders just to see what happens. And actually, it looks more beautiful with the thinner font, with the light version, and also in terms of what it communicates, it looks like a fade in, but the type is looking like it's dissolving in, so it actually is building and is getting more and more defined as we go. So it's almost like a write-on effect. If we zoom in really close, you will see what happens. It looks like the E is being painted on. So it's a very subtle effect, but you can notice it. And even just by not really paying attention to, like, okay, what effect has been used on the type, you will still notice it because it looks more high quality than just fading it in and fading it out. So how did I change the BCC textured wipe settings? Let me just reset them quickly, so you will see what you have. And let me just isolate them. So if you play that back, nothing happens for this one. You have, of course, on-screen adjustments. You can see how this will transition the wipe. Let me just show you that. But actually what I did was using not the auto animation, but the manual. So I want to have control about how much and how fast I control it with keyframes, the traditional way. Again, there's no right and no wrong. And I cranked up this, I turned down the softness a little bit and cranked up the blur. And if you zoom in, you will see what that will do. And also the choke is very important because the choke is actually choking away parts of the font. And again, you can play with on-screen controls very flexibly. So if you want to have direct result on this one, So you can see that. And then again, you can just play with the wipe. Just 2 keyframes again. So this would be done. And this would be the start. So let's just go down, playing that back. We'll create this effect. It would be quite crazy to actually create a mask for each of the letters and for the E and all, just to change that, just to have that effect. Plus, I could go in and create the English title for this one. Plain game. Going back, and it will carry over with the same effect, obviously, because it's a pre-comp, so no need to do any mask or something, and it looks just nice. So this was using texture wipe, maybe in a different way than it should be used. Another thing that I always add is Sapphire grain. I will talk about that a little bit later. It just gives you this extra touch on type, because it's not that clear, but integrates better into the not too grainy, but still there's some film grain on the background. And another thing that I always use is slightly blurring the type. And this is like a micro pixel beeping thing that I like to do. Let me just show you the difference. I hope it carries over in the stream well. If you go into 400%, you will see the anti-aliasing is not always perfect especially on type, and especially on thin type. So what I like to do is I like to use the Sapphire blur, because again, it allows you to have super fine control. And let me just show you the actual fast box blur opponent, as you would say. Let me just set it down to its lowest value, 0.1. Let me do a screenshot. And let me activate this one again. And I can put it to 0.3. This is how I would use it, just to have some better anti-aliasing on the edges. And if you look the comparison, it's quite crazy, because the lowest possible setting for fast box blur gives you a too blurred area. And then again, you have so many options to change that also in each direction, and the brightness, which is pretty amazing. So adding just this little touch, just to give it this little imperfection, is quite a thing. And also, please note that I didn't use white as the font color, but I used a slight shade of blue, bright blue, that integrates way better into the title card. So this is how these simple but yet not so simple titles were done. Just giving the extra oomph, as I guess a lot of you say, just to make it look nice. Are there any questions so far?
Yeah, that's wonderful, Robert. That's really interesting so far. And it's those small touches that seem to be really getting people quite excited. I've got a couple of questions. One is about font choice, and yeah, obviously you're right that font choice is very, very important. But do you go ahead and audition like several fonts for a client? Do you present them with several different choices before you get too far down the design process?
Yes, absolutely right. First of all, thank you, and for the kind words. And yes, when I say we, is I'm having a shared studio here in Munich. By the way, welcome to wonderful Munich. Didn't say that at the intro. We have a shared space here, so I'm working with some fantastically talented friends, and sometimes we work together on projects. Sometimes we work independently. But when I say we, is sometimes I work on the concept and the next guy works on the execution. That's why I always tend to say we. But for this one, I worked alone on the design part. So I did send out a few drafts. I think it was 3 or 4 different font presentations, just as a PDF, as a still. Just took a still grab of the background plate and just put in the font, just to give them some options. And a little trick that I always do is, because a lot about psychology, because a lot of clients, or even if you're working in an employment situation, then you have your creative director or your supervisor they like to feel like they can decide and shoot down certain decisions because they're like integrated into the process. So I like to do like one awfully bad choice and maybe 2 or 3 good choices. And somehow I like to stick out my personal favorites, so they kind of like, oh yeah, that looks really good, and the one that is like really really bad. I mean, I'm not talking about Comic Sans bad. It has to be somewhat reasonable, but obviously not matching, like Trajan, for example. Then they're like, oh no, we don't like that one, but they get the feeling of like being involved and being integrated into the decision making process. And this also helps you to fail fast and fail early in order to be able to continue with the right path. So thankfully the choice for the brutal type was pretty early, and then we could just go ahead. And actually the actual title, Das Ende der Wahrheit, it came quite late, because initially I think it was, as you noticed, it was called Das dritte Sterben, which was the working title. And so I had to be flexible in being able to change that, and calling it the way it was called came pretty late. So imagine if I would have drawn masks on all of those letters, and then the director comes, nope, we changed the title, and I was flexible. I just changed the pre-comp, retyped the thing, and off it went.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, one more I've got about text is, like, you were showing the little trick about adding a small amount of blur and adding grain to text, which that's a fantastic little trick that I think everyone should definitely take on board. Like, how often do you use like a texture on your text as opposed to just a straight solid color?
Good question. For whenever it's like a product promo, where you have beautiful product shots, beauty shots here and there, different angles, everything is high glossy, nice, I rarely use texture on that. Maybe a slight gradient. But if it is anything that usually integrates on top of footage, like in this case or in the other case, I mostly use some texture, or at least some grain, just to give it something that is happening within the actual shapes of the font. Even if it's just so slight, it just helps to sell it.
Yeah, wonderful. That's great. I think that's it for now. So
Cool.
yeah, please, if people do have any more questions, then head on over to borisfxlive.com, ask your questions there, or in the YouTube chat.
All right, I'll carry on with the next shot, which is integrating the Trans-L, the C-160 German old cargo plane, into this shot. And there's a lot happening with this shot. Obviously, this was created in Cinema 4D and rendered in Cinema 4D, and then imported as just a frame, because there's nothing really happening in that shot. It's an establisher for a scene where you can see the cars driving away, a helicopter taking off. So there's not too much happening, but the director didn't have access to the cargo planes anymore, and he wanted them to have them integrated into the shot just to give it more depth. And actually, there's also a second one. I just did copying and pasting and then just rendered it, but of course you have to charge more. I'm kidding, don't tell anyone. So this is the one in the background, and this is the one in the foreground. So how can you go from the actual render look to something that matches the frame more consistently? For the first thing I did was using good old levels, just to level out the black levels, just to match the darkest area of the plane with the darkest area of this shot. And then again, a little bit of curves, just to give it some more of that vanished look of depth. But then it got interesting, because what I had was this from the shadow map that I was rendering. It was giving me not 100% white. Maybe I did something wrong, not sure. I couldn't worry about that really. I didn't want to mess around. So I thought the easiest way to go with that is using matte ops. I always use Sapphire and matte ops if I want to tweak the edges. And then again, it's not it's not that there are not other tools that also do matte operations, but then again, it comes down to the fine amount of flexibility of how you can actually change that. So again, you have 3 digits of manipulating the shrink and the growth value of that. So let me just reset that really quickly. You will see that here is that bad matte, and then I can just dial it down ever so slightly. Of course, this is too much. It's even difficult to do it with the dial. So let me just go try to do 0.5, 0.6, maybe 0.8. Oops, minus. Yeah, we're getting there. So let me just go ahead and have it -2. So it starts to disappear. But the good thing is you can also add noise to that. So you can have a little bit of wiggle appearing on the edges. And then again, you have so much control about the edge softness. And this will erase some of the perfect edges you always get from CG renders, because CG is always too perfect. There's no camera that is that perfect than CG. And you have to know, for this particular movie, it was shot with some vintage lenses, so anamorphic lenses, and you can see a massive amount of chromatic aberrations on the edges. And this puts me to the next thing that one of my favorite tools, plugins, is Warp Chroma. I'm using this also for type. I didn't use it for the opening titles, but I'm using it a lot for type. It helps you to integrate the shot way better. So let me just reset that. This is how it looks when you apply it for the first time. You go like, what the hell is happening? But then you will see that the steps are quite substantial. So you can play with the Z distance here. So of course it's way too high. And if you do 1, it's essentially invisible because it's overlaying all the color channels above each other. But then you can go in, and again, you have 3 digits of control. So you can go in and say 9.95. Yeah, that's getting close, but it's still way too strong. So you can dial it down very, very finely, very accurately to match as close as possible. If you look at it at 200%, you will see that we're getting pretty close to that look. Maybe we invert it. So you can see that blue is on the left and orange is on the right. Then again, that's way too strong. So we're kind of getting there. It's a very subtle effect, but it will help to integrate the CG render into that. The next thing I did was adding grain on top of that, because the shot is grainy. So I'm usually using the frequency. It matches my comp settings. So in this case, 4096, which is 4K. And then you can play with the color amplitude to make it really strong or really subtle grain. And then I'm still not happy. So because of course it's out of focus, so I'm using Sapphire defocus, Z defocus, to just give it some blur. And by default, if you go in and reset it, it will give you something that looks, will take a while to render, because it has a super high defocused width at 84. So we'll calculate all the effects down from this 4K render, and we'll give you something that looks quite out of focus, to be honest, and not what we're looking for. We're just looking for that super slight effect. Here it's so blurry that it's almost invisible. So let's get rid of that, and you will see that I used a value of 0.8. Let me just do 1, just to make it a bit more clear. This is without and this is with. And then to finish it off, I'm adding another grain layer just to match it with the actual grain. If you zoom out, you will see that it integrates quite well with the shot. And if you render this out in 4K, and it was, I think, down-res to 2K as a master, it worked quite well looking at it from without and with the plane. So this is my little VFX trick or toolbox that I usually use for integrating CG renders. Just, taking the CG renders that are too perfect and then messing them up, even more for this because it used vintage lenses. But technically I use it even for beauty product shots. There's always a little bit of imperfection that adds to the final look. So I would go on to the next little project. But if there are any questions, feel free.
Hey, Robert, it's Ross. I have a couple of questions for you
Hey, Ross.
that kind of were
Of course.
inspired by the chat. One question is, I think it's really cool. I've known you in the past as a motion graphics designer, and it's really awesome and great that you're showing a feature film that you're comping in After Effects. And one person in the chat was asking, they weren't even aware that After Effects was used for feature film comping. And kind of to tee off that question, I'm curious how you worked with the colorist on this film. Did you do your comping in a flat, ungraded manner, or anything you could share about that workflow? I think would be really interesting for the viewers.
Of course, good question. It was something that gave me a little bit of a headache, to be honest, because I was like, I can't comp with, obviously it's filmed in a very flat look. I'm not sure which camera they used, but this was the plate that I got, so it didn't look great, to be honest. And so this is what I got, and it was even worse for this one. So this is another shot where I had to integrate the plane, which this is the actual plate, and this is the plane as it was integrated. So what I did was actually comping everything to match the flat look. As you can see, I matched the levels and as well as the curves. But for me, as a guide, I deleted that one for the presentation, but I had an adjustment layer where I added a lumetri set, and I received a lot. I don't think I have it on hand, but technically
so
I had a lot.
You did receive a lot from the colorist?
Yes, that was just like a really rough pre-grade that just gave me, and I think it was similar to this one, that just gave me a rough understanding of how much the blacks are crushed, and so I could bounce back and forth just to give me a little bit more of an idea of what the final will look like. But technically, I took that off when I rendered it. I rendered it out as a ProRes file. I gave them 4K 4444 ProRes with a maximum color depth. I was working in After Effects with 16 bits per color channel. It worked out quite well. I know there's a lot of back and forth about how you can use that, and you should use float and everything, but I didn't get any complaints from the colorist. It worked just well. Again, it was a shot that just had to look good, and they didn't have to go crazy on that. I think it was even slightly over bright in this area, but it worked just fine.
And what system, just so people know, what system do you know what the colorist is using, like Resolve or a different kind of grading system?
I don't know. I would have to lie.
No.
Because
okay, no worries.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just kind of interesting for those who are watching this when we're talking about color. Color for compositing is definitely a science in a sense, especially when you're talking about preparing things for a feature film projection, which hopefully that world will come back someday. But one thing just to mention too, because when you're working in compositing with the product like Sapphire, is that we did add OCIO color support. So you could work in a color managed workflow, even if you're in After Effects, which might not have native OCIO or ACES workflow. So I just wanted to kind of throw that in there for anyone who's curious about that.
Thank you. I didn't know that either. Go figure.
Yeah. Especially important when you're like adding lens flares and things like that, and you want to make sure that your lens flare is in the proper color space.
Yep.
Hey, Robert,
sorry to interrupt you, Ben. Are there any other questions? Or?
No, I think we can move on, and that's great. I've got tons of questions, but I think we should move on to the next shot.
Yeah, this is a really nice looking shot.
I'll just spend 5 minutes on this one because it's not terribly crazy. I just want to point out really quickly how this was done. So this was let me just render that through. So this was done for a short film for a director that is quite known in Germany for a couple of Netflix shows that he is working on, and he's also working on horror short films. which I quite like. And he asked me to work on the main titles for his horror short film called Follow. And the idea was so it starts in the woods, and it's about some mysterious stuff happening. And so I was inspired by that. So I took my Blackmagic camera, went to the woods, matched the lighting, because they were shooting it in, it was like, I think towards sunset. So it was going down, it was about to start to rain. So I filmed a couple of plates with shaky footage. So I had the idea of using this effect of when you align the camera to a certain angle, it will align with the fonts, with the type. And it looks like they're hanging whoever hung those fonts up in the woods, it must be some crazy reason. So this is the flat stuff that I shot myself. What I did was apply just a very, very basic After Effects 3D camera track. So what I got was some tracking points. It recreated the camera. And what I could do then was essentially, let me just show you this. So this is the camera. So you will see, I think you can see the camera. Where is it? Here's the camera. So this was basically the position I was in. So if you rotate around, you will see, now you can read the follow. But if you move just a little bit, you will see that everything is spaced out completely crazy. And but I laid out the actual positioning in the final frame, and then I just moved it around like crazy. And it's using the camera blur from the camera. And this is the look that I got. It's again flat and really not that cool. But I was playing with a couple of effects, and you can see Lumetri colors just giving you that bluish tint. But was even important, I'm not sure if it was used for the final, but I played around with it, is blur motion. As you can see, it's super fast. And this will give you this really interesting effect of intertwining blurs. It's really nice if you do try that with some visual effects like lights and glows and sparkles, and it gives you this nice effect. And I wanted to have the strong focus on the title itself. And because it's a little bit hard to read, so I wanted to make sure that your eye is really going to direct it into the middle to make it really clear. And the next one, again, warp chroma, I was using that crazy, like super high amount. I can bump it even up a little bit more just to give it more of like looking through a really bad lens, or maybe it's super mysterious. I don't know. It's up to you to decide why it's looking the way it looks. Then I added some grain, quite a lot actually. As you can see, this is the clean feed, and this is the grain. And then one of my all-time favorites is as well, I haven't shown this one so far in this stream, but I'm using it quite a lot, is a Sapphire vignette. And of course, you can do a layer and mask it out. But then again, it's so easy just to put in the Sapphire vignette. And let me just reset that. So this is the standard setting for Sapphire vignette. And again, you have the on-screen controls on how you want to manipulate the vignette to control how much you want to hide or you want to show. And you can always go ahead and rotate it as well to maybe have light from the left, because our reading direction is top left to right. And usually I go at where is that? The opacity to maybe 0.7, 0.6, just to make it a little bit. Sometimes effects should be rather felt than seen, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you just add too much to it, and you have to dial it back just to get it right. Again, there's no right or wrong, but sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you overdo things too much, and that's why it's good to have friends and colleagues and coworkers to like, hey, can you just take a look at it? Is this too much? And they go like, yeah, it is too much. Just take it back 20%, and usually that's it. But this is how that was done, and I think Brian has the actual final. The final one that was actually used. I sent multiple drafts, and he can play that back with perfectly smooth 24 FPS.
Beautiful work, Robert. Beautiful work.
Yeah, it looks great. Love the depth.
You know, to echo on.
Yeah, it works. It works quite well.
To kind of echo what Ross was talking about, like, you and I have known each other for a long time. Going back to the GenArts days, and and to see you grow from motion graphics into VFX has been fun to watch. Congratulations on that. Some really stunning composites.
Thank you.
And great to see you using the Sapphire tools. Great to see you using some of the old school classics. Mad Ops and Warp Chroma. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we have to change the starting preset for Warp Chroma. Not the first person to tell me that. Angus hit us up on Tuesday for that as well. So definitely.
You'd be like, what?
I remember asking Gary about that years ago, and he was telling me like, well, you want people to really see what it does off the top, and then for them to, then be like, ugh, like pull it back. You don't want them to wonder what's happening. But I do think that is one that should require a tweak. Some people just think it's like, they don't even know what it is. They think it's like an autolenticular 3D stereoscopic type effect, and don't understand it's really chromatic aberration. So that's definitely a good note. But
sorry to interrupt you, but one thing that I constantly do in fact with a lot of the Sapphire tools, because there's just so much. I honestly I would be lying if I would say that I know all of the Sapphire effects and what they do. Sometimes just play around and I just click on that help thing here, just to read what it does. And if that doesn't help, I usually go into the browser and say like, all right, like how does it look like? What does it do? So that's something that I regularly do.
Old school Sapphire on public domain image of Saturn, because Gary and Carl were too cheap to license an image. So good. People always wonder why is everything Saturn? Well, because it was free. It was a NASA image. So you should probably update that with some of the new better images of Saturn. But I mean, obviously, I started off using Sapphire on a smoke, so seeing the proxies all together in that kind of discrete workflow, seeing all the image of Saturn, very visual. But yeah, no, great to see. And by the way, I don't know anyone that uses all of Sapphire. Maybe Alan or I are at the 80% mark, but yeah, it's very rare. You really see people really are like 10 to 15 effects that are go-tos, but great that you have this huge big bag of tricks that you can dive into and play around with.
Absolutely.
Cool. I know that time is really short. But I've got one question. I think we've got time for one more question here, and I think this is quite one that people have been asking around about. So have you had what are your three main things to look for to try to integrate CG and live action, as you've done here and in your last shot as well?
The
so
three top things.
Three quick tips.
Yeah, lighting. It starts off by looking at what the original lighting is, and using that same lighting for whatever you're compositing. And if you're wanting to film something you composite, you use the same light direction, temperature. Same for CG. You light it the same way. This helps tremendously. Grain, because you will always have either film grain or digital grain or noise, as it's called. So that has to match, and camera imperfections. So this could be chromatic aberrations or distortions. So these are the three things. Of course, the obvious stuff like frame rates and stuff, but I don't think that has to be mentioned. But these are visually the three things that I would say.
Yeah, that's great. Yes, the importance of taking those imperfections from the real world and then putting these into the perfect images that you're getting out of 3D or even After Effects text. I think that's that's great. I
would go so far as to say understand how a camera works, what film does, what a shutter does, understand why it is so imperfect, and then you can replicate it easier because you understand, if the shutter was this and that, you have motion blur and you have depth of field if you have this and this aperture and so on. So these things help tremendously, at least for my workflow.
Fantastic. Ross, did you have anything?
No, I thought it was just a really, really great presentation. I love to watch other people's creative process, so I really appreciate that Robert was able to share not just, how he did something, but sort of the why, which is always great, especially for us internally at Boris FX. And we can certainly show our software and our tools, but it's really wonderful to see artists who are working and all, sharing their own techniques. So yeah, it was a great job, Robert.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
I wish we had more time. I think time has been the enemy of the whole of this virtual IBC up till now. It's very, very difficult to say goodbye, especially when we're there's still so much to be gleaned.
We could spend all day watching this, but thank you, Robert. I know I speak for the whole team when we look forward to hanging out with you next year in Amsterdam. Right?
Fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Stay safe, everyone, and happy virtual IBC. Thank you so much again.
Take
Thanks
care.
again.
Bye.
Right, we're going to be going on and well, let's give away some prizes, shall we? I think that sounds like a good idea. So our first prize is going to go to one lucky winner who has joined us on borisfxlive.com and entered the competition there, and that is George Stoffberg, who has won 12 months of the Boris FX Suite. So congratulations, George. That is everything that Boris FX makes, including Sapphire that we've seen just now, and Continuum and Mocha Pro, Silhouette and Optics. So well done, George. That's a fantastic prize you've got there. And congratulations as well to Nina Sati, who has won a free class thanks to our friends at School of Motion. Again, this is a magnificent prize. I've said it over the last couple of days, but I think School of Motion are doing some of the finest training out there at the moment, in my opinion. Yeah. So well done, Nina.
I got to agree with you, Ben. Joey and all the professors at School of Motion, just amazing stuff. If you guys haven't checked them out, definitely go out to School of Motion. I would say real professional training, like feedback, like they're really on the curve, I think, of what motion graphics education should be. I wish that was around when I was starting out. I would have
you and me both
sucked it up. So check out them at School of Motion. Fantastic stuff. And Ryan Summers' class too. Everyone should check that out.
Fantastic. Yeah, if you want to win some prizes, we've got a lot more prizes to give away courtesy of our sponsors. So if you head on over to borisfxlive.com and you can enter the competition there and chat with us, full terms and conditions are found on the website as well. So stay with us. We have lots more prizes to give away today, thanks to our sponsors, including a loaded Dell Precision 5750 laptop. So thank you very much, Dell, for supplying that for us, as well as more software from Accusonus, iZotope, Adobe, Avid. We got too many sponsors. HitFilm, Vegas Pro, Future Media Concepts. Thank you, School of Motion again, SGO, NVIDIA, AMD, Avid, Dell, Intel. If I've missed anyone, I will say your name again many, many times throughout the course of the rest of the day. But we are also going to be running a sale. Time is ticking on this sale. It's 25% off everything. It's our special IBC sale, and it is ending Friday, so it is ending tomorrow. And that's 25% off of new licenses, renewals, subscriptions, bundles. You want it, you've got it. And the code for that is SAVE25. But again, you can find full terms and conditions on the borisfx.com website. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our new guest, who is going to be presenting the next presentation. It is going to be Vin Moriali. Hello, Vin.
Hey, how's it going?
Very well, thank you very much. And you are coming from sunny Boston as well, I take it.
Not quite sunny Boston. I'm a little further north. I'm up in spooky Salem, Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. I've just got the chills there. Ross is going to be hanging around with us as well to help out with some questions. Vin, what are you going to be showing us today?
Today we're going to be going over we're going to be working in Vegas 18 Pro, which is very interesting. And we're going to take a look at transitions, specifically some of the new transitions that are available in Continuum from Boris FX. We're going to look at crash zoom, which is one of my personal favorites, as well as spin zoom to get some really cool effects. So we're going to go through, and I'm going to show you how how to kind of give a rundown of what's available in that in those pieces in those filters, and then we're going to move over. We're going to take a look at two filters that are available to artists in Sapphire. There's a really fun one that I like called Hyperpole, and we're gonna do some real cool things with that, and then we're gonna explore how to create your own visual effects. Or your own transitions directly in Vegas Pro with Sapphire Transition Builder, where you can take any effect that's available in Sapphire and just create your own effects from scratch. So it'll be very
Wonderful.
Fun.
Excellent. So if you've got questions for Vin, then go to borisfxlive.com and ask them there. Or of course you can go to our YouTube chat and ask them there as well. But I think, for now, let's take it away, Vin.
Hi, IBC. This is Vin Moriali with Boris FX, and today we're going to be taking a look at transitions. Everyone uses them. We all love them. We all need them from time to time, and we're going to specifically be looking at transitions in Vegas Pro 18 using both Continuum and Sapphire, all available from Boris FX. And what we're going to look at is a couple of the new filters that are in Continuum. Then we're going to take a look at some of the filters that are available to use in Sapphire. But I think one of the things that I'm really excited about is we're going to actually take a look at Sapphire Effect Builder to build our own transitions right inside of Vegas. And this is going to allow for some really cool customizations and all that. So as I go through, if you have any questions, we'll be answering them. And feel free to ask questions. And you know what? Let's begin. All right, so here we are inside of Vegas Pro 18, and what we're going to do is the first thing that I want to actually take a look at is how to work with transitions. Now, all transitions that we have, whether you're doing Continuum or you're doing something from Sapphire, will be available to you in the Transitions tab, and you can go and you can type in and search if you want, or you can go and select. First one that we want to look at is BCC Crash Zoom Dissolve. Now, this is part of Continuum, the Continuum suite, so it's available if you purchase the full Continuum or if you were to download the Continuum Units package. Now, in order to apply this, I have my two clips here. I have my dancer, and then I have some other footage right here, which is of this hacker. So what I'm going to do in order to set this up is I'm going to grab my hacker clip, and I'm just going to drag that and move that in to create a transition within Vegas itself. And this is a very basic transition. It simply dissolves from one to the other, nothing fancy. But it allows us to select our crash zoom dissolve, drag that straight onto our clip, and now it's applied as a video event. And I have all my parameters here, but it's applied to that transition. And what this does is, rather than just a simple transition, you can see that it is going to push that image forward and create a nice blur effect as it transitions from one to the other. It's a very cool effect. Now, anytime I'm dealing with any kind of transition whatsoever, any kind of effect, the first thing I want to do is see what's available. Get some inspiration and see what that filter is capable of. So I'm going to go up here to my FX browser and I'm just going to open that. And what the FX browser does is it allows me to preview the various presets that are there. Now I can adjust and just so I can see them all on screen at the same time. I can go here and I can select different effects. And these are all the effects that are available to me as presets with Crash Zoom Dissolve. I'm just going to hit play, and that's going to create a preview of what this effect does. And if I loop that, I can then change it, and you can see that it has there are various options. We can zoom and push. We can create a spinny zoom where it zooms out. So all very cool ideas, and this is just to give you a sense of what's available. And if I wanted to, I can then just say, you know what, I kind of like that. So I'm just going to click apply. And it updates my effect, and if I play that back right within the timeline, you can see that now that effect is there. Now, that's a start. Okay, so I can select that, and that's a good place to start. But what I want to be able to do is actually make some of these changes myself. So I'm going to look over here at my various parameters that are available in the Event Effects window. And the first thing that I'm going to come to is I have an animation parameter, and by default this is set to auto. Auto is pretty much what we're going to be using for this tutorial or for this demonstration, because auto is just, it's going to go from the beginning of the effect, the outgoing clip, to the ingoing clip, based on the length of the transition that we set up here inside of Vegas Pro. If I wanted to do something, for example, % done, this is going to allow me to set keyframes so I can manually adjust the completion of the effect. So if I wanted to take a little bit longer to transition in, I can do that. But for this demo, where we're going to be looking at various effects, we're just going to leave that on auto. Now there are a number of options that are available to me here. First thing here, zoom delta. I can go in and I can actually change how far that zoom effect takes place. So if it's at 0, we have no zoom effect, or we can have it really zoom out quite far. So I can make all those adjustments, and you can see it's updating in real time real quickly here. I can reverse the zoom direction if I wanted to. So by checking this, I can zoom out or zoom in, reverse that again, and there we go. We have different ways of playing with that effect. Motion blur, if I want to have it completely no blur whatsoever, I can disable this. But you'll notice that as we're zooming out, one of the effects is how the outside pattern, this is the original image here, and we have it sort of set up so that it's going to reflect the effect, but I can change it so that I can tile it or something like that. But I'm going to leave it on reflect, so it's going to mirror the image all around her. And that's a nice way of, when we zoom out, now we're not going to have any kind of black space whatsoever. So if I did turn that off, our zoom would show this black bounding, and we don't want that. So I'm just going to set that back to reflect. But if I wanted to include motion blur, I can actually increase it, and that's going to create, depending upon how strong and how fast our zoom is animating, we'll have more and more motion blur. The one thing that I would obviously, kind of point out is that if we increase our motion blur by a lot, it is going to take longer to render. So for that, I'm going to leave it roughly around here for this effect. Now, one of the important things is, where is this zooming? Now, right now, this is zooming directly towards the center of our frame, and you can sort of see the little cross key here. If I open up Zoom Center, I do have a widget, and I can set the location of where I'm zooming out to. This can also be done by grabbing the little widget here and creating, moving that around and repositioning that manually. So this is very, very handy for moving. And this is, we're taking the incoming clip with this one here. So that is how we adjust that. By adjusting the angle delta, I can sort of go in and change how much of it spins and in which direction we are seeing the spin. And the other cool thing that I want to kind of point out is that we can also create a prismed effect where we can separate the RGB patterns and pull that off to create a nice rainbow effect. If we reduce the sample count, you're going to see that there's more. There are fewer RGB separations, all the way up to a very smooth sort of RGB pattern there for your prism. Like the motion blur, the more samples that we have, the more it's going to, the more render time it's going to take. So I'm just going to bring that down just a little bit. And you know what? Let's just only create a little. If I wanted to, I could actually go in here and change the various colors of my prism. It's by default, it's blue, green, and red. But, I could go in there and make a change. Let's change that to orange, sort of an orangey yellow. We go in there, and that will update the types of coloring that we have in there. So that's pretty cool. What's really important that I want to show off on this is the region animation section. So I'm going to open that up. And right now, when we have this set up, by default, it sort of animates through. Let's see, we'll play this back here. It animates through, and it zooms out, and it's zooming on that central point, and the entire image is affected by this animation. One of the cool things that we can do, let's kind of move this right into the center area here, is I can select my region animation. I can come down to animation type, and I can select a couple of options here. Let's do animate out. And you'll notice now we have, there's a region here. And the region is by default circle, but I can also set this to line if I want. So we'll do a line, and I can change the angle of that line if I want. So if I want to set it at maybe 45 degrees, I can go in there and do that, and I can adjust the softness, which kind of retracts how hard that is, and kind of blend that out a little bit. And what this does is, rather than having it affect the whole image, I can now set up a region that animates outward. So in this case, we're going to have our spiral as it animates through that line, and you're essentially creating a wipe that moves across the screen. I think in this case, where we've created a spiral, we're going to change that to a circle, and you can just see going through, as we play through that, it can animate outwards to create that effect. Or if I wanted to we could do actually out and in, which will cause the circle to increase in size, and then zoom in and then zoom out. So there we go. The effect comes in, and then it circles out. So those are some interesting ways you can play with the transitions to create different effects that you look at that match the look of the project that you're going with. Definitely, as you're going through any of the effects, always pay attention to the FX browser to select a preset, but definitely try and experiment on your own. Now, there are a couple of options here that you'll see here: color and animation tuning, and we're going to take a look at them. They are available in each of the different filters that are available. I did want to take a look at another filter that is available in Continuum, and this is BCC Spin Blur Dissolve, similar in effect to what we saw with Crash Zoom, but we're not going to do the zoom animation this time. So we're going to spin blur, and I have again a dancer here, and we're going to transition to this dancer over here. I've set it up the exact same way. I've overlapped my clips in Vegas, and I've applied BCC Spin Blur Dissolve from the transitions menu, and you can see here Spin Blur Dissolve located right here in our transitions. And as I go through, that is going to spin and blur. So it's going to create a much more subtle, less of a zoom, more of just the spin that we have, the effect that we have there. And let's take a look at this. Let's bring this up in our event panel. So pretty much like what we had before, we do have the FX browser. So I want to go in and just show you that there are different filters, and we can have sort of different presets, excuse me, and we can work with the various regions to create different types of animations. That's a nice one that comes out there. We can spin it in different directions. We can create spirals that sort of animate and move around. So I'm going to hit apply. I actually kind of like this one, the spiral reverse. So I'm going to apply, and we'll just move to a point that we can sort of see what's going on. Now, as before with the Crash Zoom Dissolve, we have the same animation. We can do auto, and you can do things like adjust things like the angle delta and the direction of the blur. And this is pretty much what you saw in what we saw in the previous one. So if we want to change the angle of the spin or the amount of the spin, we can certainly do that. But what I want to point out for this one is point animation. So right now, this is spiraling in a specific direction. It sort of moves around a little bit. And I can actually set center A. So what this is doing, this is saying that this is the center point right here of the outgoing clip. Center B would be the center point of the incoming clip. If I want to have full control over where my transition moves between those two clips, I'm going to select my point animation. I'm going to actually change that A to B. And this is going to give me, I'll have access to this, the widget where I can select the center point. And that, like we saw before, is going to allow me to move my outgoing clip, which would be center A, and my incoming clip, which will be center B. So if I wanted to move it, for example, down here. Now you'll notice that as I move it on the screen over here, the widget on the screen up here updates, and I can certainly grab those and move those around if I want to do fine-tuning positioning. The difference between where I'm setting the animation up here when I'm adjusting the center point and when we saw adjusting the center of the spin in Crash Zoom Dissolve, the previous filter, is that if I were to animate through here, it's actually going to animate between points A and B. So it's not just going to focus in on point A, it's going to animate starting the zoom from where the outgoing point is and end on center B. So if I were to play that back, you'll see that it starts there and it moves the effect. It moves the effect around those points. So our animation, our spiral starts here, which was center point A, and will end down here. This is where the edge of the spiral is taking place. So that gives you a lot of control where you can zoom in on one or spiral in on one section and move to another, and so animate your transition from various points, not only within from clip to clip, but locations within the clip themselves. So that's kind of a nifty function that's available with Spin Blur Dissolve. As we saw with Crash Zoom, I can adjust my prism amounts, change my color chips if I wanted to. So if I wanted to increase the amount of prism that we see here, I can certainly do that just as we saw in Crash Zoom. Region animations, also the same. So like I said before, you can select, animate that out and select either a circle or a line and sort of make those adjustments to create funnels and interesting looks where you're animating a specific region. Now, one of the things that we didn't look at on Crash Zoom, but it's available on Crash Zoom, and in fact in many of the filters that are available through Continuum. But one of the things that I want to point out, and we'll take a look here, is the ability to adjust coloring. And what we have here are parameters for a brightness peak, contrast peak, and saturation peak. And what this means is as the effect is transitioning from the very, very beginning all the way to where we're mixing and the effect is in full 100% mode, it's completely blended to when it comes out of the effect. Right here, dead center, at its peak, at the peak of the effect, we have the ability to say, let's adjust the brightness. We'll increase the brightness a little bit. We will increase that contrast. And you know what, let's pull the saturation down. So what this will do is this gives us a way of increasing the brightness and saturation, changing how as it progresses through the effect, we can see that it's going to increase. I am going to, just so we can take a good look at this, where are we going here? Selectively pre-render. We'll just pre-render this effect so that we can see that, and that'll just take a couple seconds for it to go through. And I wanted to do this just so you could sort of see, what's going on here without Vegas having to process the effect in real time. So as we go through and we play through, you'll see that we get this bright flash. It increases the brightness all the way through. And so this is a nice way of, if you want to create this transition where it flashes or it's drained of color or there's some other additional modification to its color, contrast, brightness, you have full control over that. For example, if you even wanted to, you could bring the brightness all the way down and go through again. And as before, it starts to fade out and then it fades in. So you could, you have full control over that and how the color is represented. In addition to that, and this is available on all Continuum effects, you have animation tuning. And what this allows me to do is we've set it up so that the effect sort of auto animates. So at the beginning here, it's about 0. So the effect is not an effect. It starts to ramp up about halfway through. That's where you get the full ramp up effect, and then it starts to ramp downward. the ease curves will allow me to have greater control over when that effect comes in. So I can pull this back and say, all right, I want this to start off negatively. So it comes in and it automatically is in that effect. That's not sort of what we would want to do because you create this abrupt transition. But if I were to come here and say, all right, I want it to come in a little bit slower, ease itself in, I can then go back and play, and it takes a little bit longer. So this will allow me to, if I were to adjust that, spend a little time where it comes in a little bit later, and then give it a little bit more time to, let's ramp up much quicker, and then we'll ease out a little bit slower. So this will allow you to make changes to how that effect actually comes into play. So you don't have to go just the standard eases in, comes up to 100, eases down. This will give you what's necessary to sort of this will allow you to have greater control and fine-tuning over how that animation plays out over a period of time. So all of this, the FX browser and the animation tuning, all of that, these are things that come standard with Continuum. It's part of the Continuum Complete suite. It's also part of, if you were to just download the units or purchase the units, Continuum Transitions. Both of those filters, along with other transitions, for example, RGB displacement and light leaks and transitions and things like that, those are all available as part of Continuum Transitions unit. But what I want to actually take a look at is Sapphire. So Sapphire effects, which are separate from Continuum, it's a separate suite. Well, it's available as a separate suite, but it's also part of the larger Boris suite, which gives you access to Continuum, Sapphire, Mocha, the whole shebang. But let's take a look at least one of the filters that's available in new filters that's available in Sapphire. And this is kind of a fun one. It's similar to Crash Zoom, but we can do a lot of interesting things with it. So, okay, again, we're sticking with some dancers here. I have my dancer here. He's doing kind of his thing here. And we're going to transition to this lovely lady who is doing a dance on a boardwalk. All right, and so what I want to take a look at, and as part of Sapphire. Now this is separate from Continuum. So if you have Continuum installed already, or if you have purchased Continuum Transitions, this is something that's separate. This is part of Sapphire, the Sapphire suite from Boris FX. Now the transition is called Hyperpole, and it's a really cool one. And it's set up a little bit differently, so let's take a look at that. The first thing is, clips are still going to be set up the exact same way. Again, we have our two clips side by side. We overlap one so that we can create this region for the effect to go on. Now Hyperpole, Hyperpole is available in the Transitions group. So we can come all the way down here past our BCC effects down to our S effects, S standing for Sapphire. And we can come down here and we have two new effects called Hyperpull and Hyperpush. Hyperpull pulls an effect towards the camera, whereas push will push the effect away. So let's look at Hyperpull. And what I've done is I've taken S Hyperpull and I have applied it here, and we'll bring it up in the effect preset. And in fact, let's actually cancel that out because I already had one on there. I'm in my transition section. I'm just going to grab Hyperpull and drag that right onto my clip. All right, so what does this do? Well, it's going to create an effect similar to Crash Zoom, but we got a lot more going on here. Let's take a look and we'll play through that. Actually, what we're going to do is we are going to do everyone a favor, and we'll come up here, and we are really going to very quickly, let's pre-render that just so we can see. Alrighty, let Vegas do its thing. Alrighty, so Hyperpull is very cool in which it creates that nifty effect. So you can see, much like Crash Zoom, we are getting that zoom effect. And we are getting sort of the motion blur, and we have some of this lovely prisming here. But we also have a number of different things going on. We have some glow going on that we're going to take a look at. And there is this distortion in here, which I think is really, really cool. So let's take a look at how Hyperpull works and what you are getting with it. So as before, and as with anything, I highly recommend anytime you apply an effect, go up in here and see what the presets are. So I'm going to show this. I'm going to click on Load Preset, because this is going to be very different from the FX browser. So this is the Sapphire preset browser, and what it's doing is it's going to just scan briefly our folder to pull up all the various presets that are available to you with Sapphire. And so what we have here is we have a number of selections, and again, as with the FX browser, you can sort of preview and see what these effects look like. But you can see and kind of select through, and you can get a little bit of information as to what the effect does. Heavy motion blur makes rotates in sort of this very smooth pattern. It's designed by Brian Fox. It's a very cool one. So I'm going to select this one because I really like it, and I'm going to select Load. And like before with Continuum, that will immediately update the effect in our timeline. So when we look at the various parameters that become available to us, we do have slow in, slow out, and dissolve speed. So the first set, right out of the gate, these are the same as the animation tuning that we looked at a few moments ago, where I can adjust the speed at which the effect that will transition in, the speed at which will transition out, and the speed at which it dissolves. So I have full control over all of that right out of the gate. So you're going to get a longer dissolve transition if you make adjustments to that, and you can slow down how quickly it actually comes into play as you go through. So right out of the gate, the very first thing that you hit, you're going to be able to adjust that animation tuning. Now, one of the cool things here is we have pull through from and pull through to. Now this is pull through. We're going to pull the effect, the transition, from our outgoing clip, which is this gentleman dancing, and pull through to, which will be the effect, the incoming effect. So that will be our female dancer.
Hold on,
here.
I gotta change it.
So what I can do, Z distance from, this is going to allow us to change how far, what the distance is through that animation. So if it's going to animate sort of a further distance from its original starting point. So let's see, if we move out a little bit further, you can see that I can zoom in, zoom that out really far. And I have the ability to select that distance and update that distance. Center points. The center point here this is similar to what we just saw, where I can control where the center of that zoom is. Now, if I move the little widget here, you'll see that this is the outgoing clip right here, and this is setting out where the center point is for that outgoing clip, and this is the center point for the incoming clip. Let's actually move forward so that we can see that a little bit more. So we'll do, let's go here. Yep, that's a good spot. Nope, we'll actually move it a little bit further here. Wait for Vegas to update a tad. And this will update sort of where that zoom, where that image, the incoming image is being updated. So that's an easy way to set up sort of where you zoom out of and where you zoom into. And as we go through, you can see that we have the ability to adjust the amount of motion blur. So again, motion blur, like we saw before, we can increase the amount of motion blur that you see here, or we can decrease it. Now, one of the things that oops, sorry. Ignore that. Sorry, had a little lip there. So we adjust the motion blur, and then we can add things like if you wanted to add in some camera shake and really make this chaotic, we could enable camera shake. Let's adjust that just a little bit. We get some wobble going in there, and that allows us to create sort of this very chaotic. Let's we'll selectively pre-render this again. It allows us to create this very chaotic shake to it. I sort of did this on the fly, so I don't know if it's going to be anything that we'd want to work with, but it is an option that is there for you. Okay, so if I go in here and I play that back, you'll see that we have a lot of camera shake going on there. It's kind of creating these interesting ripples across the image. All right. So that's an option that's there. One of the cool ones is that we have the ability to adjust glow brights and glow darks. Glow brights, very simple. It's a glow filter, so we can adjust the brightness of the glow, increase that glow a little bit. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any kind of adjustment in the glow brightness, and that is because I have to come up here, glow brights, always got to enable our parameters here. So I'm just going to move to an area where we can see the image a little bit more. We're going to enable glow, and that's going to turn on the glow brights, and it's simply a standard glow filter. It's part of S-Glow, and I can adjust my threshold. I can adjust the width. We can pull back on that. One of the cool things is if you want to create like sort of a more streaky pattern, you can adjust the width X so that you can create sort of like all these streaks that go through it. So that's a very nice way of adjusting. You have your blur, you have your glow, and you're creating sort of this nice blooming effect as you move through. Glow darks is an interesting one because where glow brights is going to take a look at the sort of the higher luminance values, higher areas of brightness, and create a glow there. Glow darks is going to do the opposite and create that sort of glow effect along the darker section. So we can expect to see some change here. And as we adjust that, and let's increase this, our darkness threshold here. There we go. And we're getting some sort of some change to the dark areas, and there we go. So you create these glow effects, sort of this blooming and this blur, but it's centered around the darker areas of that effect. And as we go through, it creates a much higher contrast effect, which is very, very cool. So there's that. But the best part, I think the part that I love, is we can actually create this warp effect. So I'm going to go in and because we've done a lot of work, I am going to reset this one to default. So we've taken off pretty much everything that we've done before, and we've just have this nice effect that sort of zooms out. And what I want to look at is how this distortion works. So let's bring our cursor, our CTI, back here. Let's bring it forward just a tad. Come on, Vegas. You can do it. All right. So position my CTI, and I'm going to look at sort of this warp chroma detail. So what this is going to do is this is going to take the chroma, so the brightness and the color, and I can create a warp effect. And let's see here. Let's adjust this. We'll move forward just a tad. So that's going to create these bulges on the sides as we create sort of this interesting warping effect. And as we can increase the overall brightness of the scene, but basically we just want to create these distortions, this almost fisheye look, where it warps and blends the area around it. By increasing the amount of steps, we're going to increase the smoothness of it. We want to keep that right around the middle. That's going to give you some nice results there. I can also go forward and adjust sort of some of the RGB distortions. So this is going to create an almost liquid water effect, like you've got a droplet coming through. So you have with hyperpull and hyperpush, you have, in addition to sort of the standard blurring and lens effects, sort of the blurring and the spin effects and the zoom effects that we saw with Crash Zoom, you have more control over the glows. You have significant control over the warping of both the chroma areas as well as the RGB areas. And that can create some really cool fisheye lens effects and just all sorts of really cool things to play around with. So that hyperpull and hyperpush, which will animate in the opposite direction, those are available through the Sapphire, through the Sapphire bundle. But those are all good, and you know, one of the things that I had mentioned previously is, you know, anytime I look at an effect, I want to see what the presets are. I want to see what's been created, because I'm a creative guy. I like to sort of play around and work with the various effects that are there. One of the coolest effects, and in fact one of my favorites, is what's known as S transition. Now this is a transition effect. I'm going to go in here. I can search in my plugins. I'm just going to do S_transition. And there it is. This is a cool effect because this is the ultimate transition effect. Once you get to know and understand S transition, you will never need another transition effect in your life because you'll be able to create whatever you want. And so let me show you. So again, I've got my two clips here. I've got this young woman standing in a field with some flowers, and here she is lying down and she's reaching up towards the camera. So I'm going to go into my effects panel. I have applied S transition across my effect here, and Vegas just needs to catch up with me. There we go. Thank you, Vegas. Okay, so I have S transition here, and like I said, it's one of the most powerful, detailed transition effects available, and you'll notice that there aren't a lot of parameters. Interesting. It doesn't tell me what I can do. Well, that's because I have to actually go in, rather than loading anything. We'll get to that in just a minute. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to edit the effect. And this is where it's incredibly cool, because I'm not limited now to just any type of effect or preset, excuse me. I can go in and I can say, I can actually program a transition to do whatever I want. So this is what happens when you click on edit. We get to our effect builder, which is part of Sapphire and is unique to Sapphire. And let me show you what we're looking at here, because this is its own separate workspace, its own separate UI. On the left here, we have, let's see, 1 second. Okay, so on the left side of the screen here, I have my Components tab, and this gives me access to literally every single effect available in Sapphire. It doesn't have to be a transition. It can be a glow. It can be a stylize. It can be a render. You want a moon? You can add moons, clouds, gradients, laser beams, anything you want. You can create, you know, a very simple blur transition. You can create something far more complex. So right here, I have access to all of the effects that are available in Sapphire, and I can kind of search through them. This is my preview screen, and this is going to, we'll take a look at this in just a moment. Now, this is my workspace, and you'll notice that the workspace, for anyone who's worked in Resolve or worked with Nuke, this is a node-based effect editor. So I'm going to go in, and I have here, this is my from, this is the incoming clip. So this was the young woman walking through the field. I'll move back. So this is my from clip. My to clip is where we end up. That is my incoming effect. And right out of the gate, we have a node here. And I can move these around, by the way, and you can position them, and I'll show you why that becomes necessary in a little bit. And I have my default transition. And right here, default is set to just dissolve. So if I were to play through that, it dissolves. Yeah, it's a standard dissolve. But I can come down here and I can say, you know what, I would prefer to add cells. So this is going to then change the transition to one of the Sapphire transitions that's available. So now I have sort of this cell-like. And we're going to get back to that in just a second. So over on the right, just to look, this is where all of our parameters are. So if I want to make adjustments, I can, and it'll update in real time. Okay. The cool thing about this is I can now use my node graph to add unlimited effects in any combination I want to create the effect I want. Because I can move all these around, I can add effects up here, I can add effects on the outgoing, I can add effects underneath the transition, so it happens with the transition. Basically, when you look at the node graph, you've got your incoming clip and your outcoming clip, and these are all piped into the transition. So the transition is going to affect both where it comes from and where it's going to. And you can imagine they funnel through the transition and you get your outgoing result, which is the effect that you see up here. Now, when I say unlimited amounts of effects, I really mean that. And one of the things that happens when you add multiple effects, let's say I wanted to add, I want to add a blur and I want to add some glow. If I start adding a ton of effects in one by one in Vegas, it's going to, it eventually is going to really slow down. But here I can come in and you know what I am going to do? Let's go and get a glow. Alrighty, we're going to get glow. Drag that on. So now I have a glow. I've added glow. I have all my parameters over here. But no matter what I do, that's not really going to do anything up here because this glow is not attached to anything in my node graph. So what I want to do is if I were to attach my glow, I can just drag it, and you'll notice that as soon as I get by this piping, it'll light up. I can click it on there. Glow has now been added to my incoming clip. So if I were to go through here and start increasing my brightness, you're going to see that this is going to start to affect the glow in my scene itself. So let's increase my brightness here. Oh, let's really get that up. So we can go through here, we can adjust, we can change the color of the glow. Let's say we want to make it more orange, maybe it's, there we go. So we can start adding glows and really kind of working in here. But because I've added it before my transition, if I play that back, you'll notice that my glow only applies to the initial clip, the incoming clip. It's not applying to my outgoing clip. This is really cool in that I can simply apply it directly to one of the clips, or I can detach it. Now you'll notice that nothing is showing here because our incoming clip is no longer attached. So just grab that arrow, and there we go. And then I move my glow here. And now as I play through, my glow will affect both the incoming and outgoing effect. So where you place the node, where you place the effect, will affect the look of your, well, it'll affect the look of your transition. But the cool thing here is you can start stacking effects. So let's say I'm going to go in and I'm going to, let's add a blur. We're just going to add a generic blur. I'm going to drag that, add that right to the effect. Now I've selected the blur and my parameters are updated here. Let's bring that blur down. And we'll bring it down about, no, it's not enough. Well, we'll keep it right there. And we'll adjust that a little bit, create something nice and streaky. Oops, I did not mean to do that. We'll leave that on the color. So I can then go in and let's say we're going to go in here. We're going to change this. We're going to make our glow a little bit more on the blue side. When I play that back, it's going to still, it's taking it as one effect, and it will transition and add my glow and add my blur. Now let's do something a little bit even cooler on that. Let's come down here to distort. Let's come in and we'll bring in, we'll add some distort to our effect. And what does distort do? Well, let's distort the amount a little bit. So distort's going to create all of these nice sort of ripples and sort of water effects. I'm going to come up here to my glow. I just want to pull back on this just a tad. We're going to turn these off, in fact. So let's bring our blur amount down, just because I really want you to see what's going on with distort. So we're going to come in here. I'm going to adjust the distort effect to create sort of this really ripple look, this watery look. So we'll do that. Oh, actually, let's bring that back all the way, and now we've created sort of this frosted glass look. That looks pretty cool. So by adding the effects on, we have the various, we can stack our various effects. We can add in our blur and add in our distortion. And when we go through and play it, we start to get these this very nice sort of glassy look to our effect. So with Transition Builder, I can create various effects. So right now, I can create as many effects as I want. I've got an unlimited amount. If I wanted to create bubbles, if I wanted to create different effects, I can just stack them on either, straight down through my node graph. I can add them to, the animation as it comes in. I can add it to the animation on its way out. I could, let's come down here and do like a plasma wipe instead. So as it plays through, that water, it creates this watery transition effect. So you can then create any kind of look that you want. This is almost like a transporter effect as it goes between each of them. So you have full control over how you want to design the effect, what effects you want to add in there, and you can create your own look. Now, everything that's set up, well, for starters, if I wanted to, I could load a preset for each of the individual effects, or I'd go in and manually adjust them. But right here, you'll notice that each of the, let's go over to a glow. Let's see here. We'll go over to the glow, and we'll see that each of the effects in the parameter window has this little icon here. If I click on this, we have the ability to, just as we saw with the animation tuning, the manual parameter animation tuning, you are able to adjust the animation, the way it animates in, animates out, and the start time and the dissolve, and how long it takes to get between each of them for every single parameter and every single effect. So that's not just saying for the transition as a whole, that's saying for glow. I'm going to say that the brightness, I can manually select how quickly it comes in, whether it animates in quickly, whether it animates in slowly, or I can select from presets where it animates in quickly and then comes out, or animates, in a different direction, or just comes in straight across the board. There really is, you can go with the presets that are there, or you can manually make all of these adjustments yourself. And you can see here the ease curves and how that gets adjusted. And you can come in here and make sort of those adjustments so that you have full control over how that effect looks. Now, if I hit OK, it's going to apply that effect. Give it a second to apply it. I'm going to move this so that we have a longer transition. And then I'm going to come through here, and there you go. It animates through. And one of the things that I wanted to point out, and I mentioned it earlier, Vegas looks at this as one single effect. It doesn't look at it. It doesn't look at it and say, oh, we've got a glow, we've got a distortion, we've got the blur in there. So that's like 3 effects that it's cramming down onto one transition. It's looking at it like a single transition. So you're able to go in there, create an effect that you want to use with the parameters you want to use, and then allow Vegas will look at it and render that very, very quickly. But I want to show you, I did this very, very simply. I added, if we go back into the effect editor here, when I created this, I added in, very basic. You've got your incoming clip, your outgoing clip. We have a simple transition, and I added three effects here: glow, blur, and distortion. You'll notice that over here, there are other nodes that you can link up. So you can link up masks, you can link things to backgrounds, create masks, add it to different lensing effects. And I'm going to show you that this is literally the simplest thing that we could do in the 20 minutes that we're looking at this for this demo. But I'm going to cancel out of here, and I'm going to go up to load preset. I'm going to show you some of the crazy things that you can do here. Now, when I load the preset, when I have my preset browser, I do have transitions. But what I want to do is not select transition. I want to go to builder effects. I'm going to come in here. I'm just going to load the builder effect, and I'm going to come in here and search preset for strip. Here we'll do I'm going to do strip scramble. I'm going to load this one up and kind of go in here, and it's going to load that effect, and I'm going to do edit. That's going to load my effect builder. We're going to go back in here, and you can see, my goodness, there's a lot here. If I zoom out, you can see, let's zoom to fit here, you can see that there is literally, when I say there is absolutely an unlimited amount of options available to you with Effect Builder. You can see what we got going on here is we've applied a rack to focus to the incoming clip, and that sends to a mask, and that mask has movement to it, and we have all these masks that are cut out, and then everything is composited together, and you can see that as we come down here, let's see here, we composite it, and then on the other one, on the incoming, we also have our rack to focus, and we have various masks that are associated with it, and all of that is funneled into a card flip transition. And when we get our eventual effect, let's see if we can play that back, we have this, it flies out, it flies in, you create this really cool effect. And that's not a transition that would be normally available as just a standalone filter. That is something that one of our developers created. And it shows you the extent to which you can work with SFX to create these unbelievably professional transitions quickly, easily, put them right into Vegas, and share them with the world. So that's pretty much what I have for this. So just to go back, with in Vegas 18, we have Continuum. There are Continuum transitions that are available to you, and some of the new ones that are available in Continuum 2020 are Crash, our friend Crash Zoom Dissolve, that allows you to create these really cool crash animations that zoom in and out. We do have some spiral blur transitions, hundreds of presets that are available to you to use professionally designed presets. As part of Sapphire, you now not only have all of these wonderful hyper pull, hyper push effects and all the transitions that come with it. You have the ability to use S transition to build your own effect and do an unlimited amount of work with it. But yeah, that is my presentation. If there's any questions, I would absolutely love to answer them.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Vin. That was wonderful. That's
my pleasure.
You managed to get in my favorite, actually all of my favorites of the new transitions of the past. Probably at least the last year, I reckon. Like the way that you can use those for doing a huge amount of dynamic work, whether you're doing sort of travel log stuff or music videos, or you just need something to really like pump through the those dynamic transitions. Those are my go-to ones at the moment.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun to work with, and you get some really, really fantastic results from them. And as you can see, working in Vegas, it runs very, very smoothly. I think I only had to pre-render a couple of times. just for some of the more complicated stuff. But they run really nicely in Vegas.
Excellent. Oh, Ross, were there any questions from the chat?
Yeah, well, I think that Vin got a lot of appreciation just for showing Vegas. Boris FX, we've been supporting Vegas as a host for quite a while now, and we continue to work with the customer base and improve our products. For many years, we've had different bundling options with different Vegas bundles. And I think that people are really digging. We tend internally to show a lot of Adobe and sometimes Avid, but I think that it's great to share the love to the I think they call them veg heads, don't they? I've heard someone say.
I've heard it. Yeah. Apparently, it's
definitely has a very dedicated fan base. I enjoy doing the videos for them.
They call them veg heads now.
Vin has become our sort of unofficial face for Vegas here at Boris FX. So if you watch any of our YouTube videos with Vegas, it's going to be Vin who is going to be taking the lead on that. So that's wonderful stuff.
And I would also just mention that a lot of Vin's tutorials, you can always go to the Boris FX website and you just browse by host, and then you'll find all the Vegas related tutorials sorted by, in the under the Vegas section, which is just a great way to see all the tutorials.
Absolutely. I mean, we looked at Vegas a lot here, but how do these transitions work in other hosts then, Vin?
It's cross-platform. So Vegas is an OFX host. So what you see me do here in Vegas, you can absolutely do in any other OFX host. So Nuke, Resolve, HitFilm, Nuke and Resolve primarily, and then additionally, you can also obviously it works in Adobe, it works in After Effects, Avid, and the great thing is if I'm working as a visual effects editor, and I create a preset. So, example, I create something in Builder, and I create that preset, and I'm working with it in Vegas, but I've got an editor that's working over in Premiere, and I need to switch between the two because it's so cross-platform and there's such integration across all the platforms with Boris FX and Sapphires. I can save that preset that I've created and send it to whoever's working in Adobe Premiere or in Avid or in Resolve, and they're going to have access to the same visual effects that I've created and I'm working with. So that's a real nice integration between the various hosts.
That's right, and you can even make sort of shared preset resources as well. So a whole team can start sharing those presets together, which is great. And I think your builder demo was great. I think it's you touched on very close to the end, just that there are builder presets as well, builder transition presets as well, and I think
there's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of them. They're really nice. Sorry. But we're I did a very basic sort of overview to sort of show what is available and what the potential there is, and I know that later on in the day you are going to give us a taste of Builder in greater depth and show some really cool stuff.
Yeah, I am indeed. I'm going to be showing some of my little secret recipes in Builder and showing how we can start to use those. So that's going to be coming up in 2 hours time. In fact, I've just seen the time. We have to move on. Thank you very much, Vin. That was a great presentation.
Oh, you're very welcome. It was my pleasure.
Thank you. We've got to give away some stuff now. I think actually very, very fitting for what we've just seen. We're going to be giving away a license of Vegas Pro 18. And the winner of that lucky license the lucky winner of that license is going to be
Ben. Why don't you give me a second to get that graphic together, Ben? Let's talk about something else for a couple minutes.
Let's talk about something else then. I'm going to talk about the next presentation.
There you go. Give me 1 second, Ben.
Coming up after this, in fact, in 2 minutes' time, we're going to have the wonderful Mary Poplin joining us again from LA, and she is going to be talking about
Mary.
I'm going to be talking about.
Mary.
Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know that you were introducing me. I'm going to be
that was a
talking
way
about.
of throwing to you.
I like it. I like it. I'm going to be talking about using Mocha inside of the Boris FX Continuum toolset inside of Avid. So for all you cutters who are trying to apply effects inside of your editor, I'm going to show you how to do that.
Fantastic. Yeah, and
this is
that's going to come up into.
Sorry. I was just going to add,
Please,
Ben.
Rob.
Yeah, this is some really cool stuff that Mary is going to show. As you guys know, over the years we've added the Mocha tools to all our products, really. So I think a lot of Avid editors will get a lot out of Mary's session.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope so.
Oh, look at this! We have the wonderful, the wonderful Brian Fox has found his graphic for the winner of Vegas Pro 18, and that is Ashish Chauhan. Thank you very much to Vegas Pro for sponsoring our prize today, and congratulations to Ashish for winning that prize. We will be in contact with all of our winners in the coming days, next week in fact, telling you how we can get those together. And congratulations also to Nili Imura, who has won a 12-month subscription of Boris FX Suite. For those who don't know what Boris FX Suite is, it is everything that we create. So you'll be able to you'll be able to play with Sapphire and Continuum that you've just seen Vin working with, but also with Mocha Pro, Silhouette, and Optics. So congratulations to you too. If you didn't win a prize, no fear, everyone is a winner here at Virtual IBC 2020. We are we have got a 25% promo on everything that we have as well. So it's a 1-week sale, which is ending tomorrow, ending Friday, the 11th of September. And that is 25% off all of our products, including Sapphire, Mocha Pro, Continuum, Silhouette, and Optics, or a bundle as well, whichever bundle you wish for that. And thank you very much to our sponsors as well. So we've already given away some nice prizes. We have got lots of things to give away still, including a loaded Dell Precision 5750 laptop to one lucky winner, plus a license for Nuke, courtesy of the Foundry. And we have also got prizes and have given away prizes from our other sponsors, including Accusonus, ActionVFX, Adobe, AMD, Avid, Dell, Future Media Concepts, HitFilm, Intel, iZotope, NVIDIA, School of Motion, SGO, and of course, Vegas Pro.
Hey Ben, let me jump in just to screw you up even more. Something that is not on this slide that I want to point out, on this Dell laptop, we're going to load this up with the Boris FX Suite as well. So the Dell laptop is going to come with all the Boris FX products for a year. This is a really professional workstation. In terms of a laptop in the PC market, I don't know if you're going to get better than this machine. So one lucky winner today is going to get a pretty nice prize. And I think, Ross, you had the idea. We're gonna give away a license for the Boris FX Suite as well. So yeah, good luck to everybody out there. Are Boris FX employees eligible to win said laptop?
Yeah,
I'd like to enter in to have that.
If you look at the full terms and conditions,
I'm working on my Dell laptop. Go ahead.
No, sorry, you carry on, Ross.
Oh no, I was just going to say I've really enjoyed having my Dell Precision for the last couple of years, and it's actually really fast. And the great thing about these Dells too, for me anyways, is they're super robust. Carrying, visiting clients, taking them on planes. I've never had a problem with this machine. So, just a big shout out to Dell.
Yeah, I've been working on my Dell laptop as well for about a year as well, and it's amazing what a difference having like a professional grade laptop actually makes when you're out in the field. You can trust it to actually be able to do the jobs that you want it to do when you're in like a client facing environment. It's very important that you don't have something that's just hanging by a thread and about to fall over at any moment. So I've been very happy for mine as well.
I call it my
think,
portable
Mary,
desktop.
You're actually going to be doing your presentation on your Dell.
I will be. It's true. All right.
Well,
should we get started on that?
Shall we have a little look to it? Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So I'm going to switch over to screen sharing really quick here. And let's go to, here we are. All right, guys. So here is my screen, and we're inside of Avid. And I'm going to be showing you how to do a couple of different tasks in Avid. One of the things I'm going to show you how to do is how to do a screen replacement. It's going to end up looking like this. Where this is like the premise here is that she's using her phone as a card to pay the wait staff. We also are going to be showing you a little bit of beauty work. So we're going to talk about Beauty Studio and a little bit about cleaning up skin. So we have this beautiful woman, but we want to, just address some of the lighting issues on her skin and smooth out lighting. So we're going to do that. And then we're also going to show you how to remove a logo using the BCC remover, the Continuum remover. And we're going to drive all of these effects with Mocha inside of the BCC tools. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to create a screen insert on top of a green screen inside of Avid. And what we're going to do is we're going to use Corner Pen Studio to create the track. And then we're going to use a tool called Primat Studio to pull a key over the top. And what we also need to do is we need to make sure that we are actually dropping the image that we need to put behind our Corner Pen Studio onto our timeline before we apply that effect. So let's go to our bin over here and let's take our credit card and let's just put it right here on our timeline, just like this. So we've got our little credit card and our original clip set up here. Now I'm going to need to go into my effect palette and I'm going to need to find Corner Pen Studio. So we're going to find Corner Pen Studio right here, and we're going to drag and drop this right onto our setup. And you can see that that tries to composite this already. We actually don't want to composite it this way. So what we're going to do is we're going to say the background is going to be the filter layer. Excuse me, actually the background is going to be first below. And what we're going to do is we're going to launch our Mocha inside of this. So we're going to go to Motion Tracker and we're going to launch the Mocha Motion Tracker. And what that's going to do, excuse me, we want our background set as, we want to apply this to the foreground and that's going to be first below. Let me just double check something here. We've got our background, yeah. So first below and apply to background. Right. So we're going to go to apply to background and first below. You got to set it up right or it won't work. All right. So I've got my background and I've got my insert over the top. So that's obviously not where we want our insert. So we're going to go back into our effect mode, select our layer, and we're going to go ahead and launch the Mocha Motion Tracker. Sorry, I got mixed up there. I don't often work inside of Avid. All right, let's go over here. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our little shape here inside of Mocha. And the thing about shapes inside of Mocha is we've sort of already set this up for you, but the shape might not actually be what you need. You can either make a new shape and link this track to it, or you can change this shape. I'm going to opt to change this shape just because I like to have a little bit cleaner shot. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that we have taken our shape and aligned it to where we want to track. Now, unfortunately, for people who have never used Mocha before, you might try to set up your shot just like this and then begin tracking. What that's actually going to do is give you a lot of problems because let's just show you. If I were to take my corner pen and align it to my screen here, all right, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to have our track not work correctly because of all these reflections. So if I hit track forwards, we're going to end up tracking her thumb motion and the motion of the reflection. And you can see that it's going to drift a little bit. And that's not what we want. We don't want that drift. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to adjust our shape. So I'm going to turn the surface tool off for a minute, and I'm going to use my add points to spline tool. And what's cool about this add points to spline tool is you can come in here and you can cut out this reflection. Okay. And you might think, well, why would you want to do that? Well, the reason you want to do this is because if you don't cut out this reflection, what Mocha is going to do is Mocha is going to try to track the reflection on the screen and this thumb moving over the top, and we really don't want that. So what we want to track, I'll just turn my matte on so you can see, and let's make it a color you can see. We want to track the edge of this screen. This is a really important concept in Mocha. Mocha is a planar tracker, and as I've mentioned before about how Mocha works, Mocha is looking at all of the texture data that's moving in a planar way, or which is to say moving in one direction inside of a spline, and then the surface tool is actually what that spline is doing. The other thing that I want you to notice here is that I'm tracking just a little bit outside of the object I'm trying to track, and that's because that will give Mocha better data while I'm tracking. So let's go ahead and turn our surface tool on so you can see, and let's hit track backwards. And let's hit track forwards. And notice also, because I'm tracking much less texture, how much faster we are tracking. Mocha does leverage the GPU, but you want to make sure that when we are leveraging the GPU, that we are also tracking the pixels that need to be tracked and not extraneous pixels. So oftentimes when people say that Mocha is not working for them, it's because the track isn't good in the first place. If the track isn't good in the first place, make sure that you're not tracking objects that are moving differently. All right, and I still see we're having just a little bit of a problem here with just this tilt up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take my shape and I'm going to change the shape of my my shape just a little bit. Excuse me, just a little bit, and make sure that we are tracking through that. So let's just move this here. There we go, and track through again, and we should get a better result because we're not hitting. Yep, we were hitting the bottom of the thumb before, and you see Mocha does what you tell it to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this corner pin. Let me just go ahead and make sure that it is aligned perfectly to the area that I want to replace, because this is what our corner pin studio is going to express as. Let me turn the mats off so that you can see. Our corner pin is going to express as all four of these points. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. And what we can do is we can make sure that this is going to work by just visually checking to see if it looks right. And what we can also do, which is pretty nice, let me bump this out a little bit and move this over. Being a little bit of a perfectionist, but that's okay. What we can do is we can check this track visually before we close it. So that looks good to me. So we're going to save and close. And now it will take our card and it will apply it to our area. Now I can see that this is applying in the wrong way. Okay. And that's because when we put our card in, what we needed to do is we needed to align it to the size of the original clip in order to have it work properly. But when we took our corner pin and applied it, we applied the top left corner to the top left corner here, and that's not going to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to launch our Mocha motion tracker again, and I'm going to show you what to do if that happens. It's real easy. It's very easy. So we're going to take our, we're going to take our surface tool, and we are going to move our surface tool. So let's just move this here, move this here, move that there, and move that there. And we're just going to adjust our surface tool. Sometimes it's, let me turn the transform tool off. Sometimes when you have the transform tool on, it wants to move the shape like it's supposed to, and unfortunately that can get in the way when you are trying to move points by hand. All right, so here's my new point setup, just like this, and there's my new corner pin. And you see, even though I changed the corner pin, it didn't change the track, all right? All the corner pin does is follow what that track is doing, and that's actually really useful because everything is so modular, you can change it on the fly. So let's save and close. And now we've got our card onto our screen very, very nicely. All right, so what we can do again is we can now load this as a, we can now load a new version of our shot in, and notice that we've created a new layer above. All right, what we've done here is we've used BCC PriMat Studio on a layer above to composite this back over the top. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our bin. we're going to find our video, which I believe is, yeah, that one. And we're going to drag and drop our video right onto our, we're going to drag and drop our video right on. Let me get out of edit mode, go back to cutting mode, which is, I don't want to adjust my workflow. Hold on one second. We're going to just move this over and I'll show you how this works. So let's delete Primat Studio here. We'll just put a new version on. Let's go to Primat Studio into our effects palette. We're going to type in Primat, and we're going to do this from scratch, and I'll just show you how it works. All right. So when you load Primat Studio onto your clip, what I want you to do is I want you to notice that there is a UI on top of the clip. In this UI, you can actually start to do some really cool stuff. You can say auto analyze, and it will do its best to try to pull the green screen, but I don't like the way that looks. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to do a rectangle selection tool, and we're just going to pull. It's really this easy. It's crazy easy. We're going to pull until we feel like we've got a good base. So all you do is you select a color range, right? And I like this color range down here at the bottom. And what we're going to do is I can still see that there's some problem here. So what we can do is we can look at the final mat and we can say, hey, clean the background. And if we hit clean background, we can start to select our colors just like this. And so now we have our green screen pull. And if we go back to our, we can also like adjust if we need to, but we actually don't because this looks pretty good. Let's go to clean foreground right here. And let's just clean a little bit of this foreground and clean background. All right, so that looks a lot better. We just need to make sure that we're doing a little bit of cleaning. Clean foreground, just like this. All right, and I don't really care about these little areas over here. I could use a Mocha mask if I wanted to narrow this down, but I don't really care about these reflections because they're not going to interact with my screen. So now let's go back to Final Composite, and you can see that we've got our lovely pull right back over the top. So, and if you really want to get very fancy, what you can do is you can come to your another layer underneath that, and you can use the BCC composite to add a reflection back over the top if you want to by applying this as a screen mode. What BCC composite does, and what I think is really interesting about it, is it forces your editor to be a compositor, even though that's not what it does. Like even though your editor is not designed to be a compositor, you can force a composite by using the BCC composite mode. So in this case, we're screening a reflection back over the top, and we're using Primat Studio to put the original footage back on top. So you end up with something really nice. So if we go back down to here, if we go back down to here, we can see that we've added a credit card over the top of the screen. This is really handy because you can change anything about this. At the same time, you can even clean up more screen if you see it down here. So in this case, I do see more screen. So we can go back to our Primat Studio. We can say, hey, I don't like that. I need you to clean up the background, and just select that, and it's cleaned up on the fly. So you have a lot of control with these tools, and it really makes it to where you can do effects that you wouldn't normally be able to do inside of Avid. You can even final stuff if you need to. I don't know that you wouldn't want to final this in a visual effects software, but for things like really simple screen inserts or beauty work, you really don't need to. You can do it right there in your edit, and you can save yourself some time and, save yourself some money by billing your client for this stuff. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about beauty work, but does anybody have any questions before we move on from Corner Pen Studio?
Hey, Mary. Yeah, someone was asking. First of all, it was a great little demo there of doing a relatively advanced shot inside Media Composer. Media Composer was the first editing system that I worked on back a long time ago, and it's great. It's great to have these tools inside of an editing system now, so that you can really if you're working with a client and they want to show you want to show them different inserts in this shot, having the ability to quickly replace the inserts or time out the edit in the shot, that's really cool. Someone had a question about offset tracking, and kind of curious if you want to just give a quick explanation of your definition of offset tracking.
Yeah, okay. So offset tracking, you know, we talked about this in another demo, but I'll talk about it here. Let's just go ahead and launch Mocha for a second. And sorry, I tripped over the interface a little bit earlier, guys, but let's go ahead and launch Mocha. So when we are talking about offset tracking, usually what we mean is that we're tracking a similarly moving object or another part of the object that we're tracking. And I probably could have covered this a little bit better when we were talking about how the tracker works. So the tracker tracks a couple of different things. It tracks translation, scale, rotation, shear, and perspective. And what you're tracking depends on what you need to use. Because we're using this phone, we're going to track everything in perspective. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that we are only tracking pixels in perspective that move similarly to the object we're trying to track. Now, to give you an example of an object we're not trying to track, because we're trying to track the phone here, this reflection is actually reflecting her face and the ceiling. So it's reflecting two different bits of planar data. If we try to track those, we only need to track the good data. Now, if this were moving off screen, for example, like let's say it were moving off screen this way, all right, and we lost the phone completely, what we could do is we could come in here to our Add to X-Spline tool, and we could grab like her wrist, for example. And then we could move to translation, scale, and rotation only, for example, and get that off screen. Because what we would be doing is we would be, excuse me, I didn't use Add to X-Spline. Let's use Add to X-Spline and select, yeah, there we go. All right, so what we'd want to do is we'd want to continue to track that off screen. And the cool thing about that is that will give us the detail of the motion without us having to rely on what we can't see anymore on the screen. You can also use this for, let's say you're tracking a wall of screens, for example, and all of the screens on the wall are reflective. As an offset track, you could track just the wall, okay, and then all of that tracking data would apply for all of the screens. Because Mocha is a planar tracker, it tracks pixels moving relative to one another. All of these pixels are moving relative to one another. So even if we just tracked this small corner, we would still get the data for the whole shot. And that's why we get the data for even this corner, even though we're only tracking 3 corners. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely. I think so. I think I'm going to talk for Ross at this point.
Okay,
that perfect.
Was
a very, very clear explanation of offset tracking. I've got another question, but I think we'll leave that until you've done your next shot, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So let's talk a little bit about beauty work. So we have this woman, and she is a lovely woman, and she's shot on the beach. But here's a thing: if we wanted to pull a key off her face, we've got a lot of similarly colored keys in the background, on her face, in her hair, and a little bit in the shadows and her eyes and her lips. So if we try to just apply a basic beauty effect on top of her, we're going to have a problem. And that's because we're going to end up just blurring her out and making her look like a, 1980s airbrushed glamour shot. And nobody wants that. That look went out with the 80s. I know. I had some. Those are some great pictures. All right, so let's move over here to our effect palette and let's find Beauty Studio. The days of perms. Okay, so let's go to BCC Beauty Studio, and we're going to drag and drop Beauty Studio right on the top of this. The cool thing about Beauty Studio is it's got a pixel chooser, the BCC pixel chooser, the Continuum pixel chooser built in. So when we talk about the pixel chooser, what we're going to do is we're going to select 2 colors. So color A, I usually like to do as a highlight, and color B, I usually like to do as a shadow, and it grabs everything in between. Well, maybe not that dark of a shadow, maybe this dark of a shadow. Okay, so that really softens her skin very well, and we can, increase the amount or decrease the amount. We can also come over here into our smoothing controls, and we can say, hey, smooth the heck out of the large details, but some of the small details I actually want you to keep. So we'll pull that back a little bit. So when we pull our small details back, we keep some of her skin texture, okay, while smoothing the rest. And that's actually a really cool trick. So if you're looking for that, sort of Kardashian look of soft light on but detailed skin, you can pull the small details actually all the way back. Well, all the way back, and keep her pores while smoothing all the lighting between them. So let's show you what that looks like. There's a bypass. There's smoothing, bypass smooth. And it just gets rid of a lot of the harsh light on her face while keeping her skin texture. Okay, if you want to get rid of all of those, then you can still smooth the smallest details. It just depends on what you like. I like to keep some of the smallest details. All right, and keep some of the small details, but smooth a little bit more of them. Okay, so now we've got a problem. How do we deal with containing this to her face? Well, what we can do is we can actually just make sure we're in effect mode again, and we're going to select our clip. And now we're going to scroll down and we're going to use the pixel chooser with Mocha, and we're going to say pixel chooser on, and we're going to launch Mocha as a mask tracker. All right, now I'm going to do something really easy here. I'm going to take an oval and just draw it around her face. That's real complex, y'all. And we're going to take this oval and just make sure it matches her chin here and goes up to her hairline. And I'm going to call this face roto, and we're going to hit track backwards. And what Mocha will do is Mocha will track her face for me. Now, I feel like this is going just a little bit slow. So what we're going to do is we're going to add to X-spline, and I'm going to cut out her eyes here. Just like that. I'm going to cut out some details on her nose because I don't want to soften that to the point where we can't see her features. And I'm going to come in and cut out some of her mouth as well for the same reason. We want to make sure that we soften the details we want to soften and keep the ones we want to keep. And I'm going to just round all of these out by relaxing on a curve or pulling tight for corners. You relax on X-splines for curves. And now we're going to hit track backwards. And I want you to notice a couple of things about what I'm tracking here. So we are tracking luminance. That means we're tracking the RG and B channels combined. Instead of auto channel is really for tracking the RG or B channels, and you really only ever want to do it when your footage is completely crushed in value. Your editors, you're probably not going to be working with footage that's completely crushed in value. So go ahead and mostly stick to luminance. Minimum % of pixels used. When Mocha tracks, okay, Mocha's looking for the amount of pixels that are being tracked in the amount of texture that it's going to, it's a percentage of the texture that it's going to lock onto before it moves on to the next frame. There we go. I don't know why I just tripped over that one. All right. So the reason you care about that is the more percentage of pixels that you match before you move on to the next frame, obviously the more accurate your track is going to be. However, the more pixels that you are tracking inside of a shape, the slower the track is. For things like garbage mats on faces for beauty tools, 20% is just fine. For something that you need a rock solid track for, like a screen replacement, you might want to make that number a bit higher. Notice too that Mocha is not sticking to the edges here. Now we do have some snapping tools available inside of Mocha that do make this a little bit easier, but for this, it doesn't really matter. And here's why. It's just a garbage mat for a beauty tool. Now we're tracking translation, scale, rotation, shear, and not perspective, even though her face is moving in perspective. So why are we doing that? Well, when Mocha tracks, in rotoscoping, you generally do not want to track organic objects with perspective because the perspective that organic objects move in is pretty advanced and severe. You can end up having your shape collapse in on itself. So if you've ever seen your shape do what I call meat caking in on itself, where a point shoots off into space and you never see it again, that's what's happening. We've made a lot of improvements to the Mocha tracker to make sure that doesn't happen. But even so, with Roto, because of the extreme change that you see in perspective on organic objects, I tend to only recommend doing shear for Roto unless you are rotoscoping something that is a rigid body and not organic. We're also tracking large motion. Large motion, the reason we're tracking that is because that is the most basic motion that you're going to need to track in Mocha. Small motion is literally sub-pixel motion, so like your camera's on a tripod and the wind is blowing past it. And then manual tracking is where you manually move the track yourself past occlusions that are complete. So that would be an occlusion where somebody walked in front of her entire face and you could no longer track it. Also, usually the default search area is enough, and usually the angle and zoom default search areas are enough. If they're not, you can change those values by percentage and by angle in order to increase your search area. That will always increase your tracking time. So make sure you really need to do it before you do it. Now, the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to take my lasso selection tool, and we're going to just lasso select these points on the corner of her face here. And we're going to correct this roto over time. So here's what's cool about correcting roto over time in Mocha. Because Mocha is a planar tracker, what it will do is it will go ahead and make a lot of keyframes for you. But you can correct between those keyframes just like this. And this is how you end up getting really fast, nice roto. And if you need to select multiple points at the same time for something like this, because I have so many complex shapes cut out of her face, I'm going to show you why I cut that out. Actually, let me turn my mat on. Shapes that are on the same layer cut out or add to one another depending on whether they're overlapping or not. Okay. So the reason I've done this is because I don't want to apply Beauty Studio to her eyes, nose, and mouth. Okay. And so now we're just going to correct this roto again at the beginning, just like this. And so now we've got all of this lovely change over time. I'm actually too going to just pull this chin down a little bit, even though it's not her face, because what I want to do is I want to make sure that we're still getting her neck for a minute while we're doing our beauty shot. Okay, there we are. So that's what we're applying our Beauty Studio to, and that's all we're applying our Beauty Studio to. It kind of looks like a face mask you'd order off, like, I don't know, online. Let's go ahead and save and close. And now my Beauty Studio is applied only to the areas I want to add it. I can also come into my matte area under Mask, and I can increase the feather to just sort of blend. Let's do like a 25 pixel feather. And now we have just a beautiful Beauty Studio pass applied right on top of her face. And let me just show you the difference between this. So here's the original, and here's Beauty Studio. So original, Beauty Studio. All right, so you can see that we end up getting just a very naturalistic softness that we still buy, you know, as her face, and we get to keep all of her beautiful features intact without blowing them away, and we don't pull any of her hair or any other areas. So that is using Mocha for rotoscope masking inside of the pixel chooser inside of Beauty Studio. Please note that anytime you use the pixel chooser, you can use Mocha masking. And in fact, if you just need to rotoscope something and not apply it to a single effect, not only is Mocha available inside of every single BCC tool that does have the pixel chooser, it's also available as the pixel chooser so that you can do actual compositing inside of Avid. Do we have any questions about that before we move on?
No, I think that's all good, Mary. I do have a question about stabilization. If you, I don't know if you're going to be showing stabilization a bit later, but I think it sort of ties in a little bit.
I'm not going to be showing stabilization, but we do have a couple of ways that you can stabilize things inside of the Mocha tools. So if you want to use Mocha Pro, you can apply Mocha Pro to a shot, and you can use the stabilization inside of Mocha Pro. Or Continuum itself does have a stabilization module that you can use.
Yeah, and the question is, I mean, is there a technique that you can use if the camera is moving and the object you're originally trying to stabilize around goes off screen?
Yes. Okay. So that is a good technique, and let's talk about that. Actually, I'll talk about it here for just a second.
Oh, thank you.
Because I'm going to show you something else. So we're going to talk a little bit. We're not going to talk about stabilization here. We're going to talk about paint, but I'm going to show you the BCC remover tool, and I'm going to show you, while we're talking about tracking, what you can do when you need to track something that moves off screen that's part of the background. Okay. So let's go ahead and close our bin. Let's not close our bin. Oops. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and go to our remove logo here, and let's go to our effect palette, not our bin, and let's go to the remover tool. Let's move this. There we are. So we're going to take the BCC remover. We're going to drag and drop it right here onto our timeline, and we're going to go back into effect mode, and we're going to minimize our bin here. Okay. So we want to remove this object on her head here, this little logo. This is a common problem that you would need to have. So that you need to fix, not have. Okay, so if we are going to remove something, one of the ways that we tend to remove is we tend to have a before and after location, right? So we can this white dot like right over here if we need to, but we don't want to do that. Okay, what we want to do is we want to remove the logo. So let's go ahead and make this narrow, and let's take our before and after. Okay, that's all well and good. Uh-oh, she moves. Okay, that's not going to work. So what we need to do is we need to track this remover inside of Avid. And I'm going to go ahead and go down to our motion tracker. We are going to actually keep the clone spot. We have a couple of options that we can use for the remover. We have clone shape, where you can take a shape, do it in Mocha, offset the shape, and then use that as a replacement. We also have the clone spot remove. The reason I'm showing the clone spot is because this used to not be trackable, and now it is. So I want to show you that it's trackable. There's also an autofill smooth and an autofill sharp. Your mileage is really going to vary on those. Is it a blurry thing in the background? Well, you might be able to get away with autofill. Not on a shot like this. So we're going to actually use clone spot. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to launch the Mocha planar tracker. And let me just address really quickly the question here about how do you track something that goes off screen if you're tracking a background for stabilization. Let's say I'm tracking this background for stabilization. And I'm going to call this background. Okay. And this goes off screen. Even though it doesn't go off screen in this shot. Okay. Let's just say it does. What we're going to do is we are going to go to link to track, and we're going to link to track none. And what link to track none does is, let me just show you really quick. Let's turn this off for a second. When we link to track none, I'll turn on my surface tool so you can see. You can see how the surface tool is moving, but my shape is not. Okay, let's just scroll between those so you can see. Surface tool moves, the shape tool doesn't. Okay, so now when I go to link to track background, my shape follows. When I go link to track none, my shape doesn't follow. So the track continues to look inside of this shape for pixels, and then it continues to represent what the track is doing by this surface tool. So that's how you track objects that go off screen, like backgrounds, when you're trying to do a stabilization. So let me answer that question and
That's a
move
really
right on.
powerful technique. Thank you very, very much, Mary.
Absolutely. Now, for this track on her hat, what we're going to, and you can use this for all kinds of stuff. You can use this for logo replacements on shirts and all kinds of things. Just as long as you have the data somewhere else, you can use this to do a clone before and after destination. If you've got a logo on a shirt that's warping or something like that, I'm going to suggest that you go over to Mocha Pro, use the insert module, use the grid warp tool, and warp it. Okay. But because we are dealing with a logo on a hat, what we're going to do is we're going to select our clone destination. All right. And we are going to track the logo on our hat. So let's go ahead and track translation, scale, rotation, shear, and perspective. We're tracking all of them because it is a plane, and that plane is moving in perspective because she's moving her head around. So let's just go ahead and turn our gear back on and go ahead and hit track forwards. Boom. All right, and you can see that this is following her hat really well. I like to put this little dot in the center of the logo so that you can really see if it's sticking on or not, and it truly is. So what's nice about this is that now that we have our clone destination, we can hit save, and let's just go ahead and let's save and close. And what we can do now is now we have our logo replaced over time. But what we can do is we can come in here and we can adjust this because we do need to adjust it. So let's zoom in a little. Well, we don't need to zoom in. Let's just pull this out just a little bit. Just like that. Move this up. Move that over. All right. And now a little smaller. Okay. So now what we can do is we can also come into our clone settings. And because we're pulling from this part of the hat and this part of the hat is in more light, we're going to actually come into brightness and we're going to jump this up to like about 380. And so now we end up with this remove over her hat. Now I can see that my clone source is actually not tracked. So let's go ahead and go into my Launch Mocha motion tracker, and let's take my clone source, and we're going to go ahead and link this to destination. Let's turn it on and hit save and close. And now what we should get is a lovely, We get a hat that moves properly over time because our clone, source, and destination are both pulling from the same track. So there we go. That is how we do a logo replacement inside of Avid. So you need to make sure that you track your clone source, your clone destination, and that you're pulling from an area that has enough pixels to cover what you're trying to do. And you end up with a lovely remove of a logo that moves in motion. And most people will not be able to tell. And if they can tell, just go ahead and increase your feather and hide all of your sins with feathering. All right, so that is the BCC remover. It's actually like crazy simple, like crazy simple. So do you have any questions?
I don't think so, Mary. That was a great example. Again, super powerful for an editor, an Avid editor, to be able to do this in their session without having to kick the shot down the hall to the visual effects artist. So very, very cool. For those that don't know, the remover is part of Continuum's image restoration unit, which you can buy the Continuum package. You can get a subscription to Continuum. You can also get just the image restoration as its own unit. So we have a lot of options these days for anyone who wants to get into these tools.
Absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and preemptively apologize to Avid editors who are cringing at the way I use Avid. I am not an editor. So, but I am a visual effects artist, and I definitely wanted to show you how to do visual effects on your timeline right inside of Avid.
Yeah, and I think that's the power of what you're showing too, Mary, is that these tools, you know, the same tools can be applied in almost any host that you're working in, right? So it's fun to see us mixing it up today and showing Vegas, showing Avid, and even Christoph next is going to show some stuff in Flame and Nuke. So it's really kind of a cool day. Lots of hosts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the nice thing about
sorry, Mary.
I was gonna say the nice thing about this stuff is, as you say, it does work in every host, and it works in every host the same way. So the interface is nearly identical no matter what host you're in. So if you are an Avid editor and you do need to jump over to Premiere for some reason, you can expect these tools to work the same way in both.
That's right. And once you know how to work with Mocha, then that gives you a sort of leg up, not just working with Mocha inside of Continuum, but working with it inside of Sapphire, and also using it inside of Mocha Pro as well. You know, the core planar tracking technology and the core way that you use the shapes is exactly the same, no matter how you're actually going to work with them further along down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so are there any other questions I can answer and help you with?
I don't think so. I think do you have one more example, or is that?
That's it.
Okay.
That's
we can,
yeah. That was the three examples we wanted to do.
Okay, cool. Let's just see in the chat. Maybe there's some more things in the chat.
A lot of love in the chat, obviously. Yep. Barbara is asking, in the After Effects host, is it pretty much the same techniques?
It is actually, and I actually have the same file set up in After Effects. Yeah, it works the exact same.
It also might be just worthwhile to point out here that that Mocha has actually been bundled for free inside of After Effects and CS4. So at this point, it's been over 10, about 10 years or something like that. So if you've never used Mocha before you even have to pay anything, if you have Creative Cloud, just launch After Effects. You'll find Mocha under the animation menu or in your effect palette under Boris FX Mocha AE. And Mocha AE is a light version of Mocha, but it's very powerful for tracking, for rotoscoping, for After Effects. And once you get a handle on that, then you can always consider upgrading to Mocha Pro, which supports more hosts and also has many more features.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want, like, if we're really like, if we want to drag this out a little bit more and we have more time, I can show you how to stabilize, for instance, this shot, if you guys want to see something like that.
Oh, please. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll do that. All right, guys. So
I've got one more question for you before you start, though. Sorry, just to break in right away, which is to be very, very annoying. But one of the questions in the chat is about what the learning curve is like to go from Mocha AE to Mocha Pro. You know, how long would it take you to learn how to use Mocha Pro?
Okay, so if you know how to use Mocha for After Effects, you really already know how to use the planar tracker and the masking. And every single thing in Mocha Pro is built off of the planar tracking and the masking. I'm just going to launch Mocha Pro really quick, and let's show you what I mean. So if you come into your Mocha for After Effects, what you'll see is you'll see the clip, track, and adjust track tabs, and that's all you have in the light version of Mocha. But in Mocha Pro, you have the lens tab, the camera solve, insert, megaplates, remove, stabilize, and reorient, which seems a little bit overwhelming. But all it does is it takes all of your data. It takes all of your data that you have inside of Mocha already and then turns those into new modules. So for instance, insert is for putting objects on top of one another. So I think I had talked a minute ago about if you wanted to warp something on a shirt, what you would do is you would come in here and you would go into your insert module and you would do like, let's pick an insert clip and let's do like a warp and let's show a mesh and let's show it at level 2. And, you could come in here and you could start to warp a mesh over a shirt if you had to, and then render that with motion blur. So that's something you could do in Mocha Pro, but you'd still have to have all of your foundational tracks and shapes first. And that is actually really easy to port over as far as like data goes. Now, let's go ahead and I feel like the learning curve probably should take you a week to figure out what everything does. And then to get really good at it, obviously it takes a little bit more time than that, depending on how you are at learning software. Let's go ahead and look at this for stabilization. We're going to track everything in this shot just to show you what that does. In stabilization, we're going to track translation, scale, rotation, shear, and perspective. And the reason we're going to track all those things is because I'm going to show you what locking down a shot does versus artistically stabilizing something, which is what I tend to tell people to do when we're talking about stabilization. Like I said, you can also use the Continuum stabilization tools for this. They work a little bit differently. You tend to track 2 or more locations in order to get a stabilization. In this case, we're going to track based on planar data because I feel like sometimes that can give you a little bit better results depending on what your needs are for a shot, and especially when you're tracking a blurry background like this is. So even though this is really blurry, we're still tracking it over time. We just want to make sure that her hair and her face and her head doesn't impede my tracking shape. But once my track is complete, I can stabilize this. You're going to be pretty shocked at how this stabilizes over time. So let's go to our stabilize module and let's say all motion with maximum smoothing. And it's going to stabilize that background, just lock it down. Now, we do have a problem with the blur from the camera actually being in motion over time. So we don't actually want to lock this area down. Or what we could do is we could go back to our track tab now that I see this is wobbling, and we can come into our X-spline tool and we can say, hey, no, I actually want you to track this section at the same time. This is an absolute cheat, okay? But here's why I like this cheat. If you are tracking a shot and you are having trouble locking the background down because it is moving in multiple, in sort of a rolling shutter problem or focus problem from DSLRs on the background, you can track the locations that are giving you problems, and then you can use that data to lock back down. So this is a good example to show you how you can change data over time. I do still want to make sure that her head does not cross into the areas that I am trying to track because, again, that would create problems for me. But notice that even though this is blurry, it is doing a good job holding on, just so long as we make sure that we don't have occlusions over those areas. And again, I could still use unlink to track this if I wanted to. Okay, so let's go back to our stabilization module. And it's going to try to lock down, as good as it can, lock down that background. We're still getting the focus problems, but you can see that we are locking that background down. Now, this is why we don't want to use a lockdown, though, because that just does not look good to me. Okay, so what we can do is we can say, hey, make this full frame at the beginning and full frame at the end. And instead of all motion, let's do X and Y translation, rotation, and let's leave zoom and shear and perspective out of it. So now we're going to lock this down, and it's going to give us a pan between those two areas. So this is what I tend to call artistic stabilization, where we start to be thoughtful about what we're stabilizing and how. Okay, and then if we want to crop this, we can center zoom and apply the crop. And now if I turn my overlays off, there's my newly stabilized shot. It looks rock solid. We're not really noticing the blur changes that are happening, even though they are happening. And we're going to hit save and close. And then we're going to render this. We're going to render our stabilize right back to our timeline. And we have a perfectly locked down shot.
That's fantastic. So
that's how I would stabilize something.
That really is one of the the key features for working with Mocha Pro in an editor like Avid, where you do have, like, you can take almost unusable shots that are just wobbling about all over the place, and then start to stabilize them out and lock them down a bit, so they all of a sudden become usable again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, it's a good example to show how you need to thoughtfully use the data inside of Mocha. You don't necessarily want to lock down all motion all the time, right?
Yeah.
And as well, I think it was a really good example because many editing systems have native stabilizers, right? Whether it's Adobe or Avid. But with Mocha, you do have that artistic control where you can stabilize based on different kinds of surfaces. You have different, you can choose exactly what you want to stabilize or smooth out. So really cool example. I know a lot of customers use Mocha in the edit room to actually stabilize different takes and then mix those takes together. So there's lots of really, really interesting ways that editors can use stabilization.
Yeah, and if you want to stabilize takes together, it's really important to stabilize the same objects in both shots. So for instance, you'll notice in this example, I stabilized the background. You could also stabilize based on the actor themselves. You can stabilize based on like a desk or something like that. You need to stabilize based on what's going to give you the best results. And for most shots, that's going to be the background. But for some shots, it's going to be the talent itself. So you really just got to be thoughtful about what you're tracking, how you're tracking it, and then you can combine your data in all sorts of interesting ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mary. That's wonderful. Like, another fantastic presentation from you as well. It's been a real pleasure. The last 3 days have been 3 very different presentations. A lot of information crammed into a very short amount of time. We do have a lot more of Mary's voice and my voice as well on the Boris FX website. If you go into our training section, there are lots and lots of Mocha training. In fact, training for all of our products. It's a huge resource, and we're constantly adding to that. And I'm thankful that Mary is there also adding to that, almost weekly.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Well, we're going to move along now. We've got some lovely prizes to give away. So we have 2 lucky winners. The first winner is going to be winning a 12-month subscription of Avid Media Composer. So congratulations to Tristan Fields, and thank you very much to our sponsor Avid for sponsoring that prize. Congratulations, Tristan. 12 months of Avid Media Composer. Fantastic. And our next winner is Franz Zavala, who has won a 12-month subscription of the Boris FX Suite. Now, this is everything that we make, including Mocha Pro that you see here, Continuum, which we have also seen in this session. But, we also have Sapphire, Silhouette, and Optics. So well done to Franz for winning the 12-month subscription of the Boris FX Suite. If you didn't win, there is still time to enter. We have 3 more sessions here. So to join in our prizes, you have to go to borisfxlive.com and enter in the competition window there. So there is only 2 hours left to be able to enter into your competition here. We are rapidly running out of time. And there are still some fantastic prizes, including a Dell Precision 5750 laptop with the specs that you see here, and if you've been hanging around for the last session as well, you'll also know that this is going to come loaded with a 12-month subscription of the Boris FX Suite as well. So that truly is a fantastic prize. Also coming up is a version, a license for Nuke, courtesy of the Foundry, plus many, many more prizes to be given away today. And thanks again to our generous friends, partners, and sponsors that you see here. So once again, go to borisfxlive.com and join the competition. And that's also where you can chat with us. If you haven't won yet and you are sort of rapidly running out of time, don't worry about it, because everyone is a winner at Virtual IBC 2020. I've been told not to say that again. But I will continue saying it for the next 3 hours. Everyone is a winner at Virtual IBC 2020, because you have we got 25% off everything for our IBC sale, which ends tomorrow, Friday, the 11th of September. And that includes new licenses, renewals, and subscriptions for all of our individual products and our bundles. For full terms and conditions, go to borisfx.com. but use the promo code SAVE25 at checkout. We are now halfway through the final day of our IBC lineup. It's very hard to believe that 3 hours have gone past so quickly. Coming up in the next 3 hours, we have got advanced beauty work in Flame and Nuke with Mocha Pro and Silhouette Paint with Christoph Zaplatal. This is going to be an absolutely amazing session. I've been looking forward to this one for a while. Very, very, very talented artist. Just be sure to stick around for this one. In an hour's time, I will be talking about Sapphire Builder and showing you some of my little recipes with the secret sauce with Sapphire Builder. And rounding off the day, we have Director of Motion Graphics, John Dickinson, showing you the top Boris FX plugins you can't live without. Okay, so let's move on to our next presentation now. I'm going to introduce Christoph. Christoph, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Christoph. It's good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. And hi to everybody watching.
Excellent. And also joining us is going to be, or joining us in the chat is going to be Ross Shane, of course, hanging around there. Hello, Ross.
Hey guys, Christoph, great to see you. And thanks for joining us.
As well. Pleasure.
Okay, so as we begin to start the presentation, remember to go to borisfxlive.com to add your chat and ask your questions there. But Christoph, can you start by just telling us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I started in the industry, I think, a little bit over 20 years ago. So I still recognize those digi betas in Ross' cupboard behind him. And I've been working in visual effects ever since. And around 10 years ago, I started specializing in beauty retouching. And basically, I've been using a lot of different post applications or compositing tools since then, mainly Flame and Nuke. But a constant companion has always
Christoph,
been
sorry, can I just stop you for 1 second? We're having a little bit of a technical issue with your mic. What we're going to do is we're going to go to break for a second, and then we're going to come back and have a nice fixed mic. So sorry to break into that there. We'll be back in just a moment after some technical fixes. Okay. Hi
All
again.
right. So I
Oh,
hope
that
you
sounds
do hear
better.
me better now. Okay.
Oh
So
yeah, no,
yeah,
that's perfect now.
okay. So I was just saying I'm long enough in the industry to recognize those digibetas in Ross's cupboard behind him. And yeah, 10 years ago, I started to specialize in beauty compositing. And one constant companion has always been Mocha because it really, really enhances my workflow. And another thing I started a couple of years back is teaching at FX PhD. And I just want to give them a big shout out because they actually provided me with the material for today's presentation. As you can imagine, it's really near to impossible to get clearance on actual beauty footage. So they are providing some really high quality footage for us to explore these beauty scenarios on. And the examples are from 2 of the courses I'm giving there, which are beauty courses for Flame, but they use a lot of Mocha as well. And basically, even if you're a Nuke or a Fusion artist or wherever you come from, I think the techniques are applicable nonetheless. So if you're inclined to learn more about beauty work, check those out. And yeah, other than that, I'm a freelance compositing artist, and my main host applications are Flame and Nuke. So I think that's
Great.
the elevator pitch in an essence.
Fantastic. Well, shall we have a little look at the first shot then?
Certainly. So let me switch on my screen sharing, and I'll switch this to.
This is the awkward transition to screen share.
Yeah. So
there we go.
The never-ending artist. Yeah. So there we go. This is our first shot. It's this guy walking down in the garage. So he's tilting his head and all that. And this example is not so much about the technique per se, but more about the mindset on how to properly prep your beauty work with Mocha. So what I want to do here is a basic stabilize, invert, stabilize workflow, which means that we stabilize parts of our image to really help with the retouch itself, to keep that not only speedy, but also the quality at the best possible level, and then invert that stabilization to bring that movement in again. So we're kind of picking up where Mary left us off in the last session. And to do that, I'm just very quickly gonna pull myself up an OpenFX node, which is the way to access Mocha inside of Flame. And we're gonna choose Mocha Pro here and launch Mocha. So, and the area I want to stabilize in this example is his mouth and beard here. And of course, the human face is not a perfect planar surface, not by a long shot, but we can still eliminate, I would say, 80% of the motion that gives you a hard time when retouching such a thing. So I really like this kind of workflow. So I pulled up this shape on stuff that's roughly on the same plane, and I'm just going to track this through here for a second. And the idea is basically to get a stabilized image to paint on, and after that, we'll just invert the whole process. You'll see what I mean in a minute. So now I'm going to pull up my surface tools and bring out those corners, because those are basically the edges of the corner pin we're going to apply inside of Flame. So with that, just checking if my track sits in there, and I think that'll do. So I'm going to export that tracking data. And if you're doing that, just make sure there are 2 options here. There's kind of a legacy version, which is just the point tracker. And then there's this Flame 2014 onwards. And if you're already working on Flame, you may want to choose that. That's the best way. So we're going to save that out. And I'm just going to call that Garage Mouth and save that. So with that done, I can close my Mocha UI, save my project. And what I need now is just an action node. If you're not familiar with Flame, Action is Flame's 3D compositing environment. I'm saying that because every object we apply inside of Flame is considered a 3D object, even if it's just a layer of footage. And that's just important for the terminology we are encountering here now. So I'm going to change my surface into a bilinear surface. That way, I've got access to UV points. And these UV points are the ones I want to apply my track to. So with these chosen, I'm going to go to the tracker and just import my track. And as I chose the correct export, oops, sorry. Tracker 1, tracker 2, import there. There we go. Those fit up all nicely, like that. And if we return, now I've got a stabilized image. Now, as I said, the human face is no planar surface, so we see still a lot of drift, but we canceled out a lot of the rotation, all of the scaling. So if we, for example, want to retouch that pimple here, you just have to consider X and Y movements now, and you don't have to worry about scaling anymore. So that's one of the big advantages of this technique. And now I've got this already prepped here because I don't want you to see me paint and roto, then this wouldn't be much of a demo. So what I told my students in that class to do is we just want to fill up his goatee a little bit, and we want to get rid of the pimple here, this one. So this is what we basically did here. So this is a little bit of more beard added there. The pimple removed like that. And color correction down here, just to make it appear that the beard is even fuller. So what do we do with this? Because this is, while all the retouches are done, not very, very appreciable, we just invert that stabilization, hence stabilize, invert, stabilize. Now we could, once again, load our tracking data from Mocha, but we can also just duplicate that action node we already have, hook that up here, and go in here and just make sure that we extract that same media layer we were using. So now we've got a little input here where we can hook up our retouch to. And if we watch the result now, this looks even worse than before. Why is that? Well, if we take a look at our UV points, those are now sitting on the already stabilized image. We just have to invert that, and that's pretty easy to do. We just have to send the data from the UV points to the vertices of that image. Watch the result now. We're halfway there. The only thing to do is now reset the UV points from here back to the edges of the image to have that really sitting in there. So let's do that. And now I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. Oops, sorry. You can see my retouch applied, and if I shuttle through this, this sits in there rather snugly. So this is a very basic way of working with Mocha and Flame in tandem. But what I wanted to say, once again, this is more about workflow. And if you think about this, you're getting this shot. And what I tend to do by now is really, I'm going to take a look at the shot and just track all the planar surfaces that might be relevant, even if there are areas that are not considered in the brief. And because once I've got the shot in Mocha, I kind of get to know the shot. I know how a track works, how easy it is to get a track. So what I end up with is more in line with something like that. So we've got now all the planar shapes that might be relevant here. So we've got the forehead, we have got each of the eyebrows, we've got the ridge of the nose, the cheeks, and the chin, and as we did in our first example, the beard area as well. So with that, I can now set up pre-stabilizations for each and every area. So this is the example I just showed you. Then we've got the chin. These are not much to look at on their own, but you can really see that this now just requires a couple of paint strokes to get out all these spots here. And also it makes cloning in, for example, this beard really easy, because now I don't have to worry about scaling or perspective anymore, because they are now really properly aligned thanks to Mocha. And as you can see, each area now gets its individual treatment. In most cases, a paint node suffices. In some cases, I'm going to add a little bit more, like G masks or comps, little 2D offsets, whatever the individual task asks for. And then I'm going to bring all of those into one giant action node. Oh, I'm giving away the joke here, sorry. So these are now all applied in here. And as you can see, this is the before and after. So all this little small details is now treated properly. And as you might have seen, I connected a matte input to each of these to have a proper occlusion that only filtering occurs where it's absolutely needed. So I'm going to switch that back off for a moment. So you see, these are the only things that actually get processed. This makes this workflow really, really viable. And I think you can speed up your beauty work quite heavily with these kinds of techniques. So with that being said, what I try to do in my courses is I try to make them as realistic as possible. However, that doesn't keep us from having a little bit of fun. And in this case, I wanted to go a little bit overboard. And I wanted to say, okay, the guy looks really mean. He's this tough guy walking down towards a whatever crime scene or whatever. But we want to make him look really mean. Let's add a tattoo to his face. So what I used was I actually used the track I did for the left eyebrow. This you've seen that shape here before. Show you once more. This one, I used that to track myself in a very badly drawn tattoo. Not much of a tattoo artist, but the result of that was this. So I really like to process these inside of Mocha because I just feel in the very subtle stretching, I'm getting quite a better result rather than bringing it back into my host application. Of course, that depends, but in this case, I really got a very nice result out of Mocha. And I used that, and then I just did some basic compositing. So we've got this very blurred version of the tattoo, which is then there to simulate the ink bleeding into the skin. Then we add a sharper version right on top. And then we're using a luminance key to bring back some irregularity of the skin. And after that, a holdout matte. So, and finally, I wanted to do something to make him look even meaner. So I copied over the pre-stabilization I did for the forehead for the retouch, but in this case, I wanted to do two things. I wanted to accentuate his frown a little bit, so I did just a very basic color correction, and it's easier to do the rotor for that if you've got a good stabilization. So I've got that here, and that just does something like that. So we're adding this little frown, and then I wanted to make him look even meaner, and I did the same thing as before. I inverted the stabilization, but I didn't apply it to a bilinear, but rather to an extended bicubic. Hold on a sec. Where are you? There we are. So that way, I was able to deform this, but have it properly aligned to the tracking. And this is what I mean. Just prep your shot in Mocha really well, and then you've got all these tracks available, and you can really use them for anything, from creating yourself fast roto to inserting stuff like this tattoo to little holdout mats up until to a track to align your deformations to. So that's what I really like about that. So I would think, at least for beauty jobs, I think about treating a shot in Mocha like treating something in a match moving software, where you just do it as a prep for your shot. So that would lead me to my second example, if there aren't any questions.
I've just got one question for you from the chat. And is there any reason why you don't match the aspect ratio on the surface from Mocha when you're making the stabilized patch? So instead of
Is there?
yeah.
Honestly, no, there isn't a reason. I could do that, and in some cases that would be very beneficial. But actually, I'm just looking for to get everything on that plane, and I'm just leaving myself a little bit of margin in there. But yeah, it's a valid point. I could do that each and every time.
But the fact that it works either way, is
exactly the important point is just that you really invert that stabilization again, because then you get it in the correct aspect anyhow.
Perfect. Great,
right.
thanks.
Yeah, Christoph, I have just a quick question, which is I'm curious if you've played with the new Gmask Tracer export that's in Mocha Pro for Flame.
Oh, I have, Ross, and I've been hoping so long that this would finally come. So when I saw that introduced, that was really a happy day, because I love the Gmask Tracer. I think it's a much better tool than the old Gmask, because it's used throughout Flame in so many modules. So you've got it in the Effects tab, which is the grading environment of Flame. You've got it inside the image node. You've got it inside of Action. So we're basically scratching the surface with Action here. And I know this is not a Flame tutorial. We're talking about Mocha. But this has been a huge and tremendous help. And just to point out one thing, the Gmask Tracer has got a very, very sophisticated keyer built right inside of it. So imagine I've got a really good track from Mocha, and I can use that on top or in real tight integration with that keying algorithm. So this is a huge time saver, and I'm so happy that you guys made that possible. So cheers.
I'm pleased to hear that you've been using it. It's definitely something that we heard for a couple of years from the Flame community. And in the old days, you would get your Mocha masks in the Gmask format, and they would be baked keyframes. So this is really great to have the tracking in the Roto keyframe split now.
Yeah, I think there are two big things that happened in the last 2 years for using Mocha in Flame, which really pushed it really forward, and that is OpenFX integration and export to Gmask Tracer. Those are the two.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And
then
from the last 2 years.
I would agree, and I think our third thing is now we have silhouette paint, right?
Yeah, we're coming to that. We're coming to that. If you take a look here on the right, left-hand side, you can see we're gonna talk about silhouette.
Excellent. We actually, when you get to that, we do have Paul Miller, who's the designer, engineer behind Silhouette Paint. So I'm sure he'll be happy to take any questions in the chat as well.
Cool. So, but before we get to Silhouette, let's talk a little bit about her hair. So I'm gonna go to this shot. I'm gonna show you the rush first. And this is also from one of my 2 beauty courses. And this is every beauty artist's nightmare hair. We can deal with the outbound flyaways quite easily because this is a static background. We can paint something. I don't have to show you that. What really is a hard nut to crack are those inbound flyaways here. The one that are obscuring the hair below. So you've got a lot of them intersecting on top of each other. So if you would try to paint this would just be a nightmare. You could try to patch something from here over to there. You would have to match the lighting and the tracking. Could be a viable way. You could try something like wire removal, but you'll most probably get a lot of artifacts. What we did in the course, and this is a technique I learned in actual production, was we hijacked Mocha's remove module to do that. And this is really neat. So to do that, we're going to once again pull up an OpenFX node, put that up here, and once again launch Mocha. So like that. So the one thing in this hair debacle that works for us is really that her hair is a nice planar surface that we can track. So I'm gonna pull myself up an X-spline. Once again, I'm gonna leave myself a little bit of margin here, because what I want to do in a second is add a second shape inside that that track shape. So this is my track shape. Let's name this appropriately, track, and just drag that through. Right, good. So the next thing, as I said, is you want to do is inside that shape, we're going to define a shape where Mocha should replace that patch, so to speak. I'm bound to say remove, but actually we're just hijacking the remove module to produce ourselves an insert. So, but I'll name this layer remove, and I'm going to link it to the track layer. So now that sits in there. And what we want to do next is go over to the remove module. If you would process this now, we would probably get a lot of mess. Because now, the way it is set up, Mocha would try to replace that entire area. That wouldn't work. But what we can do from here is create ourselves a couple of clean plates. We might try to do this with 1 or 2, but if we shuttle through this, we see a lot of moments where she changes directions, then light starts to get in, then more flyaways get in there as they catch the light, then she tilts back. So let's step through this and create a couple of clean plates. So I'm going to go to my project directory, right, projects, Boris FX, render, Mocha, and let's create ourselves a clean plates folder like that. And we're going to save that in there. And I'm going to step through here through a couple of positions where I thought that having that instance as a clean plate would help. So we're going to create that. And then we're going to go down a little bit further like that. There. And then the very last frame. So create that. So what happened now is that Mocha just exported us 5 TIFFs. These could be EXRs, which is really helpful if you're working in Linear or ACES. But this tutorial is 2 or 3 years old, and we were working in Rec 709 at the time, so I chose TIFF. And I'm going to close this down for now, save the project. And now you can take these TIFFs into your favorite painting app or node. So this could be Silhouette, you could do this in Photoshop. I've done this with the Flame Paint node. So let's very quickly check this out. You don't want to watch me paint all the time, so I prepped this. So I painted out these on the first frame. This is frame 10. This is frame 21. Frame 27. And frame 36. So I tried to make them as close as possible. So I tried to use the same brush sizes, same offsets to make these as close to another as possible. But it's much easier to just paint 5 frames instead of 37. And more importantly, to let Mocha do the heavy lifting of interpolating these. So what we need to do now is we need to overwrite the clean plates Mocha just created, because this is the place Mocha will look for those clean plates. So I'm going to just select those 5 right file nodes. Those are set up to overwrite the clean plates we just imported. If you're in an actual production, you might want to save away your original clean plates to another location. And there we go. So those 5 are now rendered out. And now we can launch our Mocha UI again, select our remove shape, go to the remove module. And now this is really important. Use clean plates exclusively. That way we will tell Mocha just to look at those 5 retouched frames to do the replace. And we have to choose an illumination model to tell Mocha how to interpolate between those frames. So we have got some lighting changes, but when I tested this out, linear was just working the best. Interpolate is a little bit more sophisticated, takes a little bit more render time, but in that particular case, it wasn't the best option. So we're going to go with linear and let this render. So, as you hopefully can see, this helped tremendously. We have a little bit work to do on the very first frames. This didn't work as well. But as this is a demo, I got this prepped, so I'm going to show you what we initially came up with. It's the same thing. So in the very first thing, we had to do that manually, but for this bulk of the hair, this was a huge time saver, because doing this with traditional techniques would have taken hours, if not days. And this is a really fast way. And if this works, it's a huge time saver. So yeah, and I really like that we kind of hijack the remove module there. So that concludes my second example. And are there any questions?
Hey, Christoph. Yeah, that was very cool. Very cool example for those who are following. Great to see someone using the remove module with multiple clean plates. We know internally that that's kind of like a very, very powerful way that you can solve some difficult shots, is that ability to interpolate between multiple clean plates. Someone was at, just I think for some people who are viewing, it's the first time they've ever seen Flame. Could you give it your perspective? How long does it take someone to learn Flame? What you might personally say is the difference between working in a Flame versus Nuke, for example?
Okay, yeah, good question, great question. I use both, and I like using both, and more I actually like to use Flame and Nuke in tandem, because from long days ago, Flame has got this reputation of being a mystery box, like from the early days of commercial production, where people would go in, you throw in your rushes, and the commercial comes out in mysterious ways. But actually, Flame has turned into quite a team player, and has got a lot of ways to communicate with Nuke, one being Python scripting and all that. So just to give you a background, where I'm coming from, I'm not on the either or side of the discussion, but I think in essence, my workstation is a toolbox, and I've got loads of tools on that, and two of them are Flame and Nuke. Generally speaking, I would say Nuke is really good when you've got very dedicated tasks, for example, CG integration or 3D projection. That's really good. Flame is a tool which lends itself to a much faster workflow, and you also got control of your whole timeline, something that in Nuke would only be available, for example, in Nuke Studio. So while Nuke is more of a shot-based application, Flame is more of a project-based application. But it still has got a very, very powerful compositing tool set with Batch being the node-based compositing environment. So this is what we are basically looking at here. Regarding the learning curve, it's funny that you should ask, because also there Flame has got the reputation of having a really steep learning curve. I think it's more a question on how you tackle it. So for example, I think to get the best experience in learning Flame is if you've got any previous experience. For example, if you're coming from the editing side of things, then you should start looking at the timeline, because a lot of things will look familiar to you. And then by applying timeline effects and then gradually getting into batch effects and then into batch, you'll make a transition into that Flame way of thinking. In the same manner of speaking, if you're coming from a grading background, then effects would be a good way to start. And if you're coming from Nuke, for example, then you might choose to take a look at Flare, which is like a stripped down version of Flame, to take a look at how the compositing environment is there. And all these modules are so intertwined that sooner or later, when you play around in the timeline, as I said, you'll gradually get into batch. If you're working in batch, you'll gradually get onto the timeline, because you'll find out that if you double tap a clip, you'll you'll jump to the timeline to do some editing on that clip, for example. So I think that's something to keep in mind. Take the right approach, and it's a very powerful tool, and that might seem intimidating at first, but I think if you break it down a little bit, then it's pretty manageable. And I think, well, regarding how long do you need to learn it, I'm still learning new stuff about Flame every day. So, no, but seriously, I would say to be properly to do your jobs confident and with client changes in mind, and build up your script smartly and everything, I would say 2 years is an appropriate time to really work with clients. Flame is a tool which keeps which is designed for jobs with clients. So if you want to get into it, there should be a certain level of stress resilience in you. I would.
Yeah, that's true.
That's great.
That is true.
Christoph, sorry, we're having a small technical issue again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you just to reconnect. And while you're doing that, I'm going to talk about something else as soon as I get to talk. There we go. I'm going to talk about a winner of our big prize of the day, or our second big prize of the day, I should say. Congratulations to Cecil Hooker, who has won a Nuke Studio permanent license. This is an absolutely amazing prize. Thank you very, very much to the Foundry for sponsoring this prize, and well done, Cecil. You have you've won the permanent license of Nuke Studio. That is absolutely wonderful. And we are back with Christoph now. Let's have a little listen. How's things?
Do you hear me better now?
This is perfect. Yeah, this is wonderful.
Sorry
about that.
No worries at all.
I think we'll
I appreciate
back to the screen again. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think I really appreciate the way you're talking about working in Flame and working in Nuke and how you're approaching everything. And I think the people who have been watching, they've been asking where you teach. So again, just to give a quick shout out to the folks at FX PhD. I mean, they've been longtime friends and supporters of the Boris FX team and of Mocha and Silhouette. And beyond your classes, I think there's actually a brand new Silhouette class that our friend Katie Morris also did about Silhouette Roto. So I would encourage anyone who's interested in checking out Christoph's training or finding more Boris FX products to check out fxphd.com.
Yeah, more stuff coming through soon. So let's shall we get on to the third example then?
Yes, please.
All right, so I'll toggle this back to my entire screen. This is the awkward moment. There we go. Before we go to the Silhouette Paint example, just because Ross just mentioned it, I want to show something very quickly. I've got Nuke open here, and you remember this take from the beginning of my presentation. So just to make that pretty obvious point, imagine you're on a time crunch. I said I use Mocha to prep my shots. I consider it shot preparation. So imagine you've got that shot already prepped and you're really on a crunch and you're the Flame artist and you have to hand that off to your colleague who's a Nuke artist, and you just have to get that whole commercial out of the door. So what's really, really neat is that you can pull up Mocha and Nuke as well and just launch that UI. From there, it's the exact same thing, but also you can open that project. So I've got that all here. And sorry about the dark picture, but this is on a project where I didn't color manage yet, because this is, as I said, from a couple of years back. By now, you've got all the really nice OCIO integration in Mocha, so this wouldn't be an issue anymore. But there you've got all your tracking shapes. And of course, this doesn't only apply to tracking, but all the other really neat modules, like the remove module, like mega plates that are inside Mocha Pro. So you can access them or hand that off to an artist, even if he doesn't work on the same host application as you do. So just wanted to very quickly get that out of the way. And,
yeah, that's great. It's great that you show, what we say internally is we kind of think of Mocha as this universal masking and tracking tool. So I appreciate that you're showing that you could, if you start that Mocha project in almost any host, the data and the project itself will carry over.
Yeah, it's not only work hard, it's work smart. So if the work is already done, and especially if you're in a crunch, you just want to hand off the project. You don't want to recall that guy who gave you that shot and say, yeah, I need that other mat as well, or could you do some that also bogs you down? But having an open project to be handed over, that's really, really neat. And of course, this goes with Silhouette as well. And that leads me to my last example, which is this shot here. So you see a very beautiful talent here. And one thing we did in our beauty course was retouch the pimples on her nose. And I want to use Silhouette Paint for that. I didn't use it in the course because it wasn't available then. But what I did was I showed various techniques how to do that. And of course, there were all the usual suspects. There was stabilization involved. There was frequency separation involved. There was cloning and all that, smart cloning, and all that stuff. And what I really, really like about Silhouette Paint is that it not only streamlines this usual workflow, which would take you, let's make a rough guess, 5 to 10 nodes, not only consolidates it into one single node, but also streamlines it very, very smartly, that it really gives you a very efficient workflow. And I want to just showcase this on the retouch of her nose. So once again, I'm gonna open effects, hope that up here. And this time we're gonna choose Silhouette here and launch the interface. So what Silhouette will do is ask me for a project name. And just to reiterate, this is because I want to be able to interchange it with my other hosts as well. So this is not necessarily saved inside your host application, but rather in its own project file. So beauty actress. Oops, sorry, my German keyboard came on there. Sorry about that. So there we go. And we create that project. So I'm going to bring that into the correct color space. And as I said, I really like this stabilize, invert, stabilize workflow that I showed at the beginning. So we're going to do roughly the same thing here. We're going to switch to the rotor module of Silhouette, draw up a very rough shape just around that nose, like so. Go to tracking. And you've got a Silhouette tracker here available. You've got a point tracker available, like from other applications. But as you might have guessed by now, I'm a big fan of Mocha, so I'm going to use the Mocha tracker and just track this through very quickly. So eventually, at the beginning of the clip, the track will fail because the nose gets off screen, but I won't bother too much because this is when our retouch won't matter that much anymore. So just give me 2 more seconds here. So there we are. Oh, actually works quite nicely. So now that track is done. we can actually watch that stabilized in here. So now we know that sits in there. And this is only the viewer that is stabilized right now. So now going back to the paint module, another thing that I really, really like is the built-in frequency separation. So by going to the 9 hotkey, I can just see a high pass filter of my image. So this is just the detail. So as you see, all the color information is eliminated from that, and I'm only seeing the detail. And I've got the same thing around. Just got the color layer where I can see that we've got, if we zoom in here, a little bit of compression going on. We'll deal with that in a second. So going back to the detail layer, I can see that if I compare the two, that my problems mainly arise from all the details. So what I can do is I can also paint on that detail layer, which is nice, but I can also do it while watching the final result, which is really handy, and what I miss in a lot of other paint modules in all the various applications out there is a proper way to watch your paint in context so that you really see what you're doing. So I'm just painting on the detail layer, and I'm gonna choose a clone brush here, bring up that size, choose an area to clone, maybe a little bit smaller. Yep, sorry about that. See. And now, as you can see, the color is really not changing at all. And I can bring that in. What I can also do is I can paint from my output, which means that I can avoid reintroducing those large pimples. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. And here's the compression I mentioned before that can give me a hard time. We'll deal with that in a second. Because not only can we, wait, let me get this a little bit better, something like that. And not only can we paint on the detail layer, we can also paint on the color layer, completely independent. And so I'm gonna choose a blur brush here just to blur up this little compression here. I'm gonna increase my brush size, maybe increase the blur, make sure that's there. So something like that. And for those people who don't know Silhouette Paint, what's really nice is I've just painted this on one frame now, and I've done that stabilization to stabilize my viewer, but I can also apply it to my whole image, and I can match move my paint strokes. So what I can do now is, if I would process this, Silhouette would use that track to apply my paint strokes to each and every time. So I've got them available here in the history, so I could modify and delete them individually, or I can just let Silhouette run them through. I won't do that now because it would still, Silhouette is very fast, but it would still take, well, a couple of minutes, and I think we all have something better to do than watch a render bar. So by the magic of a presentation, I already prepped that here. So this is the original, and this is what I came up very shortly in Silhouette. But as you can see, that track's really sitting in there. So I think this is a really nice tool. I could have done a better job on that retouch given, but the tracking is just ace. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what I really like about Silhouette. And I'm just starting to explore this tool, and I think other people will have other great uses for it. But for my beauty work, this is really a nice game changer. And what I also like is, we talked about switching applications. So I work in Nuke, I work in Flame. This often depends also on client's request, but to have a tool like a paint module, which is so heavy on shortcuts and on just knowing how a brush feels, how it works, what to expect, it's really cool that I can recite to my favorite paint module in both compositing tools. So that's really great. And quite honestly, it's also great to have a choice. So inside Flame, now suddenly I've got 2 paint modules, and one time I'll choose the other, and the next time I'll choose the other. So I really dig that about Silhouette Paint.
Yeah, very nice example, Christoph. I'm impressed that you. I know you haven't been using Silhouette for that long, but pretty. You certainly covered quite a lot in a short time. I personally love the fact that you can do this stabilize, paint, destabilize workflow without any loss. It's a huge benefit. I would also just mention. Go ahead.
Yeah, and also that it's all inside this single node, and not for just for the sake of it, but really fast. I mean, you've seen me do the stabilize, invert stabilize thing at the beginning, and that's totally viable if you want to do something other than paint. But as you can see in that script, I've got 7 pre-stabilizers, which then just get one paint node, and after that I invert that. So with Silhouette Paint available, I guess I would approach this a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a neat thing that Paul and Marco and the team have done. They've kind of taken some complex ideas that compositors like yourself have been using for years. The detail separation and these kind of stabilized workflows, or even something like the blemish brush, which combines a bunch of different filters into one brush, and they've kind of simplified it to keep the projects less heavy and faster. I know Ben does quite a lot with Silhouette Paint as well.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of beauty work as well with Silhouette Paint. And what you've shown just here is some of the the biggest reasons why that was always my weapon of choice, was the fact that it was just very fast to go in, stabilize stuff up, paint on the stabilized plate, and then destabilize it without any loss.
Yeah, and it's so neat to have that all in that one node, so you just know where to look for something, instead of having a huge tree where everything is broken down into each and every separate node.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out as well that you can have multiple tracks doing different areas within the same node, so you don't have to have lots of different tracking data to do the separate areas. Everything could be tracked and then hooked up to paint strokes could be hooked up to different trackers to do the auto paint.
Yeah. So yeah, that's about what I've got to show. So if there are any questions or suggestions, I'm glad to oblige.
Let's see. I think in general, people were really pleased to see the presentation. I don't know if there's any specific questions, but Christoph, I'll just ask you one question because my colleagues know I'm obsessed with the show Dark. So, and again, no spoilers, but I know that you worked on the show Dark recently, and do you have any little tidbits about shots that were challenging to work on, or anything that you can share?
Well, I think I'm not spoiling anything, because if you watch the first 5 minutes of the first episode of the first season, you know that there are certain casualties to hanging, and you can imagine that if you shoot something like that, you have to take safety first, and the actors have to be really safe, and that's why each time there's a hanging going on, there are loads of rigs and wires that keep our actors safe. And I can safely say that this would have been a much harder job if I wouldn't have access to Mocha to do some of those wire removals. So it wasn't always Mocha for the whole job, of course, but in generating clean plates, in getting good tracks, in getting good rotor to put the actor back onto a reconstructed background and all that. So yeah, Mocha played a big part in that, and the rest was done in Nuke with a really great team at ARRI in Munich, and that was so much fun. It was a great experience.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on that show. I've obviously really enjoyed it.
glad to hear that. Yeah, that was really something, and it was a good experience. It was fun.
That's
And
great.
thanks so much for thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fascinating presentation. Thank you. I'm going to plug your courses at FX PhD one more time, because they are just they're really good. How many courses do you have there now?
5 now. So we've got 2 beauty courses, which are FLM 214 and FLM 216. And I would say, well, the FLM 216 is more flame specific. I think especially 214 is something, even if you're never used flame, the techniques there are really applicable in every application. And that's also the one where we use Mocha quite heavily. Then there is a workflow course, so that's flame only, that's FLM 219. And that's really about integration and conforming and all the management side of being a flame artist. And then, and this might be interesting to the question that was asked before, the last 2 courses that I released are FLM 103 and 104, which are introductory courses to flame. So those are really, if some people feel, well, flame could be something for me, check those out, and they should get you covered with the basics. We start really easy by editing 2 clips on the desktop and bringing footage into flame and setting up your workstation and all that, but we take it further and do keying, we do 3D animation of a logo, we do grading, so it should cover all the bases. Yeah, well, and
wonderful.
Then maybe something is coming up which is something else than flame. So we'll see about
something hidden and secret.
Something.
Excellent.
All right.
Well, no, that's wonderful. Thank you so much again for joining us. It's been a real pleasure. And the chat has been popping off again. It's great, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks so much.
Thanks. So as we say goodbye to Christoph, we have more prizes to give away. We actually have coming up a lot more stuff to give away as well. But before we get into there, congratulations, Kim Diggs. You have won 12 months of a Boris FX Suite. So that's everything that we make, including Mocha Pro that you've seen here, Silhouette, Continuum, Sapphire, and Optic. So well done, Kim Dix. You have won a 12-month subscription to Boris FX Suite. If you didn't win the big Nuke license or the big Boris FX Suite license, have no fear. We have 2 hours left to try to get you to win some of our last prizes. We still have quite a lot to give away, including a Dell Precision 5750 laptop loaded with a Boris FX Suite. So a 12-month subscription coming with that laptop. That's an absolutely amazing prize, and we're going to be giving away that before the end of virtual IBC. If you haven't joined yet, then go to borisfxlive.com and you'll see all of the terms and conditions and how you enter the competition right down at the bottom of that screen. On borisfxlive.com, you can also chat with us, as many people have been doing, or you can go to the YouTube chat and be chatting there as well. We are almost at the end of our IBC. We have 2 sessions left. Coming up in an hour's time, we're going to have Director of Motion Graphics John Dickinson taking us through the top Boris FX plugins you can't live without, and he is going to be live. So he's been here the last couple of days, but only in a virtual sense, coming all the way over from Australia. Those photons are going to be whizzing their way down optic cables, so you can chat with John Dickinson live in an hour's time. Before that, we have my final presentation of the day, which is going to be my secret sauce with Sapphire Builder. And joining me for this one, we are going to have, we're going to have to say goodbye to Ross, I'm afraid. Ross, we have been together for the last 2 2/3 days, but unfortunately you're going to have to go away now. But I want to say thank you very much for being a co-host.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ben. You've done a great job hosting, and as well as, I thank you for all the training. It's been such a great thing to have you as part of Boris FX in this last year, and beyond that, well, next year in Amsterdam is what we'll say.
Next year in Amsterdam, definitely. Well, cross fingers, definitely. Yeah,
that's right.
But thanks a lot, Ross, and for all your questions, all your input. It's been wonderful, and I will speak to you again at the next IBC, and not a moment before.
Sounds good.
All right. So bye, Ross. We're going to say goodbye to Ross, but we are going to be saying hello to Alan Lawrence, who is the product manager for Sapphire and Particle Illusion. Hello, Alan.
Hello.
Hello. You are joining us from the
Good
planet
to be back,
Earth.
yes.
I can see on your window at the back. So from outer space.
Yeah, that's an actual window.
I believe it is. It's good to see you again.
Good to be back.
And also joining us is going to be the disembodied voice of
That's
Brian
right.
Fox.
That's right.
But we actually have the in-person Brian Fox. Oh my goodness.
If you think you're gonna do a builder presentation and I'm not gonna drop in, you crazy, Ben. All right? Let's get into this.
Oh gosh, well,
this is what I love. Watch this.
This was a surprise.
Boom.
And you've managed to get the three shot here.
Of course. Excellent. I gave myself the center box too, so of course.
Well, of course.
Dead
of
center.
Course. For those of you who don't know who Brian Fox is, please tell us about yourself.
Who am I? That's a good question. Hello, everybody.
It's not a philosophical question.
My name is Brian Fox. I am the director of product marketing for Boris FX. I'm also co-product manager of Sapphire with Alan. I am actively directing this whole live stream, so all the mistakes are on me, so you can yell at me as well. But Builder is near and dear to my heart, as is Sapphire, and so anytime Ben is gonna share some tips and tricks with Builder, I'm definitely not missing that. So looking forward to this, Ben. Secret sauce. I don't know what that means, so I'm excited to see.
You will find out.
What's with the food analogies? This is like bread and sauce. Like, what's next?
Yeah, I was actually very hungry. For those of you who weren't here over the last couple of days, I've been giving a presentation a day, and all of them have been very food based. My first one had a long, extended, some would say overextended metaphor about making bread, which is my thought process for adding effects. We might get a bit of bread as well into here. But yes, we will explore the idea behind the secret sauce as we get into the presentation.
I mean, I kid you, but there's so much analogies to food and what we do, right? Whether it's render, whether it's cook, all of these terms really make sense to me. I've overused the food analogies before so much when it comes to editing, so it makes sense. It makes sense.
It's like popcorn.
All right, I'm ready, Ben.
That
I'm
one
ready.
might not have made a lot of sense on that.
No pressure, Ben. It's just me and Alan watching. Just
I know,
three guys.
I know.
Just three guys.
Just the two people who know Sapphire Builder more than anyone else. This is great. Right, I'm going to do the awkward transition now, where I not only have to turn my screen sharing on, which I can do with a press of a button, and everything goes weird. Let's do it over there. I'm also going to move my microphone, which involves me turning it off and turning it back on, and that was pretty smooth, I think. So I'm going to have a little look. We're going to start in After Effects, but we're going to be moving around a few of the applications. I'm going to be dropping into Premiere. I'll even be dropping into to Fusion at some point as well, very very briefly, just to go through that. Well, let's start then, because you've hung a lamp on it. Let's start with the concept of a secret source and why I go back to this. Obviously, for Americans, the idea of a secret source is very, very known. But for people on my side of the water, it usually sort of refers to like a burger restaurant that has their own sort of special burger sauce that makes it so very different from the burger place that's next door. But basically, what it boils down to is, guess what a burger place has lots of? Ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, pickles, and guess what the secret sauce is made out of? Ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, pickles. So the idea is that by mixing simple things together, we can sort of get something very unique and marketable. You can sell your secret sauce. So that is the start of my labored metaphor, which we are going to be using throughout the next 50 minutes. Because basically it breaks down to the fact that Sapphire has, let's select a layer here. Sapphire has, over 270 different filters in it. And most people, as we've said before in other sessions, they only use a fraction of those. But in my own projects, let's actually pause over a Sapphire one. It's got loads of things. Yeah, in my own projects, I would, generally sort of fall back to, using a sort of select few and using those time and time again to finish, I'd say, pretty much every project. Clients would respond well to the results. So, if they're happy, I'm happy. So I just keep using them. But then something changed. A few versions back, Sapphire introduced the builder. I can't remember when it was introduced, but it was a little while ago now. And if you're not familiar with using the builder, then you're probably missing out on the the single most powerful feature in Sapphire. Because Builder is a way of creating your own custom effects. Not custom presets, but custom effects. So with Builder, I had a way of combining those 5 filters that I'd always use into one just giant effect. And I could also, choose to only show the cool stuff, the parameters that I knew I was going to be adjusting. So essentially, what I created was a cheat code to getting stuff done faster, and and get through more projects in a week. So that's what we're going to be looking at in this session. We're going to be looking at 3 of my secret sauce recipes and how to mix and spice them to make your own secret sauce. All right, let's have a look at some stuff. There's enough of me gabbing. Let's look at some stuff. So this is our after, and this is our before shot. I'm doing it backwards because I forgot to turn off the effect. So this is our before shot. So pretty much everything is finished here. The grade looks fine. Everything's done. I don't really need to do a lot with it. And yet it's still not quite finished. It still needs that little twist. And this is what it looks like with the effect on it. There we go. So it's just given us a little bit more of a twist in there. And I'm going to show you what this is doing, because this is just broken down into one effect that is doing that. And you look at that and you go, oh, okay, well, I recognize these names, but I don't know what they're doing. So let's see the mystery of what's going on inside SFX. I'm going to break it down into, I'm going to start up a new shot. I'm going to come into my effect. I'm going to come down into Builder, and I'm going to go to S Effect. And when I put this on, it does nothing. And the reason for that is that S Effect is a blank slate when we first put it on. we have presets. Like all of the effects, we have presets to have a little look at. And if we open up the preset browser, we've got something a little bit different here. We can see individual effect presets. So we can go in to individual effects. Let's get rid of the band pass. Or we can go into builder effects. Aha. So this seems to be doing something. So what builder effects are doing is it's a way of stacking together multiple, oh, it'd help if I didn't move out the screen. Yeah, it's a way of building up multiple different effects all into one layer, all into one effect. And we have different things. We have ones that are going to be affecting the image overall. So something like this 8-bit maze, which our lovely Alan Lawrence has created, creating a stylized maze game look. Look at that. There we go. I can even play back just in the builder to see if that's going to be an effect I like. We've also got ones that are going to be for motion backgrounds, and we're going to look at all of that later. But I don't want to start with a preset. This is one where I'm much happier to come in. I'm going to click Edit Effect and start with a blank slate. So this is Builder. We have the viewer up at the top. We have a little sort of miniature node tree down in the bottom. So anyone who's worked with anything to do with nodes before is going to be pretty familiar with this. If you worked with, something big like Nuke or Flame, obviously you're going to understand what's going on with this. But even if you've worked with the color room inside of Resolve, then you're going to be a bit more familiar about what nodes are going to be. It's a way of getting from our source down into our result and bringing some other effects in the middle of them. So this is essentially what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be chaining together multiple effects to create the end look that I want. And the first look I'm going to do, or the first thing I'm going to do, is actually I'm going to add a wee bit of sharpness. This particular shot might not need a little bit of sharpness, but on some shots for finishing, I'm probably going to need just a wee bit, just a little shiver of sharpening. That's a phrase you never hear before, a shiver of sharpening. So going after my sharpening, the next thing that I need is a like film effect. Film effect is probably one of the most used of the Sapphire effects. If I plunk film effect over the top here, I'll open up my selection parameters. We'll have a little look at these later, but this is where we can start to change stuff up. So we've got different negative films, got different print films we can have a little look at in a little moment. Another effect that I use all the time on pretty much every single one of my shots is a bit of diffusion. Usually I will be going with the classic Sapphire Glow. Everyone loves a Sapphire Glow. Let's bring us on that there. Nice. So I'm just chaining these together, and you can see sort of the effect that they're doing. Down the bottom left, I've got preview selected node turned on. So that means I can click any of these nodes and see what the result is going to be anywhere down on this tree. Cool, it's got a little bit of sharpening, a little bit of film effect, a little bit of glow diffusion there. The next one I'm going to add, probably the last one I'm going to add, I think for now, is going to be my glow darks. And let's just bring that in there. And glow darks is an interesting one, because whereas glow kind of diffuses out the highlights, glow darks comes in and starts to diffuse out the darker elements here. And this looks, pretty heavy. The default values for a lot of these effects are pretty heavy, because they're designed to show you that an effect has been put on. If this was too subtle, you wouldn't know that you'd actually put an effect on, and you'd go, is it on yet? But what we can do with all of these effects is still come in and load presets within Builder. So if I hit load presets, I've still got all of the presets that I'd usually have associated with this effect. And I've got one that's Angie Taylor's preset, which is the one that is probably my go-to for glow darks, which is the film glow. So this is a subtle dark glow is added to dark areas. It's so wide, it's as soft as butter. Lovely. Angie always gave the best descriptions to her presets. So we've now got my elements that I'm gonna be using. So let's break these down a little bit and get it so it's looking, well, not like a big mess. That's where we're starting. That's where we're going to. The end result is a big mess. I wouldn't ever use this end result as it is. Okay. But with the preview selected node, I can come into my sharpen, and it's now giving me just this this sharpness here. Now, sharpening is it's an interesting effect, because it's one that you have to be very, very subtle with. And I mean very, very subtle with. And I always say you cannot judge what sharpening is really doing. If you're taking this out to broadcast, you can never judge what the image is going to look like just on a computer monitor. You need to see this on an external screen. I have almost been caught, and I've seen many people be caught, where they've over sharpened something and it's gone out on air and it looks not good. So even in the builder, because we don't have like the regular sort of connection to the broadcast monitor that you get through your host, the builder actually has its built-in connection to a reference monitor. So if you've got the hardware to be able to take out to a reference monitor, you'll see it down in this view here. So I can take this out and be looking at this on my monitor over on my right hand side, and it's at this point where I can actually judge whether this is the effect that I want. I'm going to take my sharpen amplitude, I'm going to take it all the way down to 0. I don't want it on this one. And then come into my film effect. Okay, as soon as I click on this, because I've got preview selected node turned on, it's going to now take a look at this one. So I can come in, I can change what type of film stock that I have, it's simulations film stock. So we've got simulated negative film and simulated print film. So what we shot on and what we're printing to. Or print, yeah, there we go. We'll leave it at that. I was going to actually take us into a better, more a better description, more accurate description, but actually I don't need to do that. It makes your image look like film. That's the sort of biggest takeaway you got. Then we've got things like scale CC. This is almost always way too big an effect for what I want. So with the scale CC, I can just bring this in and just put that in there. It's like, I don't know, chopping up pickles and putting them into my secret sauce. Are you happy with that metaphor?
I mean, just stop it. Just stop it. Horribly offended by sauce on any type of burgers, so you lost me. You lost me at the intro.
I'm going to come in. I'm going to just change the input gamma and the output gamma as well. I'm happy with that. Negative exposure. Actually, I'm going to reset these. Let's just come in here. What was that? 2.2. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. I might just do, negative exposure and print exposure. Yeah, those are going to be the ones I want to be playing with. There we go. Get that looking around about there. Grain. Oh, sorry, we've got glow first. Glow is we've got a built-in glow to our film effect. Well, that's great, except for one thing. We've already got glow coming up down there. So the glow in the film effect is doing pretty much the same job, but I've got more control over the glow in my separate glow here. So I'm going to keep my glow brightness set down to 0 and, you know, soft focus set down to 0. So we don't have to worry about that. Grain and vignette we're going to come back to. So we're starting to get somewhere. Talking about glow, let's tweak this up someplace how I like it. I'm going to come in, I'm going to turn the brightness all the way up. This is my trick for dealing with glow. I turn my brightness all the way up past where you would possibly ever want it, because then I can come into my threshold and actually see where it is I want to keep my threshold. And once the threshold is down there in the right spot, about 8.3, I can then bring the glow brightness down to where I actually want it. And the glow width, we can sort of like, yeah, diffuse that out a little bit more, but I'm kind of happy with where that's going. Glow darks. All right, we've got the preset already loaded in there. All I'm going to do is take the glow. Actually, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to take the darkness down a little bit, quite a bit, and this glow saturation is turned all the way up. This kind of really you know, changes what the glow looks like. So I'm going to take the glow saturation down to around about 1.5. Everything else I'm just going to leave as is. So let's just zoom that to fit. So there we go. I've got my 4 effects in Builder. I'm going to hit OK. Let's see what happens when we take this back out into After Effects. Whee! Look at that. It's done everything I asked it to. Because of course it has. I asked it to do it and it did it. And let's have a look at the effects controls. So now the effects controls have all of the filters that we had put in there, all in one big long list. Cool. Well, sort of cool. As I was going down and actually, you know, tweaking these up, most of the things didn't need any tweaking. So if they didn't need any tweaking when I was creating it, most of the time they're not going to need a lot of tweaking when I'm back in the host. So I'm going to come into my edit effect. I'm come in here. I'm going to choose my sharpen. I'm going to turn off preview selected node, so we're always going to see the result now. I'm going to come into sharpen. And if you notice on the top right hand corner, we have a little checkbox here, and we have checkboxes against every single parameter. If I turn all that off at the top, all of the checkboxes on the parameters get turned off as well. So I'm just going to select the parameters that I was interested in. So with film effect, I can use scale CC, negative exposure, print exposure. We will do grain amplitude and vignette darkness as well. Into glow, everything turned off except for brightness, threshold, glow width. Into glow darks, everything turned off except for darkness and maybe glow saturation. We'll keep that one there. Cool. I'm happy with that. Not going to touch anything else. Hit OK. We come back into After Effects now. If we look at our effect controls over on the left hand side, we can see that we only have those parameters exposed that are going to be interesting to us. So now if I wanted to you know, maybe add a bit of vignette to this, I can just come in, I'll add a huge great big vignette so everyone can see it on the stream, or we can take this down to a little bit more of a subtle effect there. Grain amplitude, take that all the way up. I think that's a bit visible, might be a little bit too strong. I'll put that down to 1.2. Now this is going to be my template, so I can well, let's just copy this and have a look how it looks on a different clip. Let's come over, where should we have a look? Any one of these. Let's go to my red set. Let's get rid of the effect that's already there. Bye-bye effect. And I'll just paste that back over. Paste. And now I've got that same builder effect that I can use to change this up. So it wasn't quite right when I brought it over. It's getting a little bit too dark. So if it's getting a little bit too dark, I can start to tweak up the things that are making it a bit too dark. So I'll come in, I can adjust the print exposure a wee bit there. I can change my neg exposure up as well. Let's just come in and just twiddle that into half res to get us a little bit faster. And I can come into my glows, do exactly the same as I did before, whack the glow all the way up so I can see what it's doing, change the threshold so it's only working on the lamp there, take my brightness down, and maybe now whack the glow width back up. Take my glow darks all the way down because I don't want them, but maybe I do want the sharpness. There we go. And now just using that little preset, I can come in and tweak, what's this, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 different parameters and have like the best bits of 4 different effects working for me. So that's, you know, how I would use or start to use the builder to do this. And I can save that out as a preset. I can open up the preset browser. I was going to wait for that, but it's actually on the other screen. I can give it a name. I can, you know, tell who wrote it and give a nice little description and characteristics. And I can either save that locally or export that out to a file for other people to use as well. Cool. I'm going to show you how we can use this in different places, but are there any questions so far?
Hey, Ben. Just to point out to everybody, someone actually asked, are we live? Oh, we're definitely live, my friends. We're definitely live.
Oh yes, we're live.
So I think the biggest question that's bubbling up, and I'll let you take this because you know that I've answered this plenty in the past before, but like I guess people are wondering at a high level, what's the big difference between, you know, stacking effects in AE or using an adjustment layer versus, you know, what you're showing with a builder? What would be your, you know, big advantage? And I know you've kind of shown it, but maybe just summarize like why you would use builder versus just adding glow plus digital damage plus vignette, you know, etc.
Well, there are two big reasons. The first is time. I am very consistent with this stage of the effect. So if I know that I'm always going to be finishing off my shots with something that is similar to this, then instead of going to each individual effect, bringing that down, boom, okay, that's good, next one, boom, adjusting it, next one, boom, adjusting it, and then loading in the presets that I've already got, you know, already that's what, at least, you know, 16 clicks plus all the time that it takes to sort of go in and find the right preset. With the builder, I add the builder, I load one preset, I find my preset, and it's there. So that's one reason. The other reason is this bad boy here is that I've hidden, or I've actually made up, you know, all of these into a decent starting place, so that all I have to do now is just tweak the parameters that are interesting to me. So that's another huge time saving. The third thing is, if I come into Premiere, I've got an adjustment layer over some random nonsense. Sorry, over a carefully edited sequence. And I can just come in here, just go S effect, drag that over an adjustment layer, load up a preset. Go into Builder Effect. I'm going to type in Ben because we can search on author as well. So we've got some of the stuff that I've written here. Is it, if I put it in here? No, let's put it under, I think I called it, oh no, I did call it, it's there, it's right there. Come on, Ben, you're blind. There we go. Ben's generic film finish. High pass sharpening leading into film effect, glow and glow darks. Notes, blur increases sharpness. Change fill stop type in Builder. So I hit load on that. This is slightly different than the one I just built, but generally it's the same. So I can then come in here, and these presets are cross-host compatible. So I can't use an After Effects animation preset in Premiere. Likewise, I can't just copy and paste stuff from Premiere into After Effects. So we've got all of this now across the entire shot. I've no idea what I tweaked up on that, but I definitely tweaked something.
No, it's a great answer, Ben.
Let's bring
it's a great answer. Like, I think you nailed it. There's, I always say it's like a couple different ways that people use Builder, but I think once you kind of wrap your head around it, right? I always do the cheesy line that Builder is like the Uber Sapphire plugin. I mean, it's literally one effect to rule them all because it can become any plugin you want. So I use Builder a lot because obviously, just like you, I'm a huge Sapphire Glow Darks fan. I use Glow Darks like crazy for a quick treatment, but I don't really like the starting parameters, so all I do is just literally load Glow Dark, single plugin into Builder, change the parameters, turn off a bunch, and I save that as like Brian's Glow Dark, and now I'm good to go. I've just created, a new Sapphire plugin, and that's like the most basic use. But then there's like what you and Alan do with Builder, which is true madness, right? Like true madness in terms of creating like fully animating motion graphics effects, and everything is cross-platform. So, taking an effect from After Effects, opening it up in Resolve, taking something from Flame, opening up in Avid, it really is amazing. Like, once you kind of get into Builder, I say it all the time, it's really tough to go back to using single plugins.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, here I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm going to come into Fusion. I'm going to type in Ben in Builder Effects. Builder Effects, thank you. Type in Ben. And generic film finish pops in here. And have a look at that. We're there. It's around. I can do all the things that I wanted to do just with a very few little clicks. It's, if this isn't cool, then I don't know what the kids like anymore, because this is cool.
It really is fun. We tell people all the time, like, in theory, I could delete all your Sapphire effects and just give you S effect. Now, of course, I wouldn't do that because we'd hear screams and cries from Avid suites all across the country. But I could do that. Like, we could do that, and you could work the same exact way because Builder literally is all of Sapphire jammed into one effect, one plugin with.
Yeah.
Alan, how many params do we have in there? Good God.
I have no idea.
Total param, isn't it like in the thousands? I think.
It's 1,500 at least.
Yeah, it really is cool that it can really just become anything. All right, sorry to hijack your amazing presentation.
No, that's good. I mean, literally, like the only effects that you don't have in Builder are the time effects.
Sure.
And you've got flicker if you want flicker, but some of the time effects that need different frames you don't have. But pretty much anything else, like the stuff you're going to be doing day in, day out, you've got like directly here, directly within Builder, and it's very. I don't want to like sort of downplay by saying, oh yeah, no, this is very handy. It's very useful, but no, it's unbelievably handy. It's unbelievably useful.
And then there's also things you can do in Builder that you couldn't do with just a stack of effects because of the node-based aspect of it. If you're taking outputs of one node and as the mask input of another node and things like that, things that are just not exposed at the host level.
Well, this leads me. No, you're right, Alan. Sorry, I broke in.
Show me.
I was going to say this leads me into here. This is secret source number 2. Text. Can I call it? I called it secret source number 2. I didn't call it recipe number 2. I called it secret source. That's fine. It fits with the conceit of the entire presentation. All right. Text. I like text. Text is good. No, it's like this. The idea behind this is that, like, what I want in my builder preset. See, that's not as fun. My secret source for text isn't to be like a replacement for when I actually need to do like proper text design. But like most of the time, I don't need to do like a huge amount of text design. I just want to stop my white text from being like really boring and dull. So, I mean, this is like a little recipe that lets me like add some fun stuff to text that I would do all the time. So it's things like color, shading, fake 3D. If I don't need to go into a 3D app just to to fake a little bit of 3D, then I'm not going to. Texture, I might want a bit of edge grunging on there as well, but depending on the time, we might not be able to see that. So I'm just going to come into Builder here. Here we go. Let's just zoom out a wee bit. I want to show you something that's going to be important later. I'm going to show you the checkerboard. So this is our source with alpha. So we've got the text coming in with alpha. We've also got the text coming in this wee little box there. That's going to be important. Wait 10 minutes. But for now, I'm going to turn off my checkerboard. Okay, let's bring this up here. So the first thing I want with this is a way to, like a really, really quick way to give this, and there's probably no quicker way than just using a tint. And so I'm just going to add a tint on here, and I can tint my lights, the light colors, and that, look at that. That can be any color I want. Look at that, beautiful. It's going to be, what should we do? I don't know. We are live. Look at that. It's going to be this pink color. Cool. And I'm going to turn off parameters as I'm going, because we don't need to do the big reveal anymore. We've seen that. So all I'm going to change in this one is tint lights. The next one I'm going to do is add a little bit of shading, and we could be clever about it and do a lot of interesting stuff with it. I'm not going to be clever. I don't think we need to be clever all the time. I think we can be just very simple and straightforward. I'm just going to add a gradient. Going to bump gradient onto here. I'm going to set my gradient to overlay, and look at this. We're going to keep the black and white, and all I'm going to do is all I'm interested in is changing where the gradient starts and finishes. That just gives me a little bit of a gradient on my text. Everything else can go away. Boom, boom. Easy. I maybe want to put in a bit of brightness there, but we'll come to that later. So the next thing we got is giving a sort of fake 3D kind of thing. I don't need to have like proper real 3D. I don't need to be running around it. I just need to give it a little bit of depth, and I'm going to do that with one of the emboss filters. I could do it with just like a straight emboss. Straight emboss, does the job. Kind of doing all of that sort of stuff, straight emboss. Yeah, everyone loves it. Let's undo that a couple of times. I want stuff for being a little bit shinier, so I'm going to use emboss shiny. And this one here, the important ones are going to be light direction. Actually, probably quite a few of these are going to be important. Bump smooth is going to be important. Highlight brightness is going to be important. I think everything else, well, maybe brightness, we'll bring that in there as well. So this is cool. So we're starting off with our white text, adding a bit of tint, adding a bit of tint, adding a bit of gradient, adding a bit of emboss shiny. And the next thing, actually probably the last thing before we take this back out, is adding a little bit of texture. So let's have a think. Well, actually, let's go down here. All right, let's go and go to render. You know, we have quite a lot of textury type of things we can put over the top of it. But actually probably grunge is going to be the one that I'm after. Just I want to sort of mess this up a little bit. Okay, here we go. Cool. So we got grunge. And grunge, well, let's load a preset for grunge because I'm you know, this is quite a cool little grungy look, but not quite the look I want. I want something a little bit more kind of you know, crackly, a little bit kind of just, yeah, as if the text is getting old. So we have, I mean, we've got Cracked Canvas by someone called Alan Lawrence. I mean, that's quite nice. But we've also got actually just Cracked by someone called Brian Fox. So adding glassy cracks.
Should load that one in. Skip that one. That one's no good. That one's no good. Just skip it.
So we've got something here. Let me just cough 1 second. Look at that smooth mic control. The cough is gone.
We have John watching in Australia, so there's triple pressure, Ben.
Oh,
triple pressure.
Oh, now the eyes are on. So here we go. We got the grunge here. I'm going to turn everything off on my grunge, and like to begin with, I just probably want just the stamp density, and I want the stamp opacity. I want to be able to knock that back quite easily. And I think that'll do. I think there's a lot of other stuff we can do with this, but I think that'll do. Now, the big problem I've got here is that if we let's take a look at our checkerboard. Ooh, look at that. So we've got stuff going outside of our alpha at the moment, just because of the way that it's built. So one of the things that we can do is we've got different inputs into these. So like with Emboss Shiny, I've got a matte input and a bumps input, so I can have something else creating the bumps on my shiny emboss. But all of these nodes have a matte input. So I can take something from further down the line, so something like the builder source, pipe that into the matte input, pipe it in there, there we go. And if I come down here now, take a little look at my matte. My matte uses the Luma. Very nice. Let's show the checkerboard so it's a bit more visible. And I can then crop my grunge to the matte. And that will then get rid of all of that grunge. See, let's zoom in a wee bit. So with that turned off, you can see the grunge going all over the element there. Cropping my grunge to the matte keeps it within inside the text. And this is, yeah, me being able to pipe in a source that's not like the source that happens after all of these effects are processed out. It's the source right at the very top. So, you know, we could take in an external source as well and just have that piped in and do stuff to that mask and have that piped in. So this is, you know, this is the reason why having something in a sort of node editor is actually really important and really useful to have. So if I come back in here now, click on OK, it'll have a little think. There we go. And I can come in now and choose a different color. I've got my controls to be able to play around with the gradient here. Just change up that gradient a little bit. It's kind of fun. And I think this one is the my light direction for the shiny emboss. Whee, so I'm bringing that around. And I've still got, just close up Mocha, I've got all of these you know, controls still, just in a very, very few limited little parameters. I can now do a ton of stuff with my text to make it a little bit more fun, or you know, if I don't want it so embossed, I can just take that down. We've got just flat text with a texture. It's just so cool just being able to play around with this. And I know John is watching me and he hates it when people say it's so cool, but this is like sitting in a fridge. That's how cool it is.
Really cool example, Ben.
Thanks.
And lots of love from the chat. Rob and Focus really enjoying the text example. And really good to point out that once you've built that, you know, that's yours, right? That's your effect, you know, and you can reuse that, and you're good to go.
Like in this one here, I've got another text example here. I mean, this is again more of my nonsense at the moment. So what I've got done in here, if I edit that effect, this is something that, you know, it's doing quite a lot of things. Zoom in. It's doing polar stuff. It's doing loads of stuff. We've got things kind of in there going to different mats. I've even got some notes that I've written. You can have like stick a sticky note in there to remind you what it is you've actually done. Hit OK on that. And then if I think that's not, you know, this effect is meant to be sort of like some liquid metal kind of stuff sort of going around, and it kind of, you know, doesn't quite work with this particular piece of footage. But if I bring it in, let's find something else that's a little bit more suitable. Oh, I don't even know anymore. Let's just take this one. And then I'll just replace both of those there. You know, that will still give that same kind of, you know, big metallic little, you know, looking effect on your text. And I've saved that. Some of the footage it works well on. Some of the footage it doesn't work quite as well on. But you know, the fact that we've got it here, and we can still come in and, I don't know, maybe tweak the gamma down a wee bit, scale the lights up, just make it work with that footage. You know, that really is the power of having everything just in, you know, just in one place, and just, you know, cooking down like this big set of effects into just like the real kind of basics that you need it to, or like the essentials that you need it to do. And I think that's you know, that's what makes it interesting for me. That's why I use Builder in, you know, a ton of my work. Do we have any other questions before I move on to the last example?
There is one question that seems to be coming up about Builder in general, and that's render speed. And I think I can address that a little bit. You know, the question, I guess, is, you know, if you stack up all these effects, or then you do it in Builder, is there any sort of performance advantage to doing that? And I think the answer is, in theory, there certainly is, and I think in practice you'll see that there is as well. And the reason is, if you put, you know, 5 different effects on a layer, even if they are all Sapphire effects, After Effects or whatever your host is treats them independently. So the effect needs to grab the footage, it needs to do its work, it needs to pass back the result, and then it goes down the line to the next effect, grabs that result, does its work, passes it back, and so forth, and so on and so forth down the line. So in Builder, it's just a single effect. So even though it's multiple effects internally, you're that overhead of dealing with the host and getting the footage and passing back the results, whatever, on a more technical level. It's only happening once, and so you've got that overhead of is gone, and so all of the effect processing is going to be faster. I don't know practically what that means. Does it mean it's twice as fast? I would be surprised if it's twice as fast, but it's certainly going to make a difference. It's definitely going to be faster than putting all those things independently.
I think it's also going to depend on what type of effects you've got stacked on, how much your speed is going to improve as well. I know one of the things that designing stuff in Builder makes me do is it makes me aware of the parameters I don't need to have turned on. I don't need to have things like atmosphere turned on in every single instance of every single one of my effects. So just by having those turned off and maybe having it just at the on the crucial ones at the end of the line, I've definitely going to save myself a bit of processing time there. It just there's also, as well as a raw effect practicality of faster render speeds, there's that soft human element as well that it makes you more aware of what you're doing.
Another question from the chat, Ben. I think a lot of people are digging your presentation. To borrow Marion Ross's term, I think a lot of people are kind of grokking Builder, and how it can save time and really open up possibilities. Some questions about like the keyframing. Can you keyframe in there? Does the animation save with a preset? Like how does that work in terms of animating a Builder effect?
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting point. There's a couple of ways of doing keyframing. Like one of the ways is doing it in your kind of traditional sort of like boom, 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 keyframe this from here to here. Those types of keyframes, the ones we do in the host, aren't going to save within the preset. There's another way of doing keyframing though. I'm going to come into my effect. And let's see. Let's find something this is actually going to work on. Okay, yeah, here. So the other way of doing keyframing is actually within Builder itself. And I've just come to something we can see instantly, which is like the stamp opacity. And we have different ways of coming in and animating this. So we can take this. At the moment, we've got a static value, a constant value going all the way through. We can have a value going from 0 up to our value over time. So if we play this back, we can sort of just scrub this back. You can see it going from 0 opacity all the way up. And let's actually make this really gross and disgusting. So you can see that building on. We can also take it the other way, so we can have it building on and then fading off. All going up from 0 up to a point, la la la. You get the gist of it. Or coming down from 1 and then going back up again. Let's have it going up here. We can also set how that works, so we don't have to have it going all the way the length of the clip. We can make it so that it actually comes in and ends like halfway through. Come over here, boy. There we go. And we can change like things like easing as well. So we can like do a slow ease and a slow out, and we can even change the start time as well. This is absolutely crucial when you're doing like complex transitions with lots of stuff coming in and coming out at different times. But just by doing it here, we can then animate or create a little animation curve going up, and those will save with the preset. And they will scale with the length of the clip that you put the preset onto, or you put the Builder effect onto. This is absolutely crucial for doing things like transitions as well. But it's also cool for fading stuff on and off, or doing like we've got animated mats as well. You can do. Does that answer the question?
think it does. And
Have I missed anything?
I would be remiss not to show a builder effect you built right now, the Boris FX Live background.
Oh yes.
Yes,
Yes, this is a well. Actually, we're gonna look at something with motion backgrounds in just a moment. But yes, this was a this is a classic Lazy Ben trick.
Lazy Ben is better than most, so I'll take it. But that's great. All right, I'll go.
If we
back
look at the motion backgrounds, and I've got like two minutes. John, you're gonna have to wait. We're gonna be late 2 minutes. Sorry, mate.
John is with us. John's with us. John, say hello.
Oh, John. Hello, John.
Maybe not. I'll work on that. There we go. John, try now. There you go, John. Say hello. Maybe not. Forget it. I'll just be quiet.
No. There we go. He's not meant to be on until until 3 more minutes. So he's not going to be at the mic until 3 more minutes. You know, John. Come on. He's there. He's very prompt. I'm gonna just come in. I've got a black background. It's doing nothing. I'm applying it. This is an effect that I have. This is based off of an effect that I used quite a bit. And this is my lazy motion background effect. All this is, it's an infinite zoom. It's a defocus prism. It's a vignette. It's a couple of glows. It's a shape coming into the infinite zoom. What's it doing? Absolutely nothing. And the reason is because we need to feed it a source. And we can feed this a source within, like directly within Builder. So to prove we're live, Alan, give me your favorite render plugin. Maybe one of the textures, who knows?
Oh, that's put me on the spot.
I know. And they're all too good.
They are.
Plasma.
There we go. Plasma.
I was going to say Aurora, but that's all right.
Oh gosh. There we go. So this is what Plasma looks like.
I mean, this was the way I did 3D metal type for many years. Right?
You will, yes. You will also see this exact thing or this exact preset, or the default settings, I should say, on far too many of my older projects. Lazy Ben used to be amazingly lazy. He's gotten less lazy over time, but he used to be amazingly lazy. Yeah, I'm just going to come in. I'm going to take some of these down because take my brightness down, for example, because this feeds through. And I come into glow. Like glow is just going to blow everything out because the threshold is set far too low. There we go. So we just bring that in there. But the cool thing about this, mate, there we go. Let's bring this down.
Oh no, Ben's free.
There we go. I can tell John is itching to get in because he's just scratching at my left ear now.
Did you hear me testing audio?
I did.
That's,
John, say hello.
So
one of the first rules of presenting is don't freestyle.
we broke that a long time ago.
we absolutely broke this ages ago. So the thing that happens with this one is that it's not really doing what we want it to do. It's kind of just sat there. It's sort of doing something, but it's not doing what we want it to do. So, and this basically comes down to what we were talking about just a second ago, is that we can't save a lot of keyframes with Builder. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to come into my shrink per level, do time +1 just so it has a bit of a start, and then I'll just do time on the zoom. Maybe that is so basically we're just coming in, and maybe I'll make the zoom a little bit bigger to start with as well.
Love it.
So basically what we're doing is we're just coming in and freaking out with some stuff, and we can change this into anything. So if I come over into my project, I've got that exact same look on this one here. Same preset, doing the same thing, zooming through. I've got it on this one here.
Oh, so cool.
Zooming through. It's exactly the same. I've got it on real text as well. Sorry, on real footage as well. And this one here, this is a bit of dust. Hang on, let's find that in the.
Yeah, in my time.
Where are you? I'm well in your time. You should have been here earlier.
Second rule of presenting: don't go into the other presenter's time.
All this is bit of dust. That's it. So you can do tons of stuff with Builder. Builder's nice. I like Builder. That is my time.
Hey, I have to say, Ben, those last couple examples, so beautiful. Really, really cool stuff. Another one of my cheesy taglines: if you're watching a show and somebody takes drugs, it's usually Sapphire effects. I think you're hitting on that with some of these backgrounds. Really cool, trippy, psychedelic effects. Love to see that one you did with the glow and the lines and the infinite zoom is just really cool. I mean, shout out to Gary O for being the trippy person he is, writing that effect. Just such a beautiful, useful effect.
Yeah. If infinite zoom isn't in John's presentation for the ones you can't miss, then I will be very disappointed. My disappointment.
You will be disappointed.
Straight away.
You will be disappointed. Time to log out now.
Thank you, Ben.
Look at this.
Thank you, Ben.
Here we go. I'm
fantastic.
Back. There we go.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this crew, right?
Oh, we're in a 4-box. Oh my gosh.
Great job, Ben. That was fantastic.
Thank you very much. Sorry we went a bit long. Obviously we started late, but
it's okay.
You have the host to blame for that one. Yes. Shall we get on and do some more business? Because we've got some stuff to give away before John starts to talk.
We have
I'm looking forward to my prizes.
You will want to win this one. Are you ready for this one?
Where's my laptop?
I'm excited. Oh, well done. We have got 12 months of Creative Cloud, courtesy of Adobe, going to Milena Georgieva. Well done, Milena there.
Yay.
Congratulations. 12 months of Creative Cloud. And thank you very much to Adobe for sponsoring that. We have also got a 12-month subscription of Boris FX Suite going out to David Cower. That is absolutely not how you pronounce that surname. I'm really sorry, David, but I hope the fact you get a 12-month subscription of Boris FX Suite, which is everything that we have, which is Sapphire with the builder that you just saw, Continuum, Mocha Pro, Silhouette, and Optics. So well done, David. There's still time. You have still got maybe 45 minutes to enter our competition for the last prizes of Virtual NAB. If you haven't done so already, go to borisfxlive.com, go to the bottom of that page, and you've got 24 minutes. You've not even got 45 minutes, you've got 24 minutes left. Put your details in there, and we've got some big prizes still to give away, including the loaded Dell Precision 5750 laptop. And
that's right.
That
Saving the best till last, of course.
Absolutely.
Only when it comes to prizes. Only when it comes to prizes.
And presenters.
Hey, we haven't picked the winner yet for this Dell, so enter right now if you're just tuning in. 100% enter. And how do I know we haven't picked it? Because I don't have the graphic yet. We have not picked the said winner. You guys have 24 minutes to
23 minutes.
23 minutes.
People,
tune in.
Go quickly.
Go get it. This thing's amazing. Look at that thing. It's a beast laptop.
And what else does it come with, Brian?
Comes with everything we make. It's gonna come with Sapphire, Mocha, Continuum, Silhouette paint, and optics. Right. So it's a loaded beast of a workstation. I'm sure John would like to enter his name for the Dell laptop, but
2, please.
He's not
I'll have
allowed.
2, thanks.
He's not allowed. Do you know why? because full terms and conditions are available on borisfxlive.com. I have to say that, and I will keep saying that.
Great.
Yeah, we're going to go roll into our final presentation, not just our final presentation of the day, but our final presentation for Virtual IBC 2020. And this is one that I've been looking forward to for a long time, mainly because we get to have Director of Motion Graphics, John Dickinson, Mr. John Dickinson, live with us here from Australia. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I couldn't be live for the other sessions, but 3 a.m. at my age is not a good look. I mean, this morning I had to wake up at 6 and I'm still half asleep.
Well, I mean, hold on. Just for the record, Ben, what time is it in Denmark right now?
It is now. Oh, it's just past 11 o'clock in the evening time. Yes.
Yeah, but Ben's like Ben's like 25 years old.
Look at him. Look at him. He's just a little guy. Yeah.
I've got my T-shirt on. Obviously, I am a millennial.
Great to have you with us, John. Happy to get you live finally. The last presentation.
Always great to be live. I mean, recording tutorials is one thing, but chatting live is the best.
100%. I don't even have a name.
And this is your chance, everyone, to get your questions into John, also at borisfxlive.com or on our YouTube chat. But I'm not going to talk anymore.
Definitely.
I'm going to send it over to John and let John, Brian, and Alan take on most of the heavy lifting from now on. So please take it away.
All right. So I'm going to just jump straight over and share my screen, and we'll get straight into this because we've got a lot to cover. Just going to do that right now. One sec.
I'm just going to let the silence sit.
I was always taught when you're presenting that. I was always taught when you're presenting that. Don't be scared of silence. It's how you handle the silence that makes it's a sign of a good presenter. So, all right,
nice one.
Now, so that's my story. I'm sticking with it. Okay, so welcome to the very last session of IBC. I'm honoured to be your tour guide for this session. I had to think of what I was going to do for this session, and I really just called on my years of experience in broadcast design. I've worked in television for, how many years? 15, 16 years, both full-time and as a freelancer, going around to different TV stations. And luckily, in all of those situations, we had Sapphire. And some of the situations we had Continuum. And I would often, obviously in a broadcast situation, be called on to create things quickly. Deadlines are very tight in broadcast. And you'd end up falling back on some effects that you'd use all the time. So favorite effects that you knew would get the job done. So for this session, I decided to almost kind of recreate that scenario. So I've been given a shot. Maybe it's been given. This is a piece of stock footage, and I've been given it by. Let's imagine I've been given it by the editor, because where I work in Australia, the motion graphics department or the design department would be separate from the editing department, and the editor would do the edit and pass it over to graphics, and we'd put the graphics in. So let's assume that this is a finished edit. And I'm thinking it's because of this shot. It's kind of maybe for a telecommunications company, so maybe it's a little ad for a telecommunications company. I'm going to just play this back so we can take a good look at the shot and see what we're up against. And I'm purposely not showing you the finished version because I want to show you how we build this up, and we'll get to the finished version. Then we'll do an A/B slide to see how the two look. So let's just take a look at this. So, piece of stock footage. We've got the talent looking at a phone, flicking through the phone. And what else can you see about this shot? You can see that there's some nice bokeh lights in the background. There is a bit of flickering in the background, and it's something we're going to have to deal with, especially if we want to place some text over that. And obviously there's some motion in the shot. There's some camera movement. And for this particular scenario, we're going to presume that the client didn't want to stabilize this shot. They want to keep the shot as it is. So they want to keep the camera movement. And of course, what that means is that we're going to have to track anything that we include in this shot to match the movement of the camera. So that's something to think about as well. And obviously, we're going to have to do a color grade and various other things to give this a hero pass. And when I say hero pass, I mean effects and adjustment layers, things like that, to really bring this shot out to be a finished shot. So that's the finished shot. That's the finished shot. Okay, that's my time. That's the start. Yeah, I've broken this down as I always do into individual compositions. You can see over here in the project panel. And the actual finished spot when I created this was obviously in one composition with this one here with a bunch of pre-comps. Let me just close this one up. So you can see here, it was in one composition with a bunch of pre-comps, and that's how I would work. But I've just done this in individual comps just to make this easier to break down and I think to understand. Okay, so let's take a look at what we would do next. So as I mentioned, this shot, the client didn't want to stabilize it, but they did want to track some elements into the shot. So I decided to use Mocha Pro for this. And even before I started working at Boris FX, Mocha Pro saved my butt so many times in the work that I do, because it really, there's other tracking options around, but Mocha Pro was the one I called on because I knew that 99% of the time it would do the track. So I've got here my base shot, and let me just open this up. Actually, I've jumped ahead, sorry. I'm going to go back to 01 because the track is already done in this particular comp. So here's my base shot. You can see a couple of masks in here. And the reason I wanted to come back to here is also because in this base comp, I've also used a levels effect just to darken that down a little bit, just to crust the levels. You can see here in the effect control panel, I've just pulled in the blacks just to the left-hand side of the histogram there, and I've pulled in the whites. And I haven't taken the whites all the way to the end. I didn't want to crush them too much. Because look how the hand is blowing out. Didn't want the hand to blow out too much. You can see it's already starting to blow out, and that's something that can be controlled later with an effect mask. So there's levels. I'm just going to turn that off for a sec and just click on Mocha Pro, and just going to click on Mocha to open that up. Okay, so this is a super simple use of Mocha Pro. Obviously, you've seen other presentations this week, and people way smarter than me, people like Mary and Ben, use this in a way that I don't even know how to use. I'd have to watch their tutorials to understand how to use it. But I'm using it for something really simple, but it's still really powerful. What I've done here is I've just done a simple matte using the pen tool here, the Create X-Spline Layer tool, and I've just done a little motion track, and I've named that layer track. So that's that's what I'm actually tracking. I'm tracking this big bright bokeh light in the background, because obviously I was looking for something in the frame that wasn't moving, like these lights in the background, and she's not moving, but I needed something that was pretty stable, and this is almost like a tracking point. You can see it's not changing in any way, but it's moving around nicely with the camera movement. So I thought that was the perfect thing to track, and I did that once, and I only had to do it once. I didn't have to do it twice. So you can see that that's just ping-ponging backwards and forwards. Now notice also there's a couple of other masks. One here for the face, and you can see here, or the face and hair, I've named it hair. Notice here if I click on it, I've chosen link to track. So I've created the mask, then I've linked it to the track layer, and then I've just pressed play. And every so often I've just adjusted that mask. You can see these green keyframes down in the timeline here. Just adjusted it. So it's getting the main movement from the track, and then I'm just slightly adjusting the keyframes. And this is such a nice way to rotoscope. I used to just do this in After Effects just with masks, and what a pain. But getting that main movement with this track, by linking it to the track, saves so much time. And I'm going to use this later to hide some text behind her hair. And also there's this mask here. And this is a mask that I've just quickly, so it's almost like a garbage mat or garbage mask that I put around the phone and also linked to the track. You can see here when I've clicked on phone, you can see it's linked to the track, so I haven't had to do much at all. A couple of keyframes in there, and I'm using that a little bit later for Sapphire rays to isolate the rays to the telephone. So I've done a couple of things with this. What I've also done, if I just close this up and don't save, what I've also done down here in the Mocha Pro plugin is I've chosen to create track data. And when I created the track data, it created keyframes for all of these options here, top left, top right. I only needed center, so I removed all the other ones because I only needed the center point of this bokeh light. And to that, I've just linked a null. You can see if I press E twice on the keyboard, that I've just linked that down to the null. Just press UU on the keyboard for base shot, and exactly how I did that was to take the, let me just open up another column here. Open up the parent and link. Something that was added fairly recently in After Effects was just this little pick whip here. So I can just, without having to press Alt or Option on the stopwatch, I can just use this pick whip. So I just grabbed that from the center, from the null, and grab that and just link that down to the center like this. So what that allows me to do, now that the track is in this, the null is in the same position as a center point for the track, I can link other things using parenting to that null. And that's what I've done throughout this. All right, so let's go on to number 2. So here is my base shot and levels is applied. I've done my track. You see I've locked those. And we noticed when we looked at the original footage, we had this flickering bokeh in the background. And when I progressed with this development, when I put the text in front of this, I found this flickering really annoying. So what I've done is I've just created a couple of little freeze frames in here. First is this one here. I've just named it FF for freeze frame. And if I press U on the keyboard, you can see I've used time remapping. And that's Command Option T or Control Alt T on the keyboard. And that's just a freeze frame. And I could do that by applying time remapping and creating a freeze frame, or I could come up to Layer, Time, and just choose freeze frame. And that will apply time remapping and just put a hold keyframe on the frame that you want to freeze frame. And that's exactly what I did. So you can see I freeze frame that, and then all I have to do is just grab the parenting pick whip and link that down to my track. So let's just preview that. And you can see how that is now moving with the track, and that's going to hide that light, that flickering light. And I've done another small one here just to hide that really bright one. Let's just turn that one back on. It's just there like that. Because once again, that was really distracting for the text. And it doesn't look particularly nice. Now you can see a bit of a shadow. Let me just roll my mouse in here. You see a bit of a shadow there? Doesn't look great, but when you look at all these, on this side here, it doesn't look much different. I just grabbed a piece of this and grabbed the pan behind tool by pressing Y on the keyboard, and then just sort of slid this around behind the mask until I found a frame, or I found an area of the frame that I thought was enough to hide that. And you can see I've actually used some feather on that, quite a lot of feather. If I take that off, you can see we get hard edges. Just deselect that. But by feathering it, it just hides that. And it actually does reveal some of the other bokeh. You can see that there. But it's enough just to disguise that. I didn't want that super, super bright bokeh in the background. So that was how I prepped. Let me just turn on the proxy here, and we can have a look at that again. I've pre-rendered all of these so that we can just quickly view them full frame. So let's just play this back. So when you look at it, it looks pretty good. That track is rock solid, and you'd never know that those lights were flickering. You can see, I'm pointing at the screen here, you can see a little bit of flickering behind the phone, but that's okay. So what we're going to do next is we're going to add some bokeh lights, Sapphire bokeh lights, and we're going to add flickering back in, so that won't feel out of place. But super easy to track that in Mocha Pro. Create a little, a few masks in there, which I'll use later, but also, most importantly, create that tracking data that I can use throughout the project. Okay, let's go to number 3. Okay, so obviously this is now looking pretty drab on this side, and we really want to make this look a lot more interesting, and a lot more like a hero shot, because it's pretty dark. So what I've done is use one of my favorite Sapphire effects, which is bokeh lights. And when I click on it, you can see there is actually a mask here. Let me just turn this on. And you can see the difference that makes. So let me just solo that. So there's the bokeh lights. And Sapphire bokeh lights is such a useful effect. I started off with a preset. Let me just click load presets and we'll open up the preset browser. One of the great things for me as a Sapphire user, I mean, especially now I work for Boris FX, is that before I started working for Boris FX, I was hired by GenArts in the day to make a whole bunch of presets. And there's about 500 of my presets in Sapphire. Let me just turn off, let me turn a preview on black. There's about 500 of my own presets in Sapphire, which is really handy for me as a motion designer. So I just go into Sapphire and use one of my presets, which is great. So what I've done, a lot of these are presets that I've created, and I've just used this one, Fairy Lights. So I use that as a base, and didn't have to go in and start setting things up from scratch. So just applied that preset, and just made a few modifications. I've modified the color slightly, and I've modified the amount of lights. And really importantly, what I've done is I've actually turned off all of the drift settings. Drift settings are great, and we're going to look at those in the next composition. But in this particular case, remember on the base footage, those particular lights, those bokeh lights, they were locked off. They weren't drifting. There was no movement. The bokeh wasn't created by cars or boats or anything on a harbor moving around. They were just locked off lights. So something in the background. So I don't want to have these ones drifting around. So I needed to turn off all the drift settings. And I also wanted to, let's see, really bump up the flicker settings. Because remember, from the base footage, we had a bit of flicker in the background, flicker from those lights. So I wanted to ramp that up. And when we look at that over the background, just turn off the solo there, they really sit really quite nicely in the background. One thing I've also done is I've varied the saturation slightly. So I've sampled the color out of the background, and then I've just varied the saturation. So we do get a few lighter ones, a few warmer ones. And also I've added a mask. So let's just come down to the timeline. There's my mask. You can see it's an interesting shape, and that's because obviously I didn't want to have too much on her, and I didn't want to have too much happening behind the text, which we'll add later, and I didn't want to have anything happening down here because that's the ground. It looks like the ground or some picnic table or something. So I've controlled where the bokeh is appearing using a mask, and you can see up here in Sapphire bokeh lights that for matte from path I've chosen mask 1. So I've created an After Effects mask, and I've been able to use that mask inside bokeh lights to control where the bokeh is. Okay, so let's just adjust that mask. You can see here that this bokeh light is actually in front of her hair. So I just need to pull this mask across just to push that away from there. That should just pop off if we can get it far enough across. And let's see. There we go. And did that move? Let's see. Is that one? Yeah. I'm gonna keep trying. There. So we don't want both of those to go. I just want to get rid of one of them. So I've just got to adjust my mask. There we go, like that. One of the good things about having the built-in mask is if I'd had done a full frame of bokeh and, you know, maybe pre-compose that and then mask that out, obviously I'm going to get a mask cutting through the middle of different bokeh lights, and I don't want that. I want to just control where they appear. I don't want to just mask them out. And just this one here as well. Should be able to push that and just pop that one back. So I've got great control. All right, let's just take a look at the pre-render and we can see how that looks. And remember, using my track, I've also linked that bokeh lights layer to my track null using my tracking data. So let's look at what we just did. Look at the bokeh lights. See how they're flickering? That's because I increased the flickering amount. And see how they're not drifting? That's because I turned off drift. So they're locked in nicely in the shot, and they look pretty good. Maybe this one here, over here, is probably not quite right because it's in front of other ones. There's a little bit of drift down, something going on in there, but I just noticed that now looking at this full frame. Okay, so that definitely helps with that shot. Let me just turn that off again. And turn this off again and just toggle this backwards and forwards. Look at that. So it not only adds more interest in here, it also adds more color. Really nice. All right, let's go on to the next composition. Okay, so the shot itself looks a little flat. And one way to help with that is to use some elements that may be sitting, I mean, she's obviously sitting in the foreground, but it'd be nice to have some other elements like some smaller lights or dust sitting in the foreground as well that are moving. She's not really moving much, and she's nice to add a little bit of drifting bokeh into the foreground. Let me just solo that. Might be a little bit tricky to see, but you can see a little bit of bokeh lights in there. And I've actually used bokeh lights again, just made the lights a little smaller. But importantly, I've actually increased the drift amount because I want these to kind of drift around. So the drift speed is, the drift distance is actually reasonably high at 5. And the speed is not very high because I don't want these to go crazy, not look like fireflies or something like that. And once again, you see when I click on it, you can see I've also masked that out. So if I just roll in again, these are also a little blurred. So rather than make larger bokeh lights, I've made really small, almost dust-sized ones. So I wanted this to kind of be dust. And I wanted it to be slightly out of focus. So I used Sapphire rack defocus for that, one of my all-time favorite effects. Really nice, natural sort of lens blur and super fast. So just turn that on, and you can see how these, the thinking behind this was they were dust, but they were slightly out of focus. That's the thinking. So let's just take a look at the preview. And just see how this changes the shot. So see how they look, they feel like they're a little bit more in the foreground. And obviously they're in front of her. I've put them in front of her, and they're interacting not only with the background, but with the foreground, which is the talent. So it just adds a little bit of extra to that shot, a little bit of depth, and a little bit of movement over here as well. This was very static on the left-hand side, but having these nice little sort of flickering dust elements using bokeh and rack defocus, I think really helps that shot. It's one of my favorite techniques. and also linked to the track. You can see I've just linked that using parenting to the track. There is one in front of her face, but that's okay. I mean, dust would be in front of her face. Obviously, if there was something really big there that was distracting, I would remove it, but I didn't notice that one until now. So once again, making full use of that Mocha Pro track. You can see the parent and link column is getting quite full there. Let's move on. Okay, so next I added the text, and I'm just going to turn that text on. And you can see, we might just preview this first, and you can see what's happening with this before we break the text down. So the text has this really lovely long fade in from top left to bottom right. And you can see I've used that mask, excuse me. You can see I've used that mask that I created using Mocha Pro for her hair. And you may just notice that the text itself is just wiggling a little bit. So it's tracked to the background, but it's just got its own movement. It just feels like it's floating slightly. And this was really important because when I tracked the text, when I connected the text to the track null, it really felt flat. The whole thing felt really flat, like the text was connected to the bokeh in the background and everything. It just instantly flattened everything. But by giving the text its own little floating movement, it just makes that text feel a little freer, a bit more in the foreground. So what I've done here, using the bokeh dust behind the talent with the mask, and then the text, and then the background, I've created 4 different layers. And that, without using any 3D, of course, but these kind of little 2D visual effects make a big difference to the shot. So let's take a look at how I created the text. After Effects has some really great text tools, and I want to walk you through a little bit about how I created this particular look. So I'm going to just turn these ones off, and we've got this text layer here, and there's nothing going on with this text layer. Love the font. It's a beautiful Adobe font from Adobe Type. Haven't got the type menu up at the moment, so let's just have a look and see what it is. Character, I need the character panel, not the type menu. So this is Dazzle Unicase. And the reason I chose this is to me, this is kind of a feminine font. I like these thin fonts. It's beautiful round circles, large circles. It felt quite feminine, and I think that shot really needed a sort of feminine font. And obviously, I've just selected U and World, and just changed those to a different color, just to emphasize those. So let's animate this. And to animate this, I'm using After Effects effect properties. So this is exactly how I did it. Twirl down the text, click on the animate arrow, and choose opacity. And you can rename these, so I can rename this opacity. And I'm going to bring the opacity right down to 0. Okay, so obviously that's separate from the transform opacity. Now I want to animate that on. And notice when I apply that, I get these little red bars. These are the range selector. So currently the range selector is encompassing all of those letters. And that's what I want, because I want to reveal all of the text. So I don't want to just animate from 0 to 100, because that just fades the text on. You saw I had this beautiful fade where it started top left and went bottom right. So to do that, I'm going to use the range selector. I'm going to modify it. And there's a couple of ways to do this. I can change the start value. I can drag that in, and that will reveal the letters. I can change the end value. Just drag that, and that will reveal them in the opposite direction. Or I can drag that range through the text using the offset. That offsets the range. And this is what I'm going to do, because I'm actually going to change under advanced, I'm going to change the shape from square to ramp up. Watch what happens to the text when I do that. See how it's almost pretty much faded on? Now watch what happens when I set a keyframe for offset. So I'm going to set one at 0. I'm just going to do them randomly here. Just move my time indicator, and I'm going to change that back to 100. And see how that fades on? Now in order to get this to fade on from 0 opacity, I have to bring offset back to -100. And look at the range. See how the range pushes all the way back, the end point to the start. So now I'm going from -100 to 100 using ramp up, and I get this beautiful fade on. This is one of my favorite stylized text reveals. You just couldn't do this using a mask. You wouldn't get the same effect. Really lovely fade on. But to really sell this, and this is one of the things I love about After Effects Type, is using blur. What I can do is click on opacity, and rather than choosing animate, I can choose add. And I click add, property, blur. And I remember when these were first released at NAB years ago, and I was saying to the Adobe team how I loved them, and wouldn't it be great if you put things like roughen edges and all of these effects into text? So far, years later, nothing's happened, which is a real shame, because look what happens when I choose blur. I've added blur to the same animated group, and that's going to use the same range selector and the same keyframe. So all I've got to do is increase the blur like that. And as soon as the letter's not part of the range, it reverts back to its original setting, which is no blur, 100% opacity. So when I pull this through, look how that blurs on. Isn't that beautiful? Imagine if we could have other effects that did that to text. And that's exactly how I created that text. But you may notice, or you may have noticed in the other version, that the world text animates separately. And that's using a separate animator group. So with that text selected, if I choose animate again, because I don't want to add it to this one, I don't want to, because this one's using a range selector that encompasses all of the text. I only want to affect world. So with the text selected, if I choose animate position and come down here and click on it, now I'm going to grab my range selector and bring that down just to encompass world. And maybe there's a space there, so I'll just bring that there. And once again, I'm going to rename this. I like to rename my animator groups with capitals. Just going to take a quick drink.
Lots of love from the chat, John. Great job. A lot of people really digging what you're doing. Some beautiful animations, and some really beautiful
Good.
work.
I'm glad. Nothing better than sharing stuff you love doing. Thanks, Brian. Okay, so we've got the position offset here. Sorry, the position range around world. So if I drag the X value, look how that only affects the word world. I've got the caps lock key on. Just going to do that again, just like that. So I wanted this to start somewhere about here, and rather than, once again, keyframing that and then animating that back into position, I wanted it to come back letter by letter. So because the whole world is encompassed by the range, the whole world, yeah, the whole world, the whole word, it's being affected by this value in the animated group. As soon as a letter is not part of that range, it reverts back to its original position. So I can take advantage of that again, and this time, once again, using offset, I could use start. See, I can animate start like that, and the words push back. I just want to bring it out a little bit more first. I've only got it 2. I want to bring it out there. I could use start, just like this, boop, but I want it to come back in a more gentle way. So using offset, we'll do that once again with ramp up. See how it stretches it out? And then if I don't want to go too far, I want to bring it like that. So it's all stretched out. So I'll set a keyframe for offset and set another keyframe and just bring that offset all the way through. I can actually come up here and drag it as well if I want to, just like that. So now the text fades on, and that one just moves back into place, just like that. I did think about, and I did try having all the letters sort of coming back into place, but it was too busy. So it was a nice little trick to make it feel as if all the letters had already moved like that, and they were already in position, and then world was just finishing off. It's really nice. It just adds a little bit of extra interest and movement to that text. So that's how I use animated groups and animated properties to animate that text. And remember I talked about that text moving independently of the background? All I've done here is, if I just press the P key, I've actually set position keyframes to slide this in. So you can see it actually moves from left to right. There's my keyframes. You can see the motion path there. So it is actually animating in. So I've got the word world animating by itself. I've got all of the text animating in from right to left. And in order to give it the wiggle, because position is already taken with keyframes, I've just used a null object, and I've just linked that, or parented that, to this wiggle null. And if I press EE, I've just used a very simple wiggle expression on the position of the null. So the null is wiggling using wiggle value of 1 and a range of 5. So a frequency of 1 and an amount of 5. So 1 will only wiggle it really, just once every second. And a range of 5 will wiggle it a range of 5 from these values. So it's not going to wiggle very far or very often. So you get that sort of floaty, dreamy look. So text animated independently, position animated, and overall global position animated again using a wiggle expression on a null object. So we get that sort of floaty, dreamy look. Which you see how that D just comes in there really nicely. Just like that. So really, if you haven't checked out animated groups in After Effects, check them out, animated properties. Other thing I've done here is I've added a few effects to the text. Not in this one, no, in the other composition. You can see I've actually added Sapphire blur. Let me just turn off the proxy. So I've added a bit of Sapphire blur, one of my favorite all-time blurs. Just a little touch, because without it, the text is fairly sharp. So let me just put that back on the background. So we've got that, right? And it looks okay, but text could be really, really needs to be given a little bit of love. So a little bit of Sapphire blur. Okay, now that's too blurry. Now it looks like it's out of focus. So BCC composite after that from Boris Continuum, just to, within the effect, rather than duplicating the layer, within the effect, just composite the original back on top of itself. So the blur gets applied, and then BCC composite will composite the unblurred text back on top. You see the mix layer is keeping you connected to the world. So that will just composite that back on top, and you can see we get this nice glow behind the text, which is really good. And once again, duplicating the base shot layer, you can see it up here, base shot hair, and just keeping the mask that I created using Mocha Pro. So I've just got the hair just masking out using the alpha inverted matte. Let me just turn that off. No track matte. Turn the hair on. So there we are there. Now the reason I've, excuse me, the reason I duplicated it, I thought about using set matte, but I couldn't because of the tracking that was happening in here. So I just duplicated it and used it as a matte. but I did delete the Mocha Pro effect because I only want Mocha Pro in one place. You know, if I needed to retract that and and change the mask, I could just do it again and duplicate the layer. That's why I did that. So just using that with alpha invert, just cuts that text out. Make sure I got the right one. Alpha invert. And there we go. So let's have a look at how that looks again. So text is fading on beautifully.
Excuse me, everyone, for that.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a frog in my throat too.
I mean, it is hour 18, so.
Yeah, you're doing great, Brian. So see how that text is coming on beautifully. It's nice and slow. One of the biggest issues in broadcast for me was creative directors always wanted the text. There was never enough time. The text always had to come on really quickly. I always wanted it to come on slow and dramatic, and you know. And now that I'm doing this for myself, I can do whatever I want. So coming on really slow, and you can see that's nicely hidden behind the hair. Once again, adding that depth, those layers to it. And it's got that little bit of drift just to help it feel slightly disconnected from the background. Okay, let's keep powering through. Okay, so the rest of it really is just sort of doing the hero pass for this. So this particular comp is the color grade. So I understand how to color grade. I understand, you know, all the basics. I've been doing this for years and years and years, but I still like to just drag and drop things and just go, how does that look? Yep, cool. Just leave it like that. And film effect is one of my favorite things for doing that, Sapphire film effect. I have just dragged and dropped Sapphire film effect onto this. Let me just turn it on. And it gave me that look. I thought, yep, that looks pretty good. I didn't change anything other than the input gamma. I just adjusted the input gamma slightly. If I just reset that, I think it was a little bit dark. Yeah, it was a little bit dark, but I liked how it was, what it was doing for me. So just adjusting the input gamma just brought back a little bit of that detail. Not too much, of course, because then the shadows start to look a bit milky. So Sapphire film effect. It's got tons of presets that ship with it. It's a great way to give your shots a nice filmic look. And one of the keys here is that it also has grain. So it's added some grain over the top of everything, which gives this a nice filmic look. And that's all built into Sapphire film effect. And the other thing I used, which is also giving this sort of filmic style, is Sapphire Freelens. Now Freelens kind of replicates the effect you get when you remove a lens from a DSLR camera or a video camera, and you get the light coming in. And it has things like defocus, distortion, light leak, a whole bunch of things built into one effect. It's got shake, and it also has a vignette. I haven't used all of those settings. You can choose a checkbox to decide what you want to use. I've used light leak, and I've also used defocus. Let me just turn that on. It's going to change the color quite dramatically. Going to really warm this up. You can see it gives that a really nice kind of dreamy look. And the defocus, let me just turn that on and off. Have a look over here on the left-hand side, and also a little bit on the right-hand side. The defocus is, the effect control point is around her eye. So I wanted her to stay in focus, but I wanted the other things to just be a little bit more blurred out, but I wanted her to stay in focus. And a great way to keep her in focus is to use the built-in Sapphire built-in Mocha. So if I click on Edit Mocha, Freelens is one of the Sapphire effects that has Mocha built in, and this was super easy to do. All I had to do was use the focal point offset and just track her eye. So, and this is actually surprisingly the first time I've ever used this. I hadn't used this before. I didn't get a chance to do too much visual effects stuff, and I clicked Mocha. I didn't even look at the instructions. I just moved the mask over her eye and tracked it, and I figured the focal point offset would be on her eye, and I tracked it. That's all I did. And down here in Freelens, under defocus, I chose link leak to lens. Once I linked the leak to the lens, say that 10 times fast, it pushed that focal point for the focus onto her eye and pushed her in sharp focus. So that's all I did. So really great to have auto tracking, well, not auto tracking, but having Mocha tracking inside Freelens. Let's take a look at the finished version. We've got 3 more to do.
Love to see you playing around with Freelens. Really, really cool looks.
Freelens is great. I love the effect that it gives. So we've got some nice blurring happening over here on the left-hand side. Notice how I didn't put it above the text because I didn't want the text to blur out. So having your layers in the right order in After Effects is really important. Really nice. And it's also giving that little bit of blur on her hair here. So the focus really is down in this area here. This area right here. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so remember this was going to be some kind of telecommunications spot, and obviously we wanted to sort of really focus on the talent and the phone. At the moment, the phone just looks like any generic touch phone. So let me just take a quick drink. So once again, I've used bokeh lights, but before I applied that, I've used Sapphire rays. Never get enough of rays. Let me just turn this on. So Sapphire rays, you can see how that's pushing some rays out of the phone. And remember back when I talked about the track, I did a little rough track around the phone. Let me just twirl this up. And you can see for Sapphire rays, I've chosen, for the matte from path, I've chosen this phone mask. So that's isolating rays just to the phone area, and also a little bit of the hand. And I've moved the effect point for Sapphire rays right down here. You can see it down here on the left. Because what that does is gives me those nice volumetric rays. If I was to put rays up here, then we'd have rays shooting out towards the viewer, like that. And that's not what I want. But by having it down way away from the phone, we get those rays that push out towards the talent. And to make this look a little more magical, like, you know, what the phone is magic or, you know, special, I just use a little bit of bokeh again. And this time I've isolated the bokeh just to this area using a mask. So with bokeh lights and defocus, the same sort of technique as with the dust. So this is dust as well, but I've increased the amount of lights, like 1,000 lights. But I'm isolating it using a mask again. So the result is this. We get this nice little dreamy look to the phone. And it looks like you could have this, it looks like this dust is kind of connected to this other dust, but because there's volumetric light coming out of the phone, it's kind of revealing more around the phone. And I thought that was really quite nice. So you get that. And once again, that's tracked to the movement of the shot using the Mocha Pro Null, which is really, really pretty. And that's got a different, slightly different movement to the other dust. Looking really good. Let's move on. Okay, so the next two compositions, or the next two series of things that I did, were really just finishing things. First of all, I've used a levels effect. Notice how the text is actually being hindered a little bit in readability because of the background. And a classic technique in broadcast is to use the levels effect. And I've just used a levels adjustment layer here. Let me just turn that on. And that darkens that right down. So if I just solo that, oh, you can't really see that because it's an adjustment layer. But that's just an adjustment layer with levels, and I've just dragged the input and output down. So I've brought the, so I've adjusted the most important thing here actually is to adjust the input white, this one here. So I'm really, it does actually make it look a little dull. If I pull this down, watch this little bokeh here. This is the key offender, this guy here, but if I pull it down, just towards black, it just dulls that down and just helps that text to sit out a little bit. So really useful use of levels there. And I think that makes a big difference to readability, but it also, I think it actually helps the shot too. So levels, one thing I did notice with her jacket, I've already turned this on, is it's, I don't know, I think it's black, but maybe there's a blue light, which is illuminating her here. And I like the color, but it wasn't quite vibrant enough. So I've just used Sapphire Tritone, once again, just masked, and also once again, linked to the same track, just Sapphire Tritone on an adjustment layer, just to make that a little more vibrant. Let me just turn that on and off. Like that. And that also helps add to the finished sort of color grade of the scene. And lastly, this was more of an afterthought. I felt that there was not really much happening down here. And I thought maybe we needed something down here. And if this was a TV ad, maybe there'd be a lower third ticker or a lower third graphic. I thought maybe it'd be nice to add some bokeh down here. And I ended up using BCC Particle Illusion. Let me just turn that on. With BCC Particle Illusion, in the Continuum version, in the plugin version, comes with a bunch of different presets that you can just choose from and just add straight to your comp. And once again, making my own presets, I actually created this lower third bokeh preset. And I just literally chose that one. And that's the result that I got. And surprisingly, the color in this preset is perfect for this shot. We've got this sort of mauve or purple and these warm colors, and they literally match the shot perfectly. So I don't know, maybe I was thinking a few months ago when I did this, I'm going to be doing a presentation for IBC that uses bokeh, so I'll use these colors, but I didn't, of course. But it matches perfectly. And what this bokeh does is it looks like bokeh. What I wanted to do when I made this preset in Particle Illusion was to see if I could replicate some of the bokeh looks I'd already created in Sapphire. So that's probably what it was. I looked at one of my Sapphire presets and thought, how can I replicate that? So that's probably the reason why it looks so suitable for this, because I probably looked at Fairy Lights, which is the preset that the bokeh was based on. And once again, the bokeh strip is linked to that same track. So that track has been used throughout this. So the result of those additions give you this. And I did try the bokeh, lower third bokeh, without the track, and it looked really weird. It looked like everything was sliding underneath. So I've just tracked that in with it. And I know that this movement is really extreme, and you probably wouldn't use this shot. But imagine if it's a shot that does have a little bit of camera movement that you needed to emulate it. Even a little bit of camera movement can be super obvious if the other things in the scene aren't moving with that movement. I was liking this because it was really obvious, so you could see how good it could look when everything else is tracked with it. The beginning of the shot's actually quite good. There's a little bit of camera movement, just a little bit in here at this point, just there. But then it starts to sort of go a little crazy. Okay, let's go to the last composition. And here I've used a couple of Continuum effects. So just once again, out of the box things like Sapphire, Sapphire, it's all one to me now. Boris Continuum fast film process. I've just applied that over the top. And this changed the look quite a lot. It pulled out a lot of the saturation and darkened it down. I really liked what it was doing with the blacks. Gave me, I don't like blacks to be completely black. I like them to be a little bit brighter. And that's made my blacks look really nice. I've just chosen this faded color film preset. There's tons of presets in here. Once again, experienced color grading, but I just flicked through these presets until I found one that I wanted that looked good. So look at these darks. You can see if I turn it on and off, they're probably a little bit, they're quite warm there. But what it's not doing is it's not taking them right down to black. It is darkening them down a little bit more, but not taking them down to black. I do like that sort of blue-black that it gives me. So that was over the top. I liked what that was giving me. And then a little bit of Sapphire BCC, once again. Fast Film Glow. And Fast Film Glow is really good. I mean, I use Sapphire as well. And Fast Film Glow, I mean, I used S-Glow a lot. But Fast Film Glow, for me, out of the box, gives a better sort of global glow over the top of everything. Gives a really nice filmic glow. You can see if I turn it on and off, just adds a little bit of glow to her face, which is nice. And you can see I've made it a slightly warm color. So it's adds some warmth back to her face. A little bit of glow on some of these brighter bokehs, and more glow here. And which looks really nice. Now, you will notice that the light is, the whites are really blowing out here. And what I would do is just go back into my Mocha Pro, just do a little mask around the hand, and I would use subtract on that mask in After Effects, and for the levels effect, just subtract that area. And we can look at something like that in another tutorial, but I don't want to go over my time. So let's take a look at the final again. So a fair bit going on in there to get that shot to look really nice. I'm going to just quickly take a look in here. I just quickly set up an effect so we can have a look at before and after. So there's before and there's after. That bokeh in the background makes a big difference. So you see how the hand is blowing out slightly there? Would want to adjust that, and possibly on her face a little bit. Maybe just making slightly tighter masks for the rays, and also a hold out mask for that hand. But super easy to do. And those are some of my must-use effects in both Continuum Complete and in Sapphire. So I'm going to pass back now to the team. And do we have time to have a little chat? Is there any questions, Brian?
Oh, we've
Or
got
Ben?
so many questions. That wasn't Brian.
Questions.
That was
I'm
me.
sorry. That was me. What's going on? I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Great job, John. Amazing. Lots of people, I think, lots of people on the chat really enjoying what you're doing. Really love watching your process. You have such a nice style of explaining, like, why you're doing things, and just such.
I think that's really important.
Yeah.
I think that's really important because it's one thing to drag an effect on and go, hey, that's a nice look, but there's another thing to say, why did you do that? And I enjoy explaining it.
Such a good eye for design. Love seeing you break out those new effects like free lens and bokeh lights, and kind of like the new generation of Sapphire effects. I mean, bokeh lights, Alan, was that Sapphire 10 or 9? 10, right?
Probably
Sapphire,
10.
that was
Yeah.
Sapphire 10. Yeah, that was 10.
And free lens, we just put in. So really cool seeing you break out the new stuff.
Things like bokeh lights, Brian. Bokeh lights with film effect, with free lens. They all work perfectly together. You can see it's a perfect example of using those three filmic looks.
I love seeing too, just your opinion, by the way, of on the glows that that you prefer fast film glow, over Sapphire. I mean, that's like always interesting to me that people always kind of want to say like, well, which one should I use? And the answer is, well, which one do you like better? Which one works for you?
Yeah,
like,
I actually. Let me just expand on that. I like Sapphire Glow works great for me as a motion graphic designer, I love dropping it on text. And film glow, I love dropping it on an adjustment layer above everything because it's got that big, soft, diffuse glow out of the box. I could use both. I could use either one to do what the other one is doing, but having both is great. I don't have to choose. I can just use either one for what it's best for.
Yeah, you, Ben, and Alan, and I know, right? It's like an embarrassment of riches, right? That we have all these plugins to play around with. I always tell people, well, you should just have both, right? I mean, like, you know what? I mean, oh, you don't have both? That's shocking, you know. But no, in all seriousness, it is always fascinating to see. Like, I've always used Sapphire Glow my whole career, but yes, in the past couple of years, I've started to use Fast Film Glow a lot, and definitely can see some advantages. So always good to hear kind of what other people think in the difference between two very similar effects. And we have some fun stuff coming up in the future with Glow. That's a big tease. So stay tuned for that. I know. Let's not talk about that. All right.
We're not talking about later tonight. We're talking about future.
Later tonight, yeah. After
tonight,
18
stay
hours.
tuned.
Stay tuned. What do you think, Mr. Brownlee? What do you want to do?
Oh, do you know? We've got to. I know it's late, but we've got to do a couple of questions.
Okay.
John, are you up for a couple of questions?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm up for it. It's early for me. It's like 8 a.m. Let's go. I got all day.
It's early. It's early for one person. But you're the most important person right now.
I love and hate you at the same time right now. So.
Like just because there's been so much love in the chat for all of this, and you know,
I love you all. I love you all.
Exactly. If you want to add your love to the chat, do it now. It's your last chance. But like one of the things is like about the details, and like one of the things that kept coming up is how you kept using, you were using lots of different effects, like lots of different lighting effects, lots of different diffusion effects to do very different sorts of things. Is that a conscious thing that you do, consistently? Is that your system, or how do you start that? How do you start to build that?
That's a great question. I think that comes with practice. I remember when I very first started. We're talking 22 years ago, and when I very first started, I used to do these little QuickTime render previews. This is before RAM previewing was any good. I just did these little render previews. Every time I did something to see how it looked, and then I'd add a bit more, and then render preview that and see how that looked. And I think over the years, you just get a feel for what looks good. It's repetition. It's muscle memory. It's calling on experience about what looks good, not only from things you've created in the past, but also what other people do. I mean, you're around other designers, looking at something, looking at people online, finding things that inspire you, but also getting used to a range of effects, understanding what you have on your computer, understanding what effects are there, even if you don't use any of them ever, knowing that they're there so that you can call on it quickly at any time. That's why having a set of effects like Sapphire and Boris Continuum Complete gives me, with the After Effects effects, pretty much everything I need. So I know that there's everything there that I need, either from one of those two suites, and I can drop it in. If it doesn't look quite right, I can quickly take it out, try it again. So it's experience, it's understanding what effects you have and what they do, and it's experimentation.
Yeah, I think that's an important one, isn't it? It's not being afraid to try something out and make mistakes. I think that's something that is very important. Like a lot of people, I think, just when they first start, a lot of people also, I'm talking about me. When I say a lot of people, I'm always talking about me. A lot of people when they first
Some
start,
guy I know.
they want to, yeah, exactly. They want to get this big kind of gorgeous look straight out of the box, and they want one plugin that's going to do the whole thing for you. The one plugin that's going to make something look, really rich and expensive, and it's going to be, the make better plugin, which is it's going to do whatever you need on that shot to make it better. But the reality is there is no one make it better plugin. there's a lot of plugins that are going to make your work look better. You've just got to figure out which one that's going to be at any particular time. And and like you showed today, it's by not trying to do everything with one effect, by building up like small things time and time again, you're going to get that big result coming out of building up small effects rather than a big cheesy result coming out of one overblown effect.
Totally. I mean, like I showed with S-Film effect, and I did mention that a few times in the presentation. I'm looking for things that save me time. I don't want to go in and color grade everything, to the nth degree and spend ages on that. I mean, especially when it doesn't really need it. But it's dropping on something like Sapphire film effect and then checking out one of the presets that gets me close to it. But then understanding that that's a bit dark. I could see from it, it's too dark. And that takes experience, right? So then I just adjusted the input gamma a little bit just to bring it up. And also, that gave me a certain filmic look, but then not being afraid to drag another Boris Continuum effect on top of that. And that was really experimentation. I was at a stage where this was finished. And I thought, I don't know, what if I try that? Ooh, that looks good. Just and just dial it back a little bit. And if I looked at this next week, I might change it up again. I might see something else. Obviously, you've got a deadline and you've got to finish it, but making sure that the most important things are in place. Is the talent well lit? Is anything blown out? Is it clipping anywhere? Is the text readable? Those are all the reasons, all the things I'm looking for when I'm making these minor adjustments. Is the shot nicely balanced? That's why I put the particle illusion down the bottom. It didn't feel balanced until I put those colors, those particles down the bottom. So there's all basic, design principles behind it.
It's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Like all of your presentations this week have gotten such a good response, but it's really great to be able to talk to you and be able to actually have that sort of interactivity with what people are saying today. So no,
love the live
streams.
We've got to do more and more of them.
Today. Yeah, it's brilliant. I think we definitely need to do more, but unfortunately, this live stream is starting to come to an end. Don't go anywhere yet.
Time to give him my laptop.
We have not just the laptop. We actually have 7 prizes to give away now. But before we get anything, luckily Brian has cut his mic, so that's good.
Yeah, Brian.
Well, I have to come back since I'm the one breathing in it nonstop.
Yeah, I heard that halfway through the presentation. I could hear, Luke, I am your father.
That shows everyone where my stress level is right now. All right.
I was thinking. Don't get distracted.
You're a pro. I was just testing you, John. That was just me seeing how good is John.
I tell you what, it's not as bad as one of the presenters going to the toilet during the presentation and having a hot mic. That's the benchmark.
We're definitely live. No doubt we're live. All right, Ben, let's give away some prizes. Come on, Ben.
No,
people are waiting.
We're not going to give away prizes yet. No, we can't. Right. No, I want to say thank you to people first.
You're running
because
the show.
we are coming up to the end of 3 days of live streaming. I think they've been, this is we're into our 18th. Well, actually, we're into our 19th hour of live streams over the past few days, and I just want to say thank you to all the guests that have made it possible, including like our special guest presenters today, Robert Renitsky, Christoph Zaplatal. Oh, I really wish I was pronouncing his name better. Dan Harvey on Tuesday, Angus Emerson on Tuesday, but also the presenters from the Boris FX stable, Vin Moriali today. Mary Poplin has been an absolute trooper, giving fantastic presentations throughout the whole show. John Dickinson helping out with some amazing and varied presentations as well. I've popped in, but we won't talk about that. I also want to thank the people who were helping out as well. So Ross Shane, who was co-host for much of the last 18 hours, Alan Lawrence, and obviously Peter McCauley as well. I'm going to say a big thank you to one Mr. Brian Fox, who has been on the other side of the board on this show. He's been directing the whole show, which has gone off almost without a hitch. I think it's been a very, very successful, technically successful show, and that's all thanks to Mr. Brian Fox. I also want to thank the people behind the box that has helped to make all this very successful. So I want to thank AMD for supplying us with the live streaming horsepower that we have been using to power this show. Other side, there we go. Yep, that bad boy right there. I want to thank ProShop System. Oh, look at that! We've even got a bug for it. Fantastic. I also want to thank ProShop System Integrators as well. They've done great work as well, supplying our system over here in Europe. And I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors who have sponsored our prizes throughout the entire show. So if we have a nice list of sponsors, please, Mr. Brian. He finds the right thing. There we go. So I'm going to say thank you to all of our sponsors from A to V. And I'm going to start with the first one, which I definitely know how to pronounce. Accusonus audio plugins, ActionVFX, Adobe, AMD, Avid, Dell, Foundry, Future Media Concepts, HitFilm, Intel, iZotope, NVIDIA, School of Motion, SGO, and Vegas Pro. So thank you very much to all of our friends, partners, and sponsors for making the prize giveaway what they were. Now, are we going to get to the prizes right now? No, we're not. We're going to get to one last thing before the prizes are happening. No, don't spoil it, Brian.
Oh, did you give it away?
Sorry. No. I didn't give it away.
Oh, gosh. We just need to talk one more thing about our sale. We are having an IBC sale, which is 25% off of everything. So that includes new licenses, renewals, subscriptions as well. We are now offering subscriptions, yearly and monthly subscriptions, and that is 25% off. See full terms and conditions on our website. This sale ends tomorrow, or today for John, Friday, September 11th. And if you want to use the promo code, it is SAVE25, and that is everything. But yeah, check out the website there. Do we have anything else before we go over to the winners?
What about saying hello to a special guest? What up, Nick?
Oh,
say hello,
my
Nick.
Goodness.
Nick's audio.
Here's trouble.
Nick's audio's. Hold
There's
on.
no
hold on.
audio.
There we go. Try that, Nick. Say hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What's
Everybody
up?
hear me?
We can.
What's
up?
going on? John, how you doing? Alan,
Hey,
Ben,
Nick.
everybody. Darth,
Hey,
Brian. You know, nice talking to you. I just want to say you guys, everybody on the team has just done such a tremendous job. Everybody's just nothing short of class personified. Specifically with the times that we're in right now, just to be able to put together such amazing content. If you can hear my child screaming "Dada" in the background, these are the times of COVID. But super excited. I'm just happy to see everybody here. We got a lot of questions. We're ready to take any questions that you have regarding the sale. Again, it's up until tomorrow here in the United States, and for those out in Australia on Friday, please feel free to give us a call and let us know. But I'm super excited to just be on the call and see everybody. I haven't seen everybody in a long time.
No, I haven't seen
It's
you.
been a hot minute.
Yeah. Good to see you. And man, I got to say thank you, Ben, Amazing job. I mean, you went beast mode, man. 18 hours of hosting, and then you demoed, no big deal, and then you dealt with me breathing into the mic and cutting away from you, turning your audio on and off. You know, glitches all over the place. So thank you, Ben. Great job as always. It should come as no surprise. You always do an excellent job. But this has been fun. I think, like, if you guys would have talked to us last week, you would have seen a terrified look on my face at the thought of streaming for 18 hours. But
last week, Monday,
this morning,
yeah, there was some very, very
Brian.
wide
Hopefully, you don't have to speak for the next 48 hours.
No, but yeah, I know. I'll be running away. But no, thank you so much to AMD too. AMD really provided the horsepower. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see it on YouTube, but we really wanted to put out a high quality stream. You know, all of the beautiful work that John and all our presenters did. We didn't want to crush that with a Zoom call, you know, and be putting out like a 200 kilobyte per second stream. So AMD really helped us out with a beast 64 core Threadripper, which is really chugged. We're using vMix. A lot of people online are asking about the stream. We're using vMix software to bump out 10 megs a second, and I think it really shows on YouTube. So hopefully all the host applications look nice and crisp, and you guys can see kind of the high quality work that we're trying to put out. So yeah, that's it. Definitely been fun, and we've learned a lot, right? Learned a lot, like not to breathe into the mic.
Rule number one.
That's where you had rule number 3.
Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think, Ben? Where do you want to go?
Well, I say, I've got one thing. Did I forget Alan in my list of thank yous? If I forgot Alan, then
you got me.
No, I didn't. Okay, good. Then I'm happy. Then what we're going to do
I got a double
is,
mention. Now you got to mention everybody else.
Double
twice.
mention.
He loves the
I want another
compliment.
mention.
He just wants you to
I want
keep
another
going.
mention, Ben.
No, John.
Alan
You've
got
got
2.
enough. You've got enough. Yeah, you got a bigger one. Got a bigger slice. Get out. Let's do prizes. Let's do prizes.
Right.
Don't mess around anymore. It's late. People are waiting for prizes.
Do
We've
the
got
big
prizes. Look, the chat is just going. We need prizes now. Okay, thank you very much to Accusonus for giving the ERA4 Bundle Pro to Carlos Mauricio Ponce, maybe. Carlos, thank you very much. Congratulations for winning. Fantastic software there. We're gonna move on. We've got so much stuff to give away. We're going to go to Colin Adland now, who has won a $200 online credit to ActionVFX. Yeah, great stock video for all your explosions, blood splatters, water splashes, anything that's hot and fiery. ActionVFX are the place to go. That is not their tagline, nor should it be. Moving on to the next one. We are going to say thank you, Future Media Conferences, for giving Michelle Darisek an Adobe Video World Pass. Well done, Michelle. And thank you very much to Future Media Conferences. This is definitely a great way of learning a lot of stuff from the comfort of your own home. Moving onwards to the next one, I'm going to say congratulations to Kale Matter for getting a copy of HitFilm Pro, a license of HitFilm Pro from our friends at FX Home. Well done, Kale. Congratulations. You will enjoy HitFilm Pro. It's that's a joyous piece of software to be working on. I'm going to say this is one that I'm very sad that I wasn't eligible to win. Juan Diaz, 12 months of Mistika VR. Thank you very much to SGO for sponsoring this prize. If you're doing any sort of VR work, like Mistika is, in my opinion, the best piece of software you can use for doing your stitching. And if you haven't got a good stitch, you're not going to get any good results out of that. So Juan Diaz, congratulations for 12 months of Mistika VR. Moving on. Is this the big one?
No, one more. Sorry, I was just saying, Juan's in the chat right now. Congratulations, Juan.
There's one in the chat.
I agree
well
with
done.
you. I agree with you, Ben. Right? Mystica VR, amazing software. Congrats, one.
Oh, it is. I mean, that was when I was doing a lot of VR work. That was the game changer. That took me from stitches that were and hard work to do to something that was actually oven ready and just really high quality. But enough about Mystic VR. We've got to move on. Sarah Ann Garvey Ness. You have won 12 months of the Boris FX Suite. So congratulations for that. For those who don't know, Boris FX Suite is everything that we make. So you get to see, or you get to use Sapphire and Continuum that we have seen right now. And John was happy to be bouncing between the two of those. You also get Mocha Pro, you get Silhouette, and you get Optics. I hope you're going to be very happy to start using those. There's a lot of great software to use. So well done for that. Do we have our big prize winner?
Yes, we do. Are you ready?
Oh my gosh. I don't know if I am ready. Oh my word. Joachim Bischoff, congratulations. You are the winner of the Dell oh my gosh, I can't even see what it is. It's the 5750, isn't it?
It is 5750.
Oh, that is a beast of a machine.
17-inch touch screen, UHD. It's
64 gig of RAM.
64 gig of RAM. It's got a Quadro RTX card. It's got a super fast SSD, and it's going to come with the Boris FX Suite. So it's going to come all
12 months of the Boris FX Suite, yes.
Yeah, really cool prize. Thank you.
I mean,
Dell.
what a beast of a machine. Thank you very much, Dell. Thank you very much, Intel. Thank you very much, NVIDIA.
Congratulations, Joaquin. That is amazing.
I'd be jumping for joy if I was him.
I would. I wonder, is he in the chat? He may or may not be in the chat.
I don't.
But we will be contacting all of the winners next week to make sure. So even if you're not in the chat, it's fine. You have still won. We will be getting in contact with everyone. We've got all of your contact details. So be on the lookout for an email. Make sure that nothing goes into spam. You really do not want to miss out on this. I think that's it. I just want to say, like, from the bottom of my heart, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here for Virtual IBC. Obviously, everyone at the Boris FX team would have preferred to have been in Amsterdam to do this live, but we obviously can't do that. And I hope that we've given enough of a show, enough information that's actually tried to make up for this. I mean, from my point of view, I've been sat here watching 18 hours of fantastic content. Well, 15 hours. I did 3 of the presentations, but we've just had so many really great guests and giving so many, so much great information on so many different products and different platforms. I really think there's been something for everyone here, and we've gone through a lot to try to make it as good and informative as possible, and I hope that's shown. So for now, I just want to say goodbye from me and goodbye from the whole team. Thank you very much for this wonderful Virtual IBC 2020, and we will see you again on another live stream soon. Remember, subscribe to the Boris FX YouTube channel, hit the notification bell, keep joining us at the Boris FX website and find out when the next live event is going to be. So thanks everyone, and I will see you again soon.